Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. All right. Good to see you all. Still here. Still here. What is it going on, everyone? All right, cool. Welcome to the pub. Yeah, Saturday night. Left my phone upstairs. It just occurs to me, but I'll have to grab it at some point. I'm not too concerned right now. What do we have here? We've got Tesla, George, and Tesla. Welcome, everyone. Fellas, good to see you. Make a little drink here. Get things rolling, light up a number, and get into it a little bit tonight. Happy Easter, everybody. And if you celebrate that, I don't really. I'm not a religious guy, but it's still, I don't know, it's a day. Hey, George. But yeah, it is Easter weekend. Hey, Sammy, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for showing up. You always do. Welcome. Nice day out here. Bit gusty, but still warm and pleasant, so all good. There's my man, Derek. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Derek always pops in at the beginning. Maybe he'll have a puff or two and then off to do other things, although it is quite a bit later over in the United Kingdom for you fellas, so understandable. Right, the Easter eggs. Kind of a random thing, isn't it? But it's fun for the kids. Got no problem with it. Anything for the kids. The eggs. Ooh, that smoke's nice. Uh-huh. Okay. Right on, George. Yeah, it is big for the church-going people. Definitely. But for us average folk, whatever, Like, it is what it is, right? Wonder if any of you all will be going to church on Sunday, Easter service. I, for one, will not. Toss the hat on here. Go with that. Okay. Cheers, everybody. It's also the weekend of the Boston Marathon. Excuse me. So hopefully that goes off for you get some good weather and good race, no incidences. Yeah. Curious thing though, not long ago around here, bunch of Boston police. No, I didn't particularly care for the JD honey. I think it was Jim Beam honey. Maybe it was JD, but yeah, it was too sweet for me, honestly, Sammy. I do appreciate that gift. But yeah, I don't like the sugary liquors. I just like the regular, the hard stuff, So this is Kraken and water. Just pretty much my go-to these days. I don't want the added sugar, man. Derek having a beer, right on. Cheers, a real beer. Anyways, curiously, a bunch of Boston police uniforms got stolen from a police and fire surplus type store that sells predominantly to first responders. A little concerning. Why someone would want a bunch of those? I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston. It was the location of one of the greatest art um, heists in the history of the world. Some, I think the value was in the $500 million range of paintings were stolen. I don't know, 20, 30 years ago. And the guys put on Boston police officer uniforms, went in, tied up the security guard, cut the paintings out of the frames with razors, and left with them. Pretty crazy shit, man. But I guess that makes the paintings a little bit smaller because, well, maybe not. It's not like any of the frame would be covering any of the art, so, but yeah, just nuts. Nice, Derek. Stella Artois. Not bad. It's definitely a session beer. It's not a one or two type beers. It's like, it's Bud Light, but better, you know. And weed. What kind of weed, buddy? Any good strains going around? This is Mazar Kush, which is an old indica. Smells like grapes. Very smooth. But yeah, so who knows why these Boston police uniforms got stolen, but there is some mumbling of them being used to perpetrate just weed, good enough, perpetrate some kind of attack at the marathon. I'm sure it's crossing a lot of people's minds. But you got to go on living, Can't be in fear all the time. That's what they want. Fuck them. Good old weed. Yeah, everyone talks about strains these days, Derek. Strain this, strain that. A new rap band stole them. Rap band. That's funny, Tesla. A band of merry rappers. Yeah. It's not as many rap bands anymore. They're all individual now. You used to have like Public Enemy, NWA, 2 Live Crew. But can't think of too many more. Most of them are all individual now. Naughty by Nature. They were a good one. Oh, I don't know, Cup of Tea. It's a work in progress. Big, large mansions. Nice, Bud C. Cindy 99. My go-to. Got a nice chunk of that for the summer. Cool. Yeah, Cindy 99. Cinderella 99. I can't remember the name of the guy. Hey, look at that. $2. That's nice. Thanks a lot. That's life, but not as we know it. Oh, I get it now. Tesla. Big, large mansion. BLM. Yep. There's nada. That's cool, George. Yeah, the Cindy 99. How did it work? There was a, I think it was a found bag seed at the origin. There was a bunch of seeds found in a bag by who happened to be a grower back in the 90s, and he found Cindy 99 in there, and it ended up smelling like uh, Skittles, I guess is what they say, candy, fruit candy. Yeah, I saw that Tesla. He chose the firing squad. I don't know. Seems kind of painless to me. Princess was another one of them, cup of tea, if that's what you're referring to, as well as I believe Green Avenger, or one of those. There was a couple in those seeds. Wow, interesting. Total out another based. Oh yeah, Grimm Brothers. There you go, cup of tea. Yeah, the Brothers Grimm. They did a genetic breeding thing, which is called cubing, which I guess it doesn't matter with plants as much for you to do inbreeding. So when you do cubing, you can do it in such a way where you're crossing it with itself multiple times to apparently clean out the genetics, get rid of any recessive genes that you wouldn't want, like hermaphroditism and you know sensitivity to nutrients. You want a strong, healthy plant that can take um, heavy feed and all that. So yeah, he cubed that, and then on the 99th um, generation, I guess is what it was. He found the Cindy 99, and that's the way that one was. The cube, right? Yeah, it was 9. He cubed it a lot of times to get it stabilized. There you go. Oh, there's my ashtray. Many different strains. There's one called the Chem Dog. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but Chem Dog was bought by a grower, went by the name Chem Dog, an ounce at a Grateful Dead concert in the 90s. And oh wow, cool, Tesla. Yeah, right. One of those bad bitches came back and bite you in the ass, dude. That's funny, man. Well, right on. Live your own life, dude. Whatever you want to do, it's happy for you. Anyways, the Chem Dog, also a bag seed, found at a dead show, and boom, dude grew out the seeds, and there you have it, Chem Dog, one of the most legendary of all strains. Gorilla Glue, I think, what came from a skunk, just your average skunk seeds. It's funny, like some things are planned and growing, and obviously some things just happen. Most of the time, the planned stuff is what becomes successful because there's time and effort put into it, like anything. Oh, that's tasty. Even for all the way down to the roach, it's not making me cough. Smooth stuff. I don't know. Ammo prices, though. They're probably going to use some surplus 30-06 rounds or 308, something like that. They're rifle rounds. There's going to be 3 shooters, target over the heart. Um, there you go, Tesla. All right. There you go, George. Yeah, I think it's crazy. I think that the firing squad thing, but I don't think it's the dude did the crime, so fuck it, whatever. Doesn't matter to me how he goes as long as he goes. Although I did look into that case, there was some controversy in there in the conviction, but whatever. Not my department. It's not like I don't know. You hate to see someone who doesn't deserve it get it, but I bet you cup they have. I bet you they've gone up. I could see scooters and shit must be going out quick. I'd love to have a motorcycle, but I don't know. Somewhat of a danger involved there. I don't know if any of you guys are riders. I think you were, George. Goldwing, maybe? Honda? Something like that? Damn, Tesla. Yeah, Jack Daniels does taste good. There's no denying it, dude. Once you get a taste for bourbon, you never lose it. Um, Funny, a lot of the Brits hate it. It just doesn't work for them because maybe it doesn't taste at all like Scotch, but right, yeah. Don't give them a easy way out, cup. I agree. All of them are. I guess the easiest way out would be the lethal injection if they do it right. To get over a clip in full effect. Wild turkey's good. Um, I think Jack is 90. Is Jack 90%? 90 proof? Wild Turkey 101 is pretty smooth, though, considering the proof. I've had some nice single malts. I still really like nice bourbons as well. I like them both. Um, yeah, I know. It is cool. I know it does dehydrate you. That's my trick is to mix it at least with 50% spring water. Um, Helps with the hydration factor. If you're just doing it straight, it will suck the water right out of you. Like Tesla's going to use some Coke, I think. That's mostly water. Our boy Random Goon had a great stream last night on Twitch. He does a request call in line type thing. It was cool. And then he goes over and does a raid on somebody else when he's done. And, yeah, it's just fun. The Life of David Gale. Okay. Is that the one with Kevin Spacey? Sammy Cat? There was an anti-death penalty movie made with Kevin Spacey. And I have a feeling that is it. What are you answering him, Cup? Oh, okay. Sportster. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine. It must be a fun road trip, man. Yeah, it was the one. Yeah, that was an interesting plot. I guess I can't ruin it for you guys, but The Life of David Gale has a few nice twists in it that you kind of feel them coming, but then when you see it, it takes you back. Goldschlager. Ugh, that stuff, man. Syrupy. Drinkable, don't get me wrong. You only drink when you go out to a club. And the club, the club. Hey, John Grammaticus. How goes it, my man? Good to see you. John Grammaticus, the grammar police. No, he isn't. I'm kidding. Good to see you, John. Doing well, thanks. Yeah, did my second window today. Got that baby in, so we're moving along. I'm hoping to have I'll have 6 in by May 15th, I think, maybe even sooner. Maybe, we'll see. As long as the weather cooperates. You can't have the fucking hole in the side of the house if it's raining or thunderstorms coming in. You have to, plan it out wisely. I don't want to get into the minutia of it, but I use flashing tape, which is one particular way of directing the water out and preventing the wood from getting rotted. So when you take the window out, you have to flash the inside of the opening onto the edge of the sheeting, which is particle board here, similar to plywood. Of course, Tesla double pane Anderson 400 series. Good windows, not the best, but fucking Anderson charges you like they're the best. I can't remember. I think they were like $600 something per fucking window. I mean, these things aren't that great. Just fucking windows, man. It used to be a couple $100 per window, and it's like, god damn, the prices have gone berserk. Imagine these people with huge houses. They're fucking like 30, 40, 50 windows. God almighty. You'd be looking at $20,000, $30,000 in the windows themselves, and then you're talking another $400 to $500 in labor per window. $2,000 a window. Jesus, Tesla. Those must be some big boys. All right, did I miss anything here? Double pane, of course, yeah. The Dressmaker, Kate Winslet. Interesting, Total Utter Nutter. I mean, it sounds kind of girly, but maybe it's not. I don't know. Never heard of it. I'm not much of a movie guy. Good, Sean. It's the weekend, and I got some weed, so life is good. You know it, my man. Okay, I see a link there. I'll explore that further in a minute there, buddy. It doesn't pay for itself. I mean, unless you had some shit that was absolutely falling apart, horrible windows before, it doesn't pay for itself. Me here, the trim, we had some rot in the trim. The trim was going, and Australian comedy, cool. So I decided rather than patch and repaint, I would remove the trim. I get new construction windows that has a nailing flange that goes the whole way around, so that gets nailed, and then you use new trim on top of that. No, I actually screw it. I don't really nail anything, and there's all kinds of flashing and caulking involved to keep the water out, and it's a real pain in the ass. But I'm replacing the trim, replacing the windows, so we'll be rot free forever, as long as everything holds up. So yeah, cool. Okay, cool. If it'll be along later, I think he might be doing something fun this evening. This is true total. Totally total. True Romance, definitely a badass movie. Yeah, enchiladas are good, man. That might be going down here tonight. I'm not sure. They're going to make something like that upstairs. And they are good. Homemade enchilada sauce with chili powder and all that shit. Pretty good. I mean, I'm kind of a burrito guy myself, but um, enchiladas are good as well. Maybe I'll play a little guitar. I'm not going to do a proper song or anything. Just going to jam a little. All right. All right, let's go back, circle back here. Red corn tortillas. Nice. Have to see if we can find those. Meat, onions, and cheese. Nice and simple. Thanks, Sammy. Steve Hughes. Never heard of him. Leon. Interesting. Sheep assistant. Free. Apparently, cup of tea. Although we do seem to attract them on occasion. Oh, Lord. But no, I'm not of that type. And all the main people here, all of my people, all you guys, we have diverse opinions, but Total Utter Nutter. He was an old legend from Live Leak. He's asking about Sloop. He was a really down to earth, cool guy. He was a combat veteran of Vietnam, and he was unoffensive. He was friendly. He was a hell of a shot. He did some real fun videos. He did some garden saves where he grew endless amounts of jalapeno peppers. He loved spicy stuff, and he was just a cool guy, man. Yeah, he had a little bit of a serial killer vibe, but he was a really chill guy, I think. And yeah, he died a little on the young side, but like I said, he was a combat vet, so he lived 50 something years longer than all the other guys around him who died. So he lived some, a fuller life than than a lot in Vietnam, not most. Yeah, he was He was cool. I did have the pleasure of, Sloop, of chatting with him a few times just on live streams. And in fact, when Hayden started doing live streams on Live Leak, when he would have 12 to 1400, yeah, he died. Tesla. Sorry to break the news to you, my man. He passed on. He released the bonds of this world, my man. He has gone beyond. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, when Hayden started doing these on Live Leak, must have been 2017, 2018. This was nothing called the pub. It was just called the live show, I believe. Aphid Lip would do a show immediately following to try to retain some of the viewership from when Hayden did it. Oh, that's cool that you got to meet him, Tesla. Right on, man. Yeah. Anyways, rest in peace, sir. There he is.
Hey. Yeah, thoughtful about this stuff. Back around 2019, Sloop had made a Maisei video where his whole upper body was purple and part of his arm. I don't know if you remember that, but I was going, "Oh my! He may not make it past this medical emergency." It was very serious. He was in the hospital for a period of time.
I remember that part. Yeah.
It was very touch and go for a short period, and when he came back, I was, oh my, that looks rough. Made anything I've ever experienced in terms of really morbid, things that might lead to mortality issues. I've had nothing like that, but I remember that Sloop Maisei, and I was going, oh my. Yeah. So I was very happy that he had some years past that emergency, because it was serious. I don't know if the rest of you guys in the chat remember that, but it was a serious medical condition, and I want to say it was like pleurisy. I mean, it wasn't trauma related. It was all medical related.
Yeah.
And it was a zinger, man. It was not a fun time. So
sucks.
I mean, he had other hunting videos after that, shooting videos. So he made his recovery, which was got some more years. I mean,
amazing.
Yeah, enough from me on that.
That's all right. It was a shock.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
That's I mean, I'm seeing it. I'm in my late 60s, and the many, meaning somewhere in the area of about 25-30% of people that are right at my age have come to their end. There was some when I first started selling life insurance, and I will go on with it, unless you stop me, which is fine if you do. But in the early 2000s, I got the insurance license. My first license was the life and health license, and so there was all this training on facts and figures on mortality for life insurance and morbidity for health insurance. And on the mortality side, it's like something like 30% of all people do pass away before age 65.
Wow.
So it's a big percentage. And in the last few years, I guess with the COVID and other morbidity issues, there's been like a 2-year decline in the average lifespan of, I don't know if it's just U.S. citizens, but probably just U.S. citizens. But like 2-year decline in the life expectancy, back down into the mid 70s, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't have all the figures in front of me.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, anytime mortality occurs, I think I told you guys how I was just blown away by a beautiful, young, when she was swimming on the team that I was swimming on. She was just this beautiful, God, one of the most beautiful teenagers and young adult women I ever saw and knew personally. And, she passed away about a year ago. It's like, I broke down. I just saw it on I'm a member of my high school class, Facebook. And they put a lot of obituaries in there. And,
right.
I think I told you I missed my 50th. It was the 50th high school reunion. It's like,
Wow, huh?
yeah. It's good. Yeah, I'm giving away the old age.
That's all
And
right, dude.
I mean, a lot of people. I told one guy in particular. He had been one of my buddies in junior high and early high school, and he was on the beach patrol too. And I had said I was going to come, and I backed out. I'm sort of embarrassed. I was this buffed out athlete. Now, I guess all of the people that are as old as I am get sort of decrepit. Decrepit is a good name for
Right.
it. And but I was just embarrassed, and I'm under the influence of the nerve drugs, and
Right.
I wasn't using marijuana at the time, but I, was drinking too much, and I just said I'm not going to this reunion, and they wanted a lot too. It was like a big fun. I guess it's a fundraiser for the high school for the the current classes that are in there.
Right.
How about you? Are you up to any? Yep, sure. You've been offered reunion,
Nah.
activity. No, not yet.
Now,
You
my school was an all boys Catholic high school, and yeah, it's we don't really get together. We didn't have a connection of
no,
outside of school. It was a lot of kids coming from
No.
all over the area, so it wasn't like a regional school. It was a
right.
private Catholic one. So
Like Notre Dame prep.
yeah,
I'm being facetious, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
and then on top of that, I believe it got fucking torn down the year after I graduated, anyways. So
that allows you to have at least 2 free shots at me, so you can
that's
have
fine.
it.
That was a good school. I mean,
Yeah,
taught me more about living than education, but
we were really ferocious with our mascot. It was the sand crab. We're the sand crabs.
that's random, huh?
I know.
Sand crab.
Yeah, I know. We will. And I mean, they put a picture of like a blue crab up there and call it a sand crab. Sand crab is the little thing, that gets under the sand, and it's about that big. It's tiny, and it's just white, and it looks more like a white locust.
Is that what I'm thinking is called a sand flea?
The sand fleas that bite,
No, sand fleas are like about maybe the size of half of your thumb, and they
right?
look like a giant flea, and they burrow down in the wash where the waves kind of roll up on the beach.
I thought that those were sand crabs, but I might be wrong. I mean, but anyway, the mascot looks like a blue crab.
Gotcha.
They call it sand crab, and it's like a blue crab mascot.
Huh.
A red blue crab. A red blue crab. Of course it is red. But I backed out on it. They wanted money, and you know, the investments aren't doing too well. And so I said, yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna pump out close to $200 for this.
Fuck that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And just to be telling people, oh, it's me, remember? And you'll
Right.
be like, who are you again?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm the guy that weighed 100 pounds less, 1971.
Right. So Spud C here, I'm not sure what he's saying. Did something go over my head?
A left footer. Am I the only proddy? Are you a left-hander? Left footer? Is that what he's saying? Are you left-hander?
No, I'm righty. I'm ambidextrous though, because of the guitar. I do.
Oh, that might be what he means. I'm always amazed with anybody that's got really refined hand-eye dexterity. Good musicians, any kind of musician, and magicians and any kind of circus act kind of people, jugglers and people who do anything that's really refined like that. I've identified in my development, the inability to have refined, coordinated activity between the old intellectual gray matter and these things. They don't. This one in particular, am I patting it right? That right there is where all the trauma occurred down to here, and it won't do what my brain impulses tell it to do. So constant transposition of characters. I mean, I was so disappointed. I kept trying to do a little bit of coding, and no matter what I did, it's like the characters would just be so incorrect that anybody in here is a coder on the chat. You can't do that. You can't have a person, succeed in being an engineer and a coder if they can't make their brain and their digits, their fingers work right on refined motor activity. So Yeah, that sort of cuts me out of that.
All right.
That's no
So
problem.
just to clarify, Spud says left footer is a Catholic and a Prouty is obviously a Protestant. So uh,
Okay, he's he's
yeah,
he's talking about the troubled times.
yeah.
Sounds like.
And just to clarify, very long ago, after shortly after high school, I renounced that religion. So I am not that religion any longer
You got that
because
spudsy.
doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
Just so happens that there was a lot of shit going down with priests in Boston doing
Oh,
inappropriate things with kids. Now, I
yeah.
never personally, or any of my friends, not they wouldn't have told me anyways. Personally, I can only speak for myself. Never saw or heard of anything like that, but apparently it was quite common in Boston in the Catholic Church.
Yeah, there have been movies and a lot of articles and a lot of YouTube, clips on the different problems in the
Yeah,
up there, and it's very sad because
it is.
it's preventable. There was cover and concealment of the activities on a
Exactly.
massive scale. Bad juju, bad
Or-
news. It's
Yeah, yeah,
I wish that the Catholic folk, and of course it's stupid for me to even think that I'm going to influence them, which I'm not. But let the priest marry.
right.
You don't you throw guys that are in their late 20s, 30s, and early 40s right at the time when all the sexual peak activities are hitting hard, and you tell them they're going to have to be chaste.
Celibate.
What
Yeah,
yeah, Sullivan Chase. You're just opening the door to all the mischief and criminality and weirdness and pedophilia and what do they call them in the UK, nonce activity. It's like, God
nuts, right?
damn, yeah,
Nuts.
nonce. I never, whenever somebody throws that out, it's so hard for me to, okay, I have to translate what, what?
He's just talking
Oh,
about me scraping the weed up. I'm just showing him little piles
yeah,
of ganja.
yeah. I always have to translate. Okay, nonce equals pedo. Nonce
Yeah,
equals pedo. Okay, I'm on the same sheet of music. Okay, let's go.
right. That one's easy to forget because Hayden in particular was throwing that thing around every other word. We're all a bunch of fucking nonces on here, probably. Oh, funny, we're nonsense. But yeah, you forget he's calling you a child molester when he says that. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
all in good
I've
fun.
never, I've never even heard him do that. I would
Yeah,
challenge that, no matter who it is. It's
yeah,
like, come on, come on. I know you're not going to call me a fucking pedo and, and
right.
just sit there and have that ride.
Yeah. Well, our buddy Aphin's gotten that treatment a few times.
I know. Well, he works at that level where it's great fun.
Yeah,
But
he's certainly
I
thick-skinned.
yeah, he's a gamer. He's
Exactly.
a baller. He's a baller.
Right.
He plays hard. Does it on his skateboard.
So you've been putting up some old Yorsays on the
Yeah,
Discord.
yeah,
Kind of
yeah,
cool.
yeah. There's my very first one that was a year say. It's sort of strange, and I may put it up. I may have to edit it, and I'll explain. Just we just talked about it 1 minute ago, but at the very end, there's a back around 2009, 2010. You remember the Pedo Bear seal of approval? Remember that? You remember Pedo Bear?
Pedo Bear.
PEDO, BEAR, like a
Oh,
pedophile bear, and it was when I was familiarized with it. It was used to be sarcastic towards pedophiles,
right.
but apparently it was adopted by pedophiles as one of the coding, methods to attract. I don't know. It just like fuck it. Well, anyway, I used it, and it's at the very end of my very first say, and I think I'll just go ahead and use my video editing to cut it out to just make sure that there's no confusion.
Right, right,
It's meant to be used sarcastically and in total negation of pedophilia. And
right,
what's happened is in the last 10 years it was adopted, and it was actually banned on numbers of platforms and servers because it seemed to be promoting that activity instead of mocking that activity. So it's very weird. But yeah, my very first year, say anyway, I will upload it. I will cut out pedo bear at the end,
Cool.
and then the rest of it's pretty cool. It's
Yeah.
I get to you know. Well, I won't give you any spoilers. It's pretty good.
Yeah, right on, man. Cool. Yeah, it's always nice to see some of the old stuff. At least you saved it. A lot of it, if it was on Live Leak, would be just gone.
Right. I've always had, I came out of my professional career with all types of, drive capacity. So I've saved almost all the videos that I ever made and uploaded to LiveLeak.
Cool.
I had a lot of good, drive, what's the right word? Just a lot of assets, in the online and, what am I trying to say? Fuck it. I don't know.
You
I,
had plenty
I
of
had
stuff.
I had 2 chocolate squares, not just one.
Uh,
Along with I'm on my 3rd vodka drink in about the last hour and a half, so
Very nice.
pretty buzzed.
All right, let's. Okay, Spud C. That's interesting. I'd like to ask Spud C regarding this. Was that Catholic or Church of England? Because I know there's not any.
Wow.
He
Well,
says C school, so it's got to be Catholic.
I'm so glad that the whatever settlement that came about, Spussy, I'm very glad that happened, because you deserve to be made whole and compensated and given opportunities due to that experience. So, yeah.
Now he's not saying it was himself. You get that, right? It was
No,
his.
I don't get that. Let me
It
look.
was his.
My lad at my school.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it wasn't you, and that the lad, whoever that anonymous person is, got compensation.
Exactly.
I will correct my statement and
Right,
take away the insinuation that you got bent over, which you didn't. Okay.
Right.
I got that right. Okay.
And that would be a hell of a thing to admit on a random pub live stream.
Yeah. International pub. Yeah. God dang, dirty priest. Back in an AA, back about the 3rd, 4th year, this guy come through called Father Fred, and Father Fred had been defrocked, and Father Fred was a pervert. It's like, God dang, he just acted so weird, and it's like, I just, the whole phenomenon that occurred, is like, he's around, he's gone. My brother picked me up, from, well, hell, we both lived in Gainesville, for a long period of time. And, he did pick me up, and we went to Ocala, which is about, 50, 60 miles down the road. We pull over, off the interstate to get gas. And who's there to service the gasoline, a city away? Father Fred.
Father Fred.
Yeah, but he's about 15 years, 20 years older than me. Father Fred pumping gas in the Ocala interstate, transfer areas.
They're in northern Florida.
We had a north central, Gainesville's in north central Florida.
So it's not on the Panhandle.
Yeah, not Panhandle.
Not all the way up. Okay.
No. It's right mid central, northern central Florida. It's up high, Okay. And we had a brother Bob. We had con artists, come through regularly. It was funny. We had a pretty cool clubhouse, back then. Those early sober years were a lot of fun.
Really?
Yeah. I was embarking on a new spiritual journey. That was all spiritual to me.
That's great.
Yeah. The whole thing was. That's where I put in at times. I would go to like 2, 3, sometimes 4 meetings a day. Damn. And it was all as a pedestrian. I was catching bus lines, because I was around the central, what they call, student ghetto. Every college and university has a student ghetto area. So, I was living right on the perimeter of the student ghetto, and it was, I was in good physical condition, so I could walk anywhere I wanted to. I could walk for 2-3 miles any direction I felt like, if I wanted to, no problem.
Sure.
You had to take the buses, and just when you don't have to care for and feed a car, you can live on real low amount of earnings, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm
Seems
jabbering on. I'll shut up if you want me to.
seems impossible now to live like that
I'm
without a car. You know.
Yeah, if you're older, especially, and I mean, but if you get around the central core, prosperity area of a central hub of a town's activity. Gainesville is more of a town than a city. I think it's got about 130, 40,000 people, but almost 80% of the activity is that's in there surrounds the University of Florida. It's an enormous institution,
Uh,
and yeah, it's hard to live like that. I couldn't do it. I could. There's so yeah. I mean, I'm sure that y'all, all of you have seen that. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that I've had to admit I can't do that I could do 30, 40 years ago.
right.
You know, one thing I've seen, that. Well, is anybody saying anything in chat that's noteworthy?
Well, that's life is saying you look like a burrito guy. But I said that like 20 minutes ago, so I'm wondering if he's way the fuck back. Unless, did you just mention a burrito and I missed it? I don't think so. Yeah, that's life. You behind the times, homeboy. Get caught up. But yeah, I do like burritos. In fact, I had one today for dinner, right before the show. Very good. Hey, look who it is.
Hey, Philip.
How's it going, man?
Oh, now you can show that picture of the stadium now that Aphid Lip's here. It's the 2004 picture.
Sure
Okay. Hey, cheers, Aphid Lip. Cheers, man.
Okay.
Here we go, Aphid Lip. This is for you. I think it's going to happen.
I think I'm going to try it this way.
Okay. Yeah, just the picture itself.
And then screen share.
Cool.
Let's see if I can pull it off.
We talked about this picture from the top of the Gateway Arch about, I don't know, 7-8 months ago, maybe a little bit less. And I said I had it, and we talked about when the convention. This was when I went to the International Kiwanis Convention.
Is that up there?
Yeah, it's up. Thanks.
All right, cool.
And it was up to at the top of the Gateway Arch, and that's the stadium I'm talking about, Aphid Lip. So there you are, sir.
Very good.
I have another one looking straight down onto some, tug. I think it's like a tugboat and a dock area. When you're looking from the top of that Gateway Arch, it is up there, man. It was a lot of fun. We talked about how when you go up, it like goes clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack. It's like, oh shit. And it's really small, when you're going up. But then once you get up, you get into this viewing lobby. That's really, hey, LDG.
How you doing, LDG?
I had some talk.
All as well.
LDG. LDG, I'm Gorgeous George Begonia on the chat. I don't know if you know that, but yeah, I was on your stream briefly, and we talked about what we talked about when I was there. It was something halfway interesting, but anyway. That was yesterday, I think. Not today, but yesterday. It might have been this morning. I lose track of time when I get stoned a lot. And anyway, but it was probably yesterday. But maybe this morning.
Oh, crap. That was you. Now he gets it.
Yes, that's me.
Those egg elevators are sketchy. Interesting. He knows about them.
Yeah. I noticed one thing, LDG, you're deleting videos. Is that are you then migrating those videos over to like Twitch or Discord or somewhere else? LDG Smokesteve. He's been on a lot. He's been on here quite a bit.
Yeah, LDG's the man.
And yeah, I'm Gorgeous George Begonia on the chat, and then because here, this has always been like a. From Live Leak to
Odyssey.
Twitter, not Twitter. What am I saying? Trigger warning, then to alt feed. I've always tried to maintain my identity, through the migration of the activities of our leader,
So on Live Leak, what was your name?
Me?
Cypher.
Same. Yes, cipher this.
Okay.
Cipher exactly the same.
So Gorgeous George Begonia came about because of a different platform, or just you
Yeah,
wanted to?
YouTube. It was my YouTube name. The Gorgeous George is a famous wrestler, and
I remember.
actually,
I knew that.
yeah,
Yeah.
actually, Muhammad Ali took a lot of, how loud he was and boisterous and
Yes.
streperous is a good word for his
Yeah. Yeah.
shit. That came from him modeling after Gorgeous George. And then there was another character that just became a favorite thing of mine that was like, you get your little catchphrases.
Yeah.
And my actual license plate on my car is from a catchphrase. I personalized license plate.
Mm.
So on making this YouTube name, the name of this character was Ruby Begonia. So I just got into this business with Ruby Begonia, just took my brain and did things with it. So I got rid of the Ruby, put the Gorgeous George in there, and then the Begonia at the and Ruby Begonia was the principal character of some children's books, storybooks, and they so anyway, that all that came up to the Gorgeous George Begonia YouTube identity that I have. And I got a little bit of we've talked about the content I have on there. I've got some of the visit to England content, and then other content that's just sort of
On your channel.
Yeah, on my channel. It's random silly stuff mostly.
I have to check that out.
Well, on Discord, in order to get around the copyright dings, I've just been letting YouTube's algorithms are basically, they've worked with all these recording artists, and what's happening is apparently the recording artists are now being notified. Something's happening that's given them these options to either not let the video be published or publish the video with the copyright violation, and they can advertise on the video. And apparently, the last 3 videos I've uploaded all have really nice music. It's copyrighted music. And when I upload it to YouTube, they don't even ding me. They just say you can't monetize it. And the way my life goes, I don't worry about monetizing social, online social venues. That's not my thing. So I'm doing well with that. I get by I don't want to get in trouble with Discord, Discord copyright defenders. So
Right.
run it through YouTube and then post the link instead of trying to upload directly.
Yeah, it's interesting. Discord seems to have a bit of a shadow of control going on there, but it's certainly not the Wild West. No place is anymore on the internet, but we haven't really tested it. It's not like when we don't go in there and we're pretty mellow dudes, so there's not much to edit or to
Right.
censor with us for sure. But I would imagine with some fringe groups, they couldn't use Discord. Some people from, like, I don't know, rural Michigan, if you get what I'm saying, they might get in trouble there on the old Discords with some of their little schemes and plans and plots. And I'm sure there's got to be some kind of an algorithm and somebody monitoring that shit.
Right. Yeah, it is.
Essentially, though, it's free. I don't see any money. I don't see any advertising. I guess the only money they make is off the people who choose to upgrade and get bigger bandwidth or bigger upload capacity.
Discord, yeah. And yet I'm paying instead of paying 10 a month, I think I paid for a whole year, so I paid 99. Yeah, that makes a big difference. I mean,
you pay Discord?
Yeah.
Really?
And that's why, even in addition to the YouTube videos, I'm also posting some pretty large video. You can go up to 100 megs, I think. 100 gig, not megs,
100 megs, yeah.
Yeah, 100 megs. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm willing to do that. It's just, in my position at my age with the asset structure that I have, which is not great, but it's not bad.
Right.
And, I can, $99. Yeah, Let's go.
Well, I mean, I
Now I
pay
can upload
15.
it. Yeah,
I
go ahead.
pay 15 a month for YouTube Premium, and it's vastly worth it.
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
no commercials, and that YouTube Music. If you're just hanging around, or if you have a buzz at night, you pick a tune, and it'll just roll and give you a playlist. Sometimes they
Right,
can
right.
they hit
And
the
go and
nail
go
on
and
the head.
go. Yeah, go and go and go.
Yeah,
Exactly.
right.
Oh,
So
yeah. And when you get stoned just right. Of course, the music is magic.
exactly,
You're off into the harmonics.
that's right. Yeah, that's my thing. I mean, we also canceled our cable, and we have YouTube TV here, so that's 65. So I'm into YouTube for 80 a month, for Christ's sake. But
Wow.
that's all of our TV in the whole house, and it's pretty damn good, man. It's 70 or so channels, local cable.
Yeah,
It's then you throw in a little Netflix here and there for my lady. She likes her shows and stuff, and we're still saving a ton of fucking money compared to
sure,
the old
sure,
cable bill. Jesus.
sure. I
Okay.
just had our cable and wireless provider in today, a technician, and I was getting. They gave me a modem and a router and forced me to return my modem router. So they gave me two pieces of equipment to return one piece of what I think was superior equipment.
Yeah.
And it started everything. I'd play a YouTube video, and if it was a 10-minute video, it would buffer like a goddamn 28.8K, dial up modem. It's like,
Yeah, that
and
sucks.
it would buffer and buffer and buffer for a minute, and then it would play for 30 seconds and then buffer for 30 seconds. It's like, oh, no, this isn't. So I called and was nice. I've learned how to be halfway diplomatic most of the time.
Do you have cable internet? Is it a literal
uh,
equipment?
yeah, what happened was a very cool thing. By only increasing our condominium monthly fees by about $10 or $15 a month, we wiped away what for me had been around an $80 a month cable bill. So yes, I do get cable, but I'm not paying for it anymore. It's included in my condominium fee, which is unavoidable.
That's
So
awesome.
yeah, it was pretty cool. So all of a sudden I was paying about, $70 or so less than I was before the change.
Yeah.
We negotiated our managers, for it's a management firm, third party management firm, negotiated a new contract with the service provider. Wham. Boop, very nice. But yeah, every now and then cable's really cool. I'm starting to go a little bit more for my local news, and I do buy the Daytona Beach News Journal online, just the digital subscription. And it's not much, very little, and I'm getting more humbled and centered by watching all my local events and my local news's interpretation of national news. I know that the Daytona Beach News Journal, I believe, is owned by the Washington Post.
Uh,
Pretty sure, and of course, which takes you right back to who's the big man for Amazon?
Bezos.
Yeah, Bezos.
Right.
And so, it takes you right back. Whatever Bezos' worldview is, that is channeling through to a degree Washington Post, and then flowing down to other distributed news outlets. But I don't know. I respect the institutions like WAPO and other outlets that have vast numbers of news production. You just news productions. You just don't. People grab the stuff that creates anxiety and excitement and a little bit of drama, and they hook onto that. But if you look at any local news productions outlet,
Yeah.
and they're actually reporting local news, the city council, the county council, the city educational councils, all these different news stories that are at the city and county level are they're like, wow, we're being managed pretty well here. This isn't so bad. The world's actually not falling apart. This is great. It's like, and it gives me that balance that I can lose if I go to alternative sites, either conservative or liberal.
Sure.
It's just nice I've always said the center holds. And I mean, when you're dealing with I guess it's around 330 million, U.S. citizens, there's a lot of diversity there, a lot.
What is LDG saying? Oh, terms and conditions of. Okay, I see what he's saying. Yeah, yeah. Let me get back to that message. I
Yeah,
lost it.
he catches a lot that a lot of people don't catch.
Yeah.
I'll say that for LDG. Yeah, man, you don't want to mess with the LDG. I'm telling you.
Okay, so like what he's saying is anything you load up on Discord becomes possibly their property, or they
Oh,
can assume usage of it. Huh. That's shocking in a way. Because the content creators on YouTube own the content. YouTube owns the platform and makes money off of your content. But interesting. I'd like to get into that a little bit, really, right there. I gotta run and grab my phone and hit the head real quick. Cause I was
I'll
hoping.
I'll say things that are nice.
Right. Thanks, George. I'll be back in a
You're
minute.
very good. Okay, now that he's gone, anyway, all of you guys, just help to keep me centered. It truly is over the hell. We've been doing these, Steve's international pub shows for 2 years now, and I think I've been on all of them except maybe 3 or 4. So I've benefited enormously from being able to have fun, on the shows. And of course, I mean, you can call it the sidebar, the chat, troll central, whatever, but it's always a pleasure to see people that are quite very possibly smarter than myself, hanging out with me. And there's an old saying that you want to do better in your life, just hang out with people that are smarter than you. And less encumbered, not as fucked up. Not fun to be fucked up. Hey, come on, Steve, get back here before I incriminate myself. uh, heat up a burrito. Oh, and he's coming back. I'm here. He's coming out of a pot of 40.
All right, and we're back.
All right. Yep, you could hear him, and he could hear me, so I'll shut up.
Fine. Ah,
I entertain them, sir.
thank you, man. Appreciate that. So after the swimming ended, we didn't hear much more about that the champion person, human, male, female, whatever you want to call them.
Oh God, that's going. That's just become a focal point. One of the focal points for this debate about the harm to minors, the athletic unfairness. Those are the two basic issues. The fact that if women want to dress up as men and men want to dress up as women, all that's fine, all that's good. Leave the children alone. Don't unfairly compete against a woman if you're a man who has gone through puberty, that thing where
Yeah.
where the pimples come.
Right. It's been so long, you forgot how to say it.
Yeah,
For
I
Christ's
can't
sake.
even say it. Well, it's that last vodka,
Yeah.
schlepping, incident of mine that's beginning to make this happen.
Spud C looking for a little geographical clarification. You don't have to go specific, but
No, it's about 20 miles south of Daytona Beach. Spudsy.
there you go.
What do I
All
have?
right.
We can do the old turn the cam around and look out. It's a perfect time for it if you want. I'll do
And go
that.
for it. Yeah.
Okay, here we go, guys.
I'm gonna bring in a.
This
Bring
is
in.
the Indian River. And I'll even, I mean, hell, you guys that are really smart, you can always pinpoint exactly where I live. But, Yeah, this is the Indian River in New Smyrna Beach. And out there to the left side of the screen is, I mean, just what is basically an enormous mangrove forest. That is an enormous. I wish I could, you know, zoom in for you, but again, all that green to the left behind the bridge, the huge bridge, is mangrove forest. So it's actually a huge tributary. And what do they call that, to Smokesteve, when it's a ground? Oh, you're frozen. No, you're not frozen.
Oh, I'm good.
You were just concentrating.
Yeah.
Where all of the different breeds of shrimp and small fish,
Yeah,
do their
it's
breeding. It's not a tributary.
it's like an estuary, maybe.
Estuary, exactly. And the Indian River, actually, this area where I'm pointing you at and further south, it has the most diverse species of any estuary, I think, in the world. They said might be the United States, but pretty cool.
That is cool. It's
Pretty
beautiful,
cool.
man. It looks nice.
Yeah, it's a this when you get close to that sunset, it gets that sweet what's happening? Too far out. I've lost it.
Here,
How
let me
dare
go ahead and add. I'm going to add in
Okay,
our
coming
buddy
back
here,
around.
and yeah, that is how people find out where the Grandy lived, I guess.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, I'm not like him. I don't seek out.
Hey, my name is.
I
Fred?
threw up about 2 days ago after drinking a 4-pack of Natty Daddy 8%.
Oh, did you? You took my word for it.
Yeah, Natty Daddy is nasty. It's strong.
How did it come? How did it come back up? Was it better coming up than it was going down?
It's the same.
Well, no, it was disgusting both ways, but twice as disgusting coming up. I was like, oh, it hurts too. He's like, God dang.
You drank 4 of those?
Oh, over the course of about 4 hours.
Those tall big.
No, not
ones?
the big.
Oh,
no, 16s. I got see. I see.
Because
that would be poison. I'd be in the emergency room.
Hey, are you having a coffee, dude? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
So
I didn't get my afternoon nap today, so I gotta wake up a little bit before I fall asleep. If you know what I mean.
What was the
did you Irish it up a lot?
No, just
regular coffee.
Yeah, tonight. That. No, it's just regular old Starbucks cup, like K-cup type deal.
Yes,
it's just like a one shot. I didn't want to make a whole pot of something,
Keurig, yeah.
Well, Aphid, you saw the picture of the stadium, and we talked. Yeah, again, it was
the old Bush Stadium.
Is that what it was? The old Bush was that demolished?
It's still Bush Stadium. Yeah, it was. It was demolished to the new one is almost exactly in the same spot. It's like if you look at a satellite image, it's like
sure, yeah,
barely moved.
Good footprint. Yeah,
it's just wider walkways, nicer, cleaner, newer, bigger bathrooms, same place, but it's an upgrade. Right,
because that stadium, the original, it was the original Bush Stadium. There have been other stadiums here, but that original Bush Stadium, I think it was like late 60s, early 70s when they built that, and it was a multi-purpose stadium because that's kind of what the thing was back then. Plus, we had the St. Louis Cardinal football team that went to Arizona. They used to be the St. Louis Cardinals.
Right.
They sucked. They always sucked. They always sucked. And then they left here, and it was like 2 years later, they either won a championship or were in the Super Bowl.
Oh, man.
And that same thing happened with the Rams. Same deal. They left. That dude just
those
took
two
us.
Moneyball teams, that used the analytics.
Huh?
Were either of those teams Moneyball type teams that used player analytics instead of, scout?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's that Brad Pitt movie. I don't know if you ever saw.
Well, that's baseball.
Moneyball.
Yeah, the Arizona football.
The St. Louis Cardinals.
I missed the transition.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm like, am I missing something here?
Yeah,
I think what it is
me zoning out.
What he was saying was they played at the baseball stadium was dual purpose.
It was. So both St. Louis had the St. Louis Cardinal football and St. Louis Cardinal baseball for my growing up years.
Yeah, I
And
remember some games like that. It was only a few weeks of overlap usually, right?
right, yeah, and so I don't know if I can't remember if here I'm sure it was the same way, but sometimes you'll see a baseball game and the marks will still be there from the football game, or a
Right.
football game and the marks are still there from the
You
baseball
still
game.
see half of the baseball diamond in
Right,
the
right,
fucking
right.
field. It's so
That you don't see
bizarre.
that you don't see that anymore because they have designated stadiums. But
Right, of
when that
course.
one was built, it was built for both teams so they could have a football and a baseball team.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember seeing that occasionally when I was a kid. I'd be like, "Oh, here it is. It's half of a baseball diamond on the football field."
Right.
I thought it was
Yeah,
I like
I know.
I
But
had
what
a
the hell?
TV next to my bed on a chair. I'd lay
Yeah.
on my pillow. It was like this far from my face. And I'd watch a whole football game till like 12 at midnight on a Monday.
Right.
Like
Yeah, yeah,
had
I
to
know
go to
that.
school, but I
Yeah,
just loved that shit, man. It's
yeah,
great. Good
Yeah,
times.
yeah.
yeah.
So
I've always loved
there was
sports.
not much, it wasn't like if they tore down, Boston or Wrigley Field
Right.
or the
Didn't have
Yankee
the
Stadium.
historical value.
Legally, man,
No, it really wasn't. There was
can't do
I mean,
that.
there was like sentimental and I mean, that was the only field I ever went to, until just they built the new one. But it wasn't, that only goes so far. I mean, the new stadium isn't like the best in the world, but it's way bigger upgrade
It's better,
than what we
big,
had.
better.
And
Yeah.
it makes St. Louis look good from the inside when you're watching a Cardinal game.
Right.
Because St.
Yeah.
Louis isn't good.
So
I know. I'm sorry.
It's a
Yeah, I feel bad.
facade.
I
So
feel
you
bad.
didn't get jumped when you were here, were you?
No, well, that's 2004. It wasn't so bad. I mean, I was,
Oh, it
and
was still
I've
sketchy. It's still
always been,
sketchy. Like
yeah,
it's never been like
y-
Memphis, Tennessee's like that. I've never been in Memphis when it looked good.
one thing that was sort of odd about getting jumped is that I'm pretty sure that it was Bill Cosby who was the keynote speaker on the entertainment side of that
Oh, when you
convention.
came here? Oh,
Yeah,
you
when
came
I
here for a
came,
convention?
yeah, it was a Kiwanis
Oh,
convention, and I'm almost sure that Cosby was. And my memory can play some tricks on you sometime, but I mean, I was way back in the dark in the audience, and my memory is that it was him. So anyway, he was still copacetic at the time. He ain't no more. Old one-eyed Bill.
let me if, I don't you guys probably haven't heard this. This is somewhat local news, but totally fucking bizarre. Fenway Park 100% cashless from now on. So that means you have a
yeah.
row of about 50 people that's from one aisle up to the other. Someone in the middle wants like a couple hot dogs. They usually just like pass the cash
Right.
down and
Yeah.
pass
No.
the dogs back.
Yeah.
And the
Those
Yeah.
dogs
days are
are wrapped
over.
and folded in a full
No,
tinfoil packet, so you're not worrying about now.
no.
What are you going to do? Pass your fucking credit card?
We're
No,
going to digitize these transactions.
you're going to have to get up, and these aisleways are like you have this much room to walk across
Right.
to
Right.
pay
I
with
know,
your
man.
credit card.
Yeah.
What if you have beers and hot dogs? Nachos, the nacho hat, like Homer. I mean,
Right.
it's like I don't get
I'm
it.
not sure what the benefit of why they're changing to that, because I agree with you. I went to a baseball game last summer and it was like that, and it was like you could tell the beer sales as far as the dudes like walking up, and which is part of the game. Because there's guys that I've known my whole life that have their own call for the Bud Light. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And those guys, there was maybe a third of them because there was not enough transactions to
Yeah.
warrant having a swarm of those dudes going up and down
Last
the aisles.
dance is here, man.
I think they're called hawkers. I want to
Party
say
started.
that's an old school term.
For some reason, they always seem cool,
Yeah.
or at least maybe not everywhere, but there's always some cool ones, and they do better, they excel if they have personality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and my cousin worked his way up to hot dog. They start you at peanut. Peanut sucks. Nobody wants the
Right.
unshelled peanuts.
Right.
It's like peanut, popcorn, ice cream, soda, hot dog, or something like that was the order of food. If you're under 21, you can't sell the beer side of it. So, yeah, my cousin worked his way up to hot dog. He did that for a few years. He did pretty damn good.
One of the coolest experiences I ever had, in my very early 20s was I moved from Baton Rouge over to Tallahassee, and I needed, I was working different, odd jobs, and I got this hot dog vendor, independent contractor gig with the stadium for the Bethune-Cookman College and Florida A&M, University, Florida A&M,
Yeah.
agriculture and mechanical, I think it is, university. So both of those are black colleges. So 95% of all of the audience was African American, was persons of color. And man, I was just humming around there with the hot dog, gig, hot dog, hot dog, hot dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, over there. I mean, that was a lucrative night, but
Yeah.
it was
They get all wasted and they want to show off and give you a big tip.
No, there was never any tips. Never.
Oh,
I
funny
don't know
enough,
why, but they're just
I used to sell hot dogs at the local bingo parlors when I was like a young teen.
yeah.
And that was always
That's trippy.
an eclectic mix of people at the bingo parlors. The
I can
Knights of
imagine.
Columbus and the Catholic Church.
Oh,
both had
the good nights.
KSC, dude. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
A rough bunch in there for the old bingo. And they'd be requesting, like, they'd want 2 hot dogs and 1 bun. I remember one woman was losing it. Big lady,
Yeah.
large woman.
Oh, yeah.
And she didn't believe she should pay double the cost. She should pay like 50 cents more for the extra dog because she doesn't want the bun. I was like, no, it doesn't work that way.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hopefully it ended amicably. If that's the
Yeah.
way to
No, it
say
did.
that
She
word.
understood.
Yeah.
I mean, but nobody counted anything. I was like guarding the hot dogs like I was guarding fucking Fort Knox gold. But they just gave me a shitload of hot dogs that said sell them. Nobody was like keeping tabs on anything, And,
Yeah.
but it was Catholic stuff, so they
That
expected.
one night that I just mentioned was a very memorable night. It was just as cool as hell. And I gave up the opportunity to make another $50, $60, $70 because I got tired of selling hot dogs and wanted to watch the end of the game. It was a good game. And, I don't remember who won, but it was fun to watch. Big gathering.
Yeah, Spud, see, that might be true. They're probably harder for the guys to snake a few bucks.
Yeah. I mean, that's through all of the entrepreneurial activities of all of the small businesses in the United States, and the retail, a lot of the retail activity as well. There are all types of mechanisms in place to avoid taxes, and I don't know, people want a certain amount of risk. It's just part of how the deal works. I mean, when I was running my pool service and remodeling business, every time cash came out from that customer's wallet, it's like, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'll take that cash.
Yeah,
that will not be showing on my.
I know people used to know a bunch of different people who own retail establishments, and when I'd go in for a big purchase of whatever liquor store or something like that, I'd be like, let's not worry about the nickels and dimes. Don't enter it. Just pocket the money. They don't have to scan everything.
Right. They
don't. A couple dollars here and there.
Yeah.
Interesting. I see who it is. Okay. All right. Here. Yeah. You're backlit, so the sun threw me off. And the name. All right. Here we go.
Hello,
Mr.
gentlemen.
Lee Howells. Wow. Without the spectacles, huh?
Yeah. Oh, they're right here.
Okay. Just in case.
Yeah. How are you all?
Good.
Good. Hi.
Good.
Hope you're doing good. Well.
Oh yeah, it's bank holiday here, so we've had Friday. We got Friday off and Monday as well.
Right.
What?
Monday too, man.
Yeah,
4 days.
yeah.
We paid.
What for-
And to make it even better, Manchester's been sunny today. It's great. It's
a miracle.
so it's lovely weather. Yeah.
So,
even better.
Even better. It froze up.
Even better,
Froze up.
Cup final, so we go to the final, which is brilliant.
Nice.
So that's cool.
You went to the what?
Yeah. That was.
Oh my! You're in and out, Lee.
So
You're in and out.
which is
I'm not sure what your signal's doing, but
Yeah, you're bouncing around a little
you're
there.
buffering and
Liverpool
bouncing.
beat Manchester City in the FA Cup semi-final. So we're in the final now. So
you are Liverpool supporter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is why I'm drinking out of my mug today. Liverpool. I've had this since I was 7 years old.
That's awesome.
I think I told you, once I lose about another 25 pounds or so, I can fit into my Manchester City double X large, I know I'm harassing, shirt that I bought. And, I put, I even put on the back, who's the player's name? Cipher this. So
cool.
it's all ready to
cool.
go. But I mean, I put it on. It's like, well, this double X large is like a European double X large. It's not an American double X.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Hayden sent me a trigger warning shirt, in double XL, and I was like, yeah, this thing's nice.
This is great.
Nice. It's like a medium, right?
I have to grow into it.
I know.
Shrink into it.
I went when I was cruising once in the Caribbean.
You were
I
cruising?
got on a cruise with a girlfriend.
Okay.
To the Caribbean, and went in. Triple X large. Oh, this Hawaiian shirt will fit me great. I get back, and I mean, I literally, it came to right here. It's like, wait, this is not a triple X large. So,
real quick, speaking of cruising,
Asian rim triple
there
X
he
large.
is.
Hey, Cypher.
Yes.
Speaking about ladies, made any moves then on this lady you were talking about?
She went on thanks for asking. She went on a cruise with her sister. Speaking of cruising, probably a Caribbean cruise. So she's been out of the district, for the last about 4 or 5 days. I'll look for her when she gets back.
Right, okay.
Thank you for asking.
Too.
I am, I'm having, it's like every now and then the neurons fire in a way that says sexuality is good. It might happen. It might happen.
Yeah, supposedly a guy just jumped off. Another person jumped willingly off of a cruise ship. So,
oh no,
hopefully that wasn't her. That was out of Florida too.
Every now and then you get the little crime horror stories of cruise.
I guess it's like an attractive nuisance, like a bridge.
The old attractive nuisance ordinances. Yes, sir.
Yep.
You know about that. Yeah.
I wish I was. I don't mind being a nuisance, and I would.
I would
definitely deal with being an attractive nuisance.
I used to be an attractive nuisance, but now I'm just a fat,
just a nuisance.
Fat dude.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see you guys.
Hello.
How you doing, man?
Good evening.
You're not really last.
Do you want to divulge where you are?
I am in secret location north of Chicago.
Okay. We could just say Chicago.
Yes, I will be
appearing. None of our business.
I will be appearing in a hostage video against this background in another few hours.
I was going to say, it looked like you were sitting sideways on a toilet, and it was like the shower curtain behind you. And I didn't want to offend you because I thought, well, maybe he got to a different part of his house and he's really wanting to make it look nice.
I'm so easily offended. No, I'm visiting my sister.
That's nice.
Chicago, yeah.
Yeah,
good for you.
I think you're lying, but even greater.
Okay.
Does she know what you're up to?
It depends on how much detail.
Well, I mean, like here on the live stream with the
Yes, I fessed up.
Oh, cool.
I don't fess. I have to get back to the hotel and live stream with my buddies.
Right on.
Oh,
yeah, my conversation is not so scintillating that she can't live without it. Unlike you guys, right?
Oh. I know I can't live without
That's
your
what my last wife said.
Whatever you said conversation. It was more than 2 syllables, so lost count.
Well, go get some beer,
Uh-oh.
McGrandy,
I
and
mean,
get your ass on
You
here.
have to walk for beer.
That's all right.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's going to take a while, you
I
know.
assume he
Come on,
means
hurry up,
farther
hurry
than
up.
than the refrigerator.
I think he meant, he told us it was like 30 minutes. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Take yours a little stroll in Florida.
I
Sure.
celebrated a little Easter early this afternoon myself.
Oh,
Had
yes.
the family over.
The old-
Oh, that sounds nice.
What's
Oh,
left
did you?
of them? Only
I
two.
think I was wondering, are you doing anything, Steve, tomorrow with your extended family?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I figured. I was wondering if you were going to even have a show tonight, but I guess the everything's happening tomorrow.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's understandable. I mean, it's not a funny deal in a lot of ways. I mean, because the mores, the symbolism, the spiritual pathways, the folkways, the culture. There's nothing wrong with the overall culture of a spiritual path that takes one through the Catholic faith, and that has to be acknowledged when moving into the years of further and further maturation.
Yeah.
And I am jabbering on, so I'll shut up.
It's all right. Hey, Aphid, you going to go to church tomorrow?
No, I'm a little caught up in the part of the Bible that he has this special bunny, deliver these eggs and stuff across the land.
Yeah.
And
The bunny.
So you're going to a church Easter egg hunt, huh?
I decided to sleep in remembrance of how hard that bunny's going to work.
Holy bunny.
That's a good point. What does it symbolize? Is it to do with new life? Is that what it's about? What does it symbolize?
I don't know.
I think the bunny has to do with children and it's a connection for the kids,
children and coursing. You just send the greyhounds out after it.
I think we all understand the overall meaning of that, but where did it come from?
Yeah.
Like, does it have any kind of religious?
Yeah,
link?
There's the symbolisms follow all types of pathways.
Are you sure it isn't like some pagan thing that was merged into the Christian holiday?
Right, yeah.
That's the most likely
pathways-
candidate.
the
That's the
pathways
most likely candidate.
are wonderful to follow when you go through the various, what's the right word?
Faiths?
Iterations and faiths of spirituality. It's all spirituality and human development, and it's just every now and then it goes awry, And
Okay, everyone. On three, we say Om.
Yes, strong.
1, 2, 3. Om.
Sectarian.
Do you guys have any of you ever seen the movie Zeitgeist?
No, I haven't.
It's new life and rebirth. That's what the Easter eggs are
pieces
for.
of it.
I don't
You've
know.
seen pieces of
Represent life
Zeitgeist?
and rebirth.
Of
Doesn't
course,
ring a bell.
yeah. I
New
mean,
life
like
and rebirth. Okay.
it was such like a
Yeah.
a thing. Like what, a little over 10 years ago, probably
Longer,
10
but
years ago.
I'm really surprised you other three haven't heard or seen Zeitgeist.
I don't know.
It was a big thing.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. It's really
How
good.
could you not, right? At a time, 10, 15 years ago, whenever it was seemingly everywhere. But
I don't remember it.
What's its main thematic development and plot?
well, part of it is the obvious basis for a lot of Christian beliefs being earlier pagan beliefs and the carryover of various different symbols and other things like that. That was one part of it. Another part of it did go into 9/11. It was a various.
Really? 9/11.
Yeah,
I mean, it brought in Islam at all, or did it mess with Islam?
yeah, you should check
Leave
it
it
out.
alone.
I have to
Oh,
say,
Yeah. I mean,
It's a documentary?
Got to be careful.
documentary.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
say
like
Islam, don't
documentary
say
style.
It's kind
Yeah,
of
it's really
with the heavy narration, like a deep.
He's very heavy
Yeah.
narration.
You think it's
That's
on
kind of what
Netflix,
pushes me off
Amazon?
every time I watch it. I can only take it for so long, and then I'm like,
Right.
I wish
Do
I
you
had
think
different
it's on
presentation.
Amazon or Netflix right now?
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, it was on YouTube for
Oh,
free
YouTube.
always.
YouTube.
So.
No, no kidding.
Well, just one momento, and I'll be right back. You
It's like
carry on.
2 hours, but yeah, go for it.
Well, I mean, I'll
Are
stay.
we getting excited about Lips?
Yeah.
Yeah, that music that was the score for that
The
intro.
trailer?
Yeah, for the trailer.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
man, yeah. I hope that
Intriguing.
works throughout Lips. If they've got
What's this
somebody
about?
that's
What's this about?
My
it's
last
a
name.
black
Yeah.
octopus
Hayden
It's,
decided to finally make a movie about my last name.
It's the next Hayden Hewitt movie.
It's part of the third movie of Hayden's recent trilogy. They're not connected, but he's doing these short
Right.
movies, and this will be
Short
the third one.
Making the shorts.
This one's
gonna
like
make-
more,
you
I
know,
think, more like longer and has like
build up the
reputable
build it
has
up.
British
James Dreyfus.
actors.
Who's a somewhat better known actor than
He's
He's maybe.
Richard's
Had you
brother.
heard of him, Lee? James
What? Sorry?
Dreyfus. Lee, have you heard of James
No.
Dreyfus, the actor?
No.
He's not
No, I
that
haven't.
big.
I've heard of him.
I'm pretty sure.
It's
I'm
not.
pretty sure he's on every subway car that goes through the station.
They don't
His-
call them
his
subway
big old-
cars.
Are you
He's a
talking about?
moron? It's the tube.
You're talking
No, that's
about
Boston.
what about Bob? Is
That's
James-
Richard Dreyfus.
Yeah, that's
Richard
true.
Dreyfus, yeah.
He looks like a lot like
What?
me.
Wait, I'm lost here. What?
Julie
Who is
Louis
James
Dreyfus.
I've never
James
heard of
Dreyfus is the lead in the movie Lips,
Oh,
Right.
well,
Hayden's new movie.
I'm
And,
aghast that I fail to understand that. So
and funnily enough, when James Dreyfus first was interacting with Hayden on Twitter, I said to him, "I really liked you, and what about Bob?" But I got no response. I was trying to be kind of funny and bust his chops a little, but I'm sure Hayden was probably like, "Oh, that's just Smokesteve. Ignore that.
Ignore him. Just like I do.
Right. Yeah, that's correct. He does ignore us. But he pays for the thing here, so that's good enough.
Yeah, super.
Let's see here. What do we got going on in the chat? Anything interesting?
Hey, did I miss the
Lies.
Aphid Lip minute?
No.
Seems like you have some real fans of the old Aphid Lip Minute over here.
Well, I mean, in case you guys haven't,
Well,
noticed,
that's-
Cup of
it's
Tea has been my biggest
historical.
fan for years
right,
now.
historical.
So, I mean, he cannot get enough of me, and it's a little uncomfortable, you know.
Well, he's already
Right.
commented on it. I'm behind the times.
I see. He said, "Can we get rid of it?" Okay, not a fan.
Historically, I have had some
It's a
great
lie.
nemesis, nemesis plural nemesis. But yeah, I haven't had a good nemesis, in a long while. I mean, briefly a scuffle, chat scuffle,
I was
but
going to say,
you know.
you have
just
a
a
nemesis.
yeah, no, not
Well,
really.
I mean,
That was a brief chat scuffle, and I just disengaged.
Yeah.
But and not a true, hating stalker or anything like that. I don't think I've ever had that.
You mean not like the lively quality nemesis
Yeah.
where you
Well,
locked in Mortal Kombat forever?
I mean, I had a couple of guys when I don't know how many of you remember that really, just extremely over the top emotional video that I made about having somebody outside monitoring me. I know that happened. It did happen. It wasn't my imagination. It could have come from a few different sources. It might not have been live leak, but when I did it, I did it in such a way that I lost my temper and I was red faced and making an ass of myself on live leak on a Usay. And where's my story going? Yeah, somebody made, they spent probably 1 to 2 hours making an incredibly innovative, sarcastic, meme generating GIF generated mockery of me.
GIF.
Yeah, when they GIF, you're right. GIF. I'll go with GIF. And what I did was I went to the site where they had created it, and I told them that this user was violating their terms of service. So this person's 2 hours of mocking, stalking of me was negated. They deleted the video, and
You're kidding. You Karen'd him out?
I carried him out. Shit, I grokked that motherfucker out. You spend 2 hours fucking with my head. I'll spend about 15 minutes with administrators making sure that
So you went to you like saw where it was made or something, and went to that place where it was hosted or something, and had them remove it.
Yeah, I mean, it was fucked up. What they were doing was just, I mean, it was the most radical, mocking, derisive, disrespectful shit that you've ever seen. I said, fuck this asshole.
I've had numerous homoerotic airbrushed pictures of me doing different things with hate.
Right. Oh, no.
Some of them were really high quality.
Oh.
I believe I can remember some of those.
I can almost tell you who did that. Almost. I can't guarantee it, but
I'm sure I would be shocked.
One of the primary usual.
I would have never have
that
guessed.
person. But anyway, it's all part of the live leak.
The guy with the animal rights username.
I have to go.
What was it? Save the whales.
I might have had different nemesis.
I don't think he had the
I had different
artistic ability to pull one of those off.
Oh, so you think
I'm thinking
else?
this is more of a Australian breed guy.
It's like there's a point where it's like, you're dealing with the adults now. You don't get to just go full juvenile. You just don't get to do it. Let's bring it back at least to some level of
a lot of obsessive compulsive people met in live leak. And
have you ever met somebody online that you wanted to spend time like if you didn't like them, you wanted to spend time finding them and saying more stuff to them?
No,
you never had that.
The opposite.
I have.
If I don't like you, I want to avoid you. I don't want to. I don't want you around me. Well, why would I go track you down?
I better not say what I was going to say. Yep, never mind.
It
never happened. Never said it. Never happened.
You started
certainly a bit of an obsessive behavior. Definitely tracking.
It's weird. It's bizarre, man.
Okay, here's a question. What if one tracks in order to center oneself spiritually and never does anything to the person that they're tracking? Never, what's it called? Never divulges that person's details to anybody else, and just wants to be centered and know what their relationship is with that other person.
No,
are you saying? Yeah.
I'll admit to doing that.
I don't want to tell you my honest opinion, because it is. I like you, and it would be uncomfortable.
That's a bit of a hint.
Say it. You think it's creepy?
Let's say if it was no matter what sex it was, a guy or girl.
I just want to waste my time. Why would you want to waste your time? That's the thing. It's too short anyway.
When I was in my professional career, especially white collar, every now and then I'd be picking up the phone with the client, and the client would be in the wrong, and the client would start screaming at me. I mean, screaming at me about, and this isn't a professional setting. This isn't social anything. It's not any of the live leak related stuff. This is in my career, white collar, doing professional services for clients. If I get a client screaming at me and cursing at me, I'm going to look up that client and see, okay, is there something that I'm doing that's making this happen? Or is this just a psychopathic type person, or
of course
sociopathic person?
It's just,
I've done the same thing to agree. Every now and then I get into these rowdy shit fests with online people. And it's like, if I can determine enough details, I can find them. And then I go, okay, now I'm going to look at them. And then when I look, I go, okay, now I'm centered. The word is doxed that I was looking for. I've never done a doxing, and I've never done a hate mail or a female.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Answer the door.
That looks like Lee.
Are you at a hotel?
Just me.
Last dance?
No.
You're still at your sis's?
Yeah.
Cool. Can you drink there?
None of our business.
Oh, you're not
making you nervous?
No. I'm wondering, is she a teetotaler, or
Can you
be yourself, have a few glasses of rum?
This is a discreet man, and we need to respect his discretion.
So you're in a, like, your sister is in another room of the building you're in right now?
I'm going to be back in a
She's
sec.
right
My
over
daughter
there.
just needs me.
Oh.
Back in a second.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy. No problem.
Do you find it weird? Do you find that you garden the words that are coming out of your mouth, or does she know you just the same way? And this is who you are?
I usually keep it pretty clean.
Well, yeah, no, I don't mean that. I just mean just anything with your opinions or anything like you.
No. What?
I feel like I would be uncomfortable, like if my, well, not my brother, but I guess, yeah, a sibling. I guess it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Well, I haven't considered doing it. I'll have to see if this doesn't. Perhaps this will not go over well.
The rum?
No, my talking.
Okay,
You're talking. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad she sounds
much more light there. We get to see like every wrinkle and cheekbone.
He's very smooth.
Sorry about that.
He's a very young man, smooth face.
Maybe I should have some sort of a gauzy filter.
Would
Well,
you
good
mind
lighting.
turning the lights down?
I have a suntan filter on. I don't know if you guys know that or not. But yeah, on what's it called? Snap camera. I have a snap camera suntan filter on. If I were to take that away, you'd see a pasty, much fatter looking old face.
Okay.
No comment.
How do you?
Out of what?
How do you? I mean, I don't. You don't look tan to me. How do you know it's working?
Really pale without it, Mike.
Okay, you want to see me without it. Okay, it's
It's
obvious
just
that you're
mild.
curious. Okay, let's see if I can take it away.
Yeah, I would never guess that you have a filter on.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey, grab
okay,
some
here you
ears.
go,
Let's
here
go.
you go. See,
Let's
see,
pop
there
this
you
thing
go.
off.
See? Now
Got
I'm
one
looking
eye.
like I normally look. This is the normal me.
There you go.
Yep. I'm glad you turned the filter off.
Yes, sir. Here we go.
I left the room for like 30 seconds. What's happened?
This is so much better.
Yeah,
Thank you.
he took a
Yeah,
pill.
thank you. I feel I'm comfortable in my skin now.
He's
You
decided to
have
go
a-
into politics.
You have
That's
a
right.
you have
I'm
a little
ready.
bit of a John Wayne Gacy feel.
Exactly.
I know.
You're the reason people are
I
scared
feel
of
like
clowns.
toppled. I feel like toppled now.
Wait. Go back about 10 minutes and tell us again
we're
about how
gonna
you
go. I'm going to summer
look at
camp.
people.
Hug you guys.
Let's keep it on the normal. It's fine. I like that. Very, very good.
Okay, I'm going to feed the cats and get some more vodka. I'll be back.
Yeah. So, Lee, earlier you had mentioned Easter over there in the UK. Obviously celebrated with the same level of excitement as us over here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Easter egg hunts for the children. Yeah, and of course it's bank holiday as well, so it's a big weekend for barbecues and family getting together. And well, barbecues weather pending, but definitely I almost have like a similar to a Christmas dinner. Everyone comes to one person's house, and so we're going to my mother-in-law's and on Monday, and there'll be a big dinner, and all the family are coming. So yeah,
Sure.
so yeah, it's quite a big thing. Yeah.
Can you do me a favor and describe like the barbecue you guys would have over there? I'm really curious, seriously. Like a typical barbecue, like even the vegetables. What do you guys do?
So vegetables, well, yeah, fried onions, I guess, and peppers and stuff, but lots of salad. And then there'll be burgers, hot dogs, then various meats on a stick, whether that's chicken and chorizo or lamb stick.
Lamb stick? Oh, you left.
Yeah, so probably just the same as you guys.
Sounds similar. Lee, we're having some issues with your connectivity. You're a little
like you're skipping.
Am I here now?
You're here and then you're gone.
Video's going. Your video's
I'll get this sorted out. Yeah,
I just got I want to hear you, Lee, but I just can't. I got speaking of the internet though, we just got the fiber optics. Like they came and like dug a bunch of holes like up and down our street for like a month, it seemed like, and there was mud everywhere. But anyway, they had a tent out last Saturday, and they were all handing out, free waters and stuff. And Last Dance knows how I can't pass up a free sample.
Absolutely. I'll bet you went back 5 or 6 times.
I did. I kept wearing different. That's why I
Exactly.
shaved. This I went there with the full beard, but then I went
Yeah.
home and I shaved and I went
Yeah.
back like this.
I can see it.
But anyway, so we ended up getting the the fiber optics, and they gave us HBO Max or whatever. You guys have that?
No.
It's pretty good, man. I gotta be honest. There's
Okay,
a lot of
well.
movies and stuff on there.
Oh, but you can get Curb Your Enthusiasm on there, right?
I bet I could. Whatever. I think pretty much everything that's ever been played on HBO.
Hey,
is
let
on
me
there.
ask you this: Did they give you a special modem for the fiber optic?
Yes, because I got my old modem still because we got to cancel it,
Yeah.
And
So
it's
here's
a
a
totally
little
new thing. Yeah, tell me.
Here's the trick with the fiber optic is
Oh, yeah?
that's usually a proprietary modem, and you're going to be paying a fee month to month for that. Just having the modem, that's part of it.
Right. I went
it's-
over the whole. We're actually saving money, and we got the
There you
free
go.
HBO thing because we were paying like
Max.
90 something, or we were paying $96
Yeah.
for what we had, and with everything, and they promise that it won't go up in 12 months, but if it does, it does. Whatever, we'll look at something else then. But overall, we saved money, and we got like twice the speed.
That's cool.
And we got free HBO Max out of the deal. So
Nice.
that's
Well,
pretty cool.
you look clearer than ever.
I know. That's what I was hoping.
Are you using the HD cam?
I believe so. I don't know if the settings are on HD. Let me see.
It looks really clear.
Does it?
Yeah. So I got access. There was an extra TV.
Oh no, I'm not. Wait, hold on. It's gonna go high def here with a click of a button.
If I had a TV, right, like an extra one, I want to be like Aphid Jr. or Aphid like XL. Could I run it out of the? There's a HDMI port
Yes.
on the side.
Yes.
If I ran that from here to the TV.
Yes.
Could I simultaneously have it on the lap and the TV?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tell that whatever once you hook it up with that HDMI cable. And I'll tell you this: do you have any of those 5 and Below stores in your area?
Oh yeah.
Okay, go to one of those because they got the HDMI cables for $5. Well, they might be like $6 now because everybody's like changing their prices. But anyway,
Right.
it's like 10 feet or it's longer. I think it's 12 feet maybe. There'll be plenty of room because that's what I end up. It's one of the longest ones you can get, and it's only like $5 or $6. And those
That's
HDMI cables don't get the
Gold ones.
yeah, that's retarded.
Shielded wire, all
Right.
that.
My
shit.
eyes are so bad I could like 280K or whatever would be fine with me.
Now I wonder, can I run one of my tabs on the Edge browser
Yes.
on that monitor?
Oh wait, so you got a laptop, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so once you hook it up, it'll say recognize second screen. Do you want to mirror?
As long as your video card can output the 2 monitors.
Two
probably-
it should if it's a
it
laptop.
probably can. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Trust
mean,
me, man. Some of these, like, I got broken down, beat up old stuff, and it's gonna
We're not
work
calling
just
you a
as well.
liar yet.
It's got Ryzen 5, whatever Ryzen 5 is. It's a sticker.
It's just the type of the graphics card that's in there.
Oh,
I think
wow,
that's
look
the
at you.
CPU.
Oh yeah, the Ryzen 5.
AMD
Okay. Right.
Ryzen CPU.
Yeah.
And it's got Radeon.
The Radeon is the graphics card.
There you go.
That's the graphics card, yeah.
And this bad boy gets the job done.
Yeah,
Hayden,
because
Hayden was like, you want to do the pub, huh? And I was like, yeah, I already bought a laptop. And he's like, all right, it's yours. I was like, I've been doing shit on my phone up to that point. And I was like, you know what? Even if I'm not doing the pub, fuck that phone bullshit, man. Like, tablets are similar to a phone. You might as well just make the jump,
So you used to use the phone to
Never when I had the pub, but when Hayden first did the pub, like when he would have call-ins and stuff, and he had open line, I was on my phone for all of that. Then I bought the laptop, and that's when I started the pub.
That sounds painful.
The phone thing?
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, you see almost everybody that tries
What
to
made
use
you
your
want
phone
to do
here.
it, Steve?
What's that?
What
Lee,
made you want to do it?
Well, I just didn't want it to end. And essentially him and Graham were like, we're going to end this thing. And I said,
yeah.
fuck it, dude. I'll keep it going. I don't know anything about this sort of thing, but I would be happy to take it over. And yeah,
good
he
on
said,
you.
fine.
Yeah.
That's when he
Yeah.
went on the last one they did. He said, and the answer came to me in the form of Smokesteve. And I was like, holy shit, he's giving it to me live. This is crazy.
Oh, he didn't tell you he was going to let you do it until that moment?
We had a conversation,
Oh.
but he really kind of let it. He didn't implicitly say it was
Rubber
mine.
stamped
And
it.
yeah, and then he gave me the whole tutorial, and then I forgot it for like 3 months. Every time I'd start the pub, no audio, video was off, something was fucked up. I could not get it right. And, even just the editing the comments to insert the link was a pain in the ass. Like, it's all been a learning curve. But funny enough, like, Graham did some of the helping with me too. They were both like very good at like saying like, all right, he'll figure this out on his own. And they sort of just were like good teachers in the fact that they never loomed over me. They never like watched. I fucked up. There was porn. There were dicks on the screen. There was cocks and gay sex and shit.
It was on theirs too. It was on theirs too.
They only ever laughed and said, "That's funny as shit, dude. No problem. Whatever." No one ever fucking cared. Like, that's such a great attitude to have.
He's set goals to where he wanted to be kicked off of YouTube or kicked off of Facebook,
Yeah.
So I don't think he's worried that you're gonna, get him in trouble in some way.
Exactly. Okay, anybody can give our boy a hand. He wants to join us.
I can't tell him without more details. I mean
you got to obviously the start is settings, but yeah.
You would think. Well, you'd think when it when it would ask him, it would say, "Can we allow access to your microphone?"
Something like
But
that.
if you didn't, whatever program, if it's YouTube or StreamYard, if you got an app for that or whatever, go into your app settings of your phone and give it permission that way. You could do it that way.
all
That's
right,
the best
Tesla.
advice I could tell you.
Not bad. Tesla's rolling.
But I thought Biscuit had a computer.
Yeah, but he's saying the microphone won't work
On his phone.
But I didn't think he used a phone.
He didn't. He doesn't usually.
Yeah, you're right. Huh. Maybe he's
I
chilling.
know this.
Maybe
silly,
he's
but,
visiting his
I
sisters.
Maybe
got caught out by
this.
this once, and I found that I stupid had my volume right down. What a stupid schoolboy error to make. But you never know. Try skip because it might, maybe you've accidentally turned it to silent or something.
Maybe that's
Probably
a
isn't
good
that,
possibility
but-
too.
Now, look on the side of
There's
my
about 100 possibilities.
There's a little switch on the side of my microphone. It's really hard to even understand what it's there for, but sometimes it's a switch that has like a circle with a line, and then another circle. It's like a 3-position switch. I don't know what the hell that's about.
It's probably if you turn that to that center with the line, it probably won't pick up your voice, so you can
All
control.
right, let's try it. Am I here?
Oh, it's different. Okay, switch it to the other one.
Lower volume.
Here we go. And then the left. How about that?
Louder.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what that is, Smokesteve.
Yeah, in the middle again. And back where we started.
That's the best.
Yeah, the one where you started.
Okay.
Now, what that is changing the pattern of the audio that's getting picked up by.
Okay.
So, like, this microphone only has one setting because it's cheap, but like it's only picking up like it's supposed to only pick up what's in this general. So, if you got a lot of background noise, it won't pick it up.
Unidirectional.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what that's doing.
I see.
So I'm creating a greater
Well, you probably, if somebody's on the other side of you, like if you're talking to somebody and you switch it to that middle, it would pick their voice up better.
Yes, I like it. All right, cool.
That's just what I'm getting. That's my guess.
Well, you're probably right, man. Cool. Now I know, and I've never switched it from what it's been on because it always seemed.
Yeah,
good,
you don't need to.
Right, leave it alone. Right.
Unless you like interview somebody cool.
Or if I had ever a second person here on the pub, which doesn't seem like it's ever going to happen, unfortunately. But,
oh, it's too bad.
Yeah,
I get that.
Well, I mean, I have one good buddy who comes and visits every once in a while, and when he does, I don't do this because it's not his scene, you know.
Sure. Oh yeah, I get that. I'm not doing it with my buddies either.
But his main thing is like, yeah, if somebody saw me on there, I'm like, cannabis is legal in this state, yeah, and we're drinking beers, and we're smart. We're never going to get in a car. We've got a fridge with like 100 beers in it and a fucking ounce of dope. We're not going anywhere. Like, we're being good guys. But like, he still thinks like, no, dude, I don't want anyone to know, you know, even though everyone knows already. I don't know. It's bizarre.
Is it still? How long has it been legal there?
3 years, going on 4.
3-4 years, and still it has that stigma where it's like
Well,
a lesser or a negative.
It isn't though, because I know this guy. Everyone at his place of employment knows that he's the stoner.
No, I don't mean him. I'm just saying the general population. Like, he feels threatened enough from the general pop. You know, like it's still like the overall sense of like is there people that if you were smoking and somebody saw you, they would look down on you?
Yeah, there's still that. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
3-4 years. I wonder how long it will take for that to go away, or if it will ever go away.
Probably never, I would say.
You think even like a generation?
It's like that here as well. It's like
How long has it been legal there?
Oh, nowhere. No, not legal.
Where?
Oh,
Not in the UK. But you
yeah.
still.
Well, I understand that.
It's
It's legal.
But people,
if it's illegal,
people still
I understand
kind of
people-
look down at you if you smoke it. They still kind of like, well, you know, what, he smokes weed sort of thing. But,
Stoner, dude.
Right.
Yeah, let me-
Stance,
where's
have you
my
ever
car?
smoked? Have you ever smoked? Have you ever smoked, Stance?
Last Dance, he's asking
guys.
if you
Oh,
ever
no.
smoked. No, he's never smoked.
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What's
I
going
was
on?
distracted by LDG's eyes. It always,
What's up, dude?
whenever
Going
space
on?
aliens come into my presence, I get distracted.
He's the T-Pain.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, LDG? Oh God.
Yeah, that's pretty
And much.
cool, bro.
Hanging out.
Good ass software you have there. It looks awesome, dude. Very cool. Good sound too.
I've been working hard the last couple of weeks, getting every little bit of juice out of my PC, man, and
Hey,
it's been driving me crazy.
That's
that
cool.
reminds me.
Is that a build you did at
Should
home,
like
or
him.
did you buy it all pre-assembled, put together type?
Oh
thing?
no, it's a pre-build. It's custom.
Custom. Yeah,
I'm
very
gonna get
nice.
Yeah.
a drink. I'll be right
That's
back.
the way to go.
Always
man.
custom. Always custom.
You get ripped off if you buy something over at fucking Staples or whatever. Like
You get ripped off if you buy something not knowing what the hell you're buying. Sometimes you'll find a good machine at Best Buy, but it's like the diamond in the rough. You got to find it. But yeah, most of the shit is crap.
I get like Dell Optiplexes that some business got rid of, but it's actually still a pretty good computer, and I can get it for like $100
Because like the Lenovo,
because I'm a cheap bastard. And then I'll put a graphics card in it and ram it up.
And how do you
'Cause
clean
I'm
it
cheap.
all out? Like, how do you get everything so it's a blank, where you're getting the full capacity, like clearing everything?
Basically, it's like a gun. I think that would be the best analogy for everyone here. You literally have to take it a piece by piece apart and clean every piece. That's step one. And I've done that 3 times in the past year and a half. This computer has been since I had it,
Yes.
since I built it.
I'm laughing at random goons.
Yeah, I just
Sorry.
take a can. I just
Sorry.
take a can of air
Yeah, there's some
and I
random-
just spray that
Sorry.
shit out real good, and then I,
Mhm.
and then it's pretty
Yeah,
much
no, I
good to
mean,
go.
get some isopropyl alcohol and be rubbing every single metal tooth on your video card, your RAM, the whole 9 yards. Clean her out completely. Get a toothbrush if you have to, and God help you if you actually smoke in front of your computer. Sorry, smoke.
All right, or have
Yeah.
cats and dogs.
So,
Cat-
Aphid,
cat-
how do you
cat
know
dander.
it's not like half full of whatever the business's fucking crap like data was, and that like now you're all bogged down with their
Well,
shit? Do they?
computers, once you get messing with them, there's really only like a handful of things that really are parts. You know what I'm saying? And the main one is the hard drive. So if it's clean, or you get another hard drive, I mean, the hard drives now are like $50 for like a super fast hard drive, and you're gonna want to put that in there anyway, and then just put some Windows on it, and you're good to go. You know,
Hard
I mean,
drive.
You
Windows.
buy the officially licensed Windows and pay the.
no, well, there's a sticker on
Who
old.
does?
There's a like the sticker that if you get like what I do, I go and offices will keep a computer for like 3 years, and they'll get somebody in that building got a really good computer. You know what I'm saying? And it's got a good processor. It's got slots for good RAM and that type of thing. And sometimes even a power supply, which is one of the only other things you need to worry about on a computer. And then they sell it, and then you take it, and it's got a little sticker on the back of it that says what version or the Windows ID number, and you can download Windows 10 on any hard drive if you have that number, and you just type it into the little thing
Exactly,
and
Gooner.
download.
No kidding, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I would say today all you really need is if you have a PC and you want to extend the life of your computer and be safe, just make sure you have a good antivirus, a good ad blocker, and a good cleaner program like BleachBit.
Or just there's so many cloud stuff now, the like stuff that you don't want to get rid of, just put on that cloud, and then if something happens to your computer, you just slap another piece in that fixes it and download the thing that you lost.
If you have your own cloud, I totally agree. I flinch at putting anything on a public cloud.
Well, I don't put anything on public. I don't use my clouds at all. I use like little finger drives and shit like that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if you were, just didn't want to worry about it, it's not like I don't use them because I don't trust them. I don't care what I put on there. I don't have, something sensitive like that I'd want. But anyway, yeah. So you can just use that cloud shit, and
The old cloud shit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't do anything on this laptop. I am like YouTube and StreamYard. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't have email hooked up to it. I don't have, anything. So it's
Not a lot of people do that, though.
That's my means of defense with this thing, because I only use it for, surfing. Although I do go to one slightly off color, maybe not looked upon too cleanly by general members of society website, and it's not porn, but it's sort of like a live leak type place, which we've talked about before. And by the way, it's come back. It's back.
I saw that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can say the name, right? Or do we shy away from the name?
I don't think you have any reason not to say the name.
I think you're the only one.
You say the name.
You're the only one that ever thinks twice about it.
Leakedreality.com.
I think that's what it's called. I'm not sure.
Yeah, leaked reality.
You just have it bookmarked.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, tell me this. I'll put you in a real uncomfortable situation there, Smokesteve. What do you go to more? Do you go to Item Fix more, or do you go to Leaked Reality more?
I'm not going to say much about Leaked Reality, but I will sadly admit I haven't been to Item Fix in a few months.
Not since the last time you kicked on an old live leak link thing and it brought you into it.
Yeah. No, I have the Item Fix as a bookmark, but I just don't go.
I think that place is doing good. I haven't been there in a while, but
it is.
I feel like it seemed like it was doing way better than I was thinking it was going to do.
Oh, he's got like 50 to over 100,000 views per video. So
yeah.
I have a quick question. LDG, do you do your own modding of the Snap Camera, app to create like the eyes that you've got? And is that Snap Camera and you're creating the mod yourself? Because I can't find that anywhere in what's available, through just, logging in and Snap Camera. It doesn't appear. And yet looks like what you're using.
Yes. SnapCam has a, what do you call it? Like a builder program. You have to go to the website and download it separately, and you can create your own skins. Okay. I do not. I just use the ones I find.
I see. So it does have a whole bunch of modded stuff that's not in.
Thousands, like it's
Right.
a whole
Okay.
shitload. Yeah,
I want that one that you've got. I like that one.
I think that one's glowing eyes. The search
glowing eyes.
algorithm for the skins sucks.
Does it
So you have to like spell it perfectly. There is no misspelling.
with a space or without glowing eyes?
With a space, I believe.
With a space. Okay, I'll get to it eventually, and thank you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we need more screens in this stream to look just like that. So hopefully you go get that and install it quick.
That's right. We need many more laser eyes around here.
Can you get the T-Pain sound effect package too?
I'll get the.
Yeah.
I'll get everything. I'll get it all.
I don't think I know T-Pain. Do I?
T-Pain, he was the auto-tune guy. Like everything
Yeah.
he said was, and you could go buy that T-Pain microphone at Walmart, and you'd push the button and you'd sing into it, and it'd come out auto-tune on the other
no.
side.
Wait, I got it.
Oh,
I
that's
got you.
hilarious. That's hilarious. Auto tune.
So is T-Pain the same as T.I., or are they two different
No,
people?
two different
Oh.
guys.
Oh, damn.
Uh-oh.
So
Not
who
working.
was the one who sang?
There we
There it
go.
is.
Sorry.
Yeah, T-Pain.
Okay. That's enough. My computer's having a heart attack. There we go. Back it up. Back it
But
up.
yeah,
You're okay.
Back it up.
You're okay.
That's
Well, you pulled it off, dude.
every T-Pain song, probably because his voice, like he's a shitty singer, I guess. So everything he sings is like real distorted like that.
So who was it? T.I.
What does
or T-Pain?
LDG
That's
stand for? What does LDG stand
It's my
for?
initials. They're my initials.
All right.
Stands for Last
Yeah.
Dance Guy.
Yeah.
Though currently, it's just yeah.
We should
People
try to
use
guess
their
it.
imagination when that question is asked.
Yeah, I bet.
You can imagine what the D
I bet. Yeah.
is. Yeah.
David Lip, do you know Renee Johns Milchman?
No, I don't. But he wants to come over to my house, I think.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
Renee.
You want him to bring you a beer, or I
Yeah,
thought that was a her actually.
it could be a her.
Renee. Yeah.
I can't. I don't have my readers on, so I can't
Well,
make
this
out
is all none of my business. It's a private thing.
that
so I'll-
avatar. Last Dance looks just like his.
Thank you.
Like,
It's like a
oh yeah.
spitting image.
LDG, how do I get to
growing
that?
into
How do I get the website? Snapcamera.com.
Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I think you can just go get there from the settings page. It says create a lens. You click that, takes you right to the link.
Okay, thanks. I'll figure it out, and thank you again.
I'm putting it in private chat too,
Okay,
just in case.
I'll copy that down.
It's awful nice of you.
Yeah, it is cool.
So regarding, hey, it's McGrandy. I'll put the link in here for you, McGrandy, if you do want to join us. Oh, that's the wrong link. Regarding the shooter there in New York City,
Yes.
did you guys?
Frank James.
It's an act of terrorism, correct?
Yeah, it's in the black supremacist area
I'll say no.
of
Wow,
You know,
a no
dicey-
again on that, huh? From you?
dicey,
Stance?
weird, alternative.
For now.
So-
yeah.
So my contention was that the Waukesha murderer who drove through the parade and killed all those people was a terrorist because he, created terror for the people that were there intentionally. And then this guy in the subway didn't kill anybody, but his intention was to
Somehow.
terrorize a particular group of American citizens. So also terrorist.
Yeah, it gets into some weird
But
dynamics when you're dealing
I'm,
with the titling of terrorism.
I'm more inclined to believe
Did
that
he,
this
did,
guy.
try, did he try to kill people and was unsuccessful, or he intentionally didn't want to kill anyone? I don't know.
It's hard to believe he could fire over 36 shots and not kill someone.
Yeah, a lot of bullets.
Okay.
He was
I
holding,
think,
he was holding the gun
motive is-
sideways. That's what's
Yeah,
the problem.
that's right. That must have been it. I think that
Uh-oh, somebody disapproves. Okay.
I'd be more inclined to believe this guy is a terrorist than than the Waukesha guy, but I suspect they're both. This is both just a
Yeah, I
attempted
mean,
mass
well,
murder.
it is deep mental illness. It's pretty horrific mental illness levels, and
Yeah, I
I
suspect
mean that's
Right, right.
part of it.
bigger
So what
part
you're
of it.
saying, in one case it was mass murder,
That was the goal.
intentional.
Yes.
In the other case, it was attempted mass murder or attempted murder on multiple charges. So every person he shot would be
I mean, I would
grievous
say
bodily.
if it's
attempted
terrorism, you have to have a motive.
Uh-huh.
And I think the Waukesha guy, I don't know. Has anybody suggested
Well, there,
he had some larger motive?
yeah, well, there were some, there were some
Yeah, people have
alternative
suggested.
Okay,
right,
well then
yeah,
maybe
alternative right reporting indicated that he was a rapper who had a lot of really racist, crappy rapping lyrics.
yeah.
Like
But I
racist
don't know if
against white
that's
people.
yeah, I don't know if that's I just don't know if that's verified or not. I mean, you know
Well,
how disinformation goes.
no, you're right. You're right. I mean, it makes you wonder when somebody goes out and kills a bunch of people.
Well, it was the video from was it a drone, Smokesteve? Or I mean, he was shown to be just weaving his way through the parade, aiming at people for what about
Yeah.
friggin' 40 seconds, 45 seconds or more longer. I mean, you can run over a lot of parade goers from the back, when they're not aware that you're coming at them. Shit, what a cowardly shit move. But he did it. Hope he.
Huh,
I don't think they have the death penalty in his state, but
Test
that's too
subjects.
bad.
he needs to go away. Just
Yeah.
period.
Well, he did
live
essentially
or
do,
dead.
it's a very similar thing to what the Boston Marathon bomber did. He intentionally attacked crowds of innocent people,
Yeah.
families,
Right.
in their most vulnerable of state,
Right.
in an area that they're intending for the roads to be closed. So people are in the fucking road because the road's closed. So obviously,
Right.
when you
Right.
go driving a car down a place where everybody's not expecting cars to be and kids are running freely in the road, and there you have the results. So
Did you hear about the thing that happened in Florida where the sheriff, I think it was a sheriff's deputy, a female sheriff's deputy who had been on a force for about 15 years or so. There was a car that went past all of it, and it was a crazy white woman in this situation. It was just a mentally ill woman, and she went past barriers. She went past other law enforcement officers, and there was a marathon going on a bridge. And
yeah, I
this
heard about
woman,
this.
yeah, and this sheriff's deputy was facing this woman who had gotten past every other obstacle and was headed to the bridge at about 100 miles an hour, maybe a little bit less, but she was not stopping. And the sheriff just made this move. The deputy, not the sheriff, the deputy made this move to fully engage the oncoming 80, 90 mile an hour car and stopped it, and she survived and the driver of the car survived. But it was a heroic thing. It's been really, lauded here in the Central Florida area, what she
That's
did.
very impressive. I didn't hear about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she drove her big sheriff's SUV right into the car, head on.
Right. And made sure she hit it. Right at the last moment, she had to calculate and come off at about a 20.
Outstanding. Was the
25.
deputy injured?
Oh yeah, she's injured, but she's I think past it. But God, who knows what's going to happen?
That's pretty quick thinking.
It was.
It was.
I want to say it was one of those like a suburban style, like the sheriff ones that might have had a little cow plow on the front. This thing was a heavy, big SUV, and she used it properly, man. Totally.
It was
Sweet.
I mean, it was coming. I mean, there were maybe thousands of runners, and this, who knows? I mean, you just can't tell with a mentally ill person who's going into a psychotic episode like that. They may have, if that sheriff hadn't been there, she may have run over hundreds of people. Just in psychotic episode, not terrorists. Yeah, I'm so glad it didn't happen.
That dude at that parade, he could have hit a lot more people.
He
Well-
could have. Oh, wait. You're
The
not
parade dude.
The
Yeah,
Walker
yeah.
Shock guy.
I know. Yeah.
in
I
Wisconsin.
mean, he
He
could have.
could.
That guy could have taken out.
So that's
Tons
the
more
question.
people.
Was he trying to avoid people? In your
At times, but I'm not saying give him some brownie points for him. I'm just saying.
No, I mean it does
Yeah,
raise the question:
well.
was he trying to flee?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It
From like
just-
the first
it
person he hit, or what?
wonders what the motive
Well, you know,
was.
nobody.
Exactly.
There was a domestic incident. Nobody chased him away from that, but he got into a certain part of the route, and he was, you know, diplomatically confronted, and he reacted psychotically.
No, I disagree. He was
Okay.
intentionally hitting people.
I don't know, man. Have you seen the whole video? Because before he hits, he goes a long way before he hits anybody. I mean, you
have
see
seen the
clips
video.
of where he's passing to the left or to the right of dozens of people.
Yeah.
But he's going very quick.
Yeah, he was
I think he would keep going. I mean, he was in a
sketchy
SUV.
shit. You know, just
I mean, that could have been
sketchy.
way worse, I think, than it was.
Well, like,
What's this?
What I'm saying is he could have had a higher
This
head
is-
count than he did.
This is made today in the UK from the BBC News. I don't know if you can see that.
yeah, we talked about that. Patrick Loya.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So we, of course,
that sounds interesting.
we all split. We talked about that on Discourse. We all split on that. Hey, Lee, did you
Right.
sign up on Discourse? Are you free man
Discord.
on land?
No, Steve.
Discord.
Steve was going to send me an invite, but I think he forgot to do it. So yeah, I need an invite, and
Oh
then
my
I'll.
god, what a
Okay,
jerk!
yeah. I'm glad you're not free man on
All
the
right.
land.
No
85.
problem. Coming right up.
Yeah,
Coming
maybe,
right up, Mr. Howells.
Okay.
Coming right up.
maybe you should put it in that chat again. I mean, the I'm requesting it, right?
Okay, how do you do this?
There was that one, and then there was a video that Topple showed of a guy with a baseball. It was like
The
Like
two
road rage.
SUVs.
two SUVs,
Yeah,
and
that was a
one
good one,
guy gets
too.
out with a baseball bat
Oh,
and starts
then, yeah,
attacking the other guy, and the other guy
shot down.
did not have a bat. He had a gun, and he shot, presumably killed the other guy. I didn't
Never,
really see what
never
the-
bring a
Oh,
bat
yeah.
to a gunfight.
Never
I
bring it
wonder
back
what
to-
happened leading up to that. I think the one that shot him was the complete wrong jerk
Yeah.
asshole of the whole
It-
thing. The other guy
it-
was standing up for himself,
Ab-
went
about
back, and it killed him.
10 miles away from where I live, we
There
had
you go, Lee.
on US 1,
Cheers,
which
thanks,
is the
Steve.
major, you know, US highway that goes up and down the east coast of Florida.
Dude,
Two guys got into this major scuffle, you know, in between their car. I mean, with their cars, and one guy jumped out of his car and went back to the other guy, and he had been basically set up and was shot to death. And the guy was found guilty of, I think, second-degree murder. I don't think it was manslaughter. I think it was second-degree murder. And that's, you know, what you're saying, Aphid, sounds right. It sounds like this guy was probably provoked into getting that bat out and doing stupid shit.
Right.
Got shot down for it.
Because that guy had.
Do you
There's hard to.
guys- I'm sure you must have seen it. Did you ever see the South African video of the guy that were protecting like a money lorry, and they get attacked. He's the lead car. The car pulls up right alongside him, and he just knows, well experienced. He's like, we've got trouble. And then the next minute, their bullet pass. It's just amazing. The shots that are into it, and he just holds up. And then they zoom down the road, and he gets out right gun battle. Have you ever seen that video?
no, that doesn't
I don't
ring a bell.
recall it. No.
Oh, it's an amazing video. I mean, his drive, he was he beat them off at the end. He was an expert shot. They didn't know they were tackling, but it's. I'll try and find it in a minute, and it's only about 2 minutes long. But from the moment that he starts to zoom off in the car, it's absolutely unreal. It really is. Yeah, and he fends off. Just I've got to find it. You got to see it. It's absolutely amazing. Just bear with me.
I'd like
Carry
to
on,
hear the
I'll find it.
differences. The difference between Last Dance and Smokesteve on their opinion of that shooting.
The cop, one with the cop.
Yeah. I think there's
Well,
something that needs to be dug a
Yeah.
little deeper here.
I mean, I usually agree with Smokesteve, and I actually don't think we're that far apart. I mean, I'm someone who I
Yeah.
don't like to see a result where someone who isn't wielding a lethal weapon is killed. But of course, the issue is that when you confront a cop, the cop's carrying a gun, and so you
And
have
a taser.
right. But the gun is the lethal weapon, and so if you have a taser, you can tase the cop, grab his gun, and then kill him.
The taser is essentially the same thing as a stiff right hook to the jaw
Right.
that knocks you unconscious for like 5 to 30 seconds. So think about that equivalent to a cop who has a gun. So that's how they have to treat this.
Right.
I hear that, but I just can't accept that somebody. I mean, what I saw was somebody who was wrestling with the policeman. The policeman had the upper hand, as far as I could tell. I didn't see the taser. All I heard was the cop say, "Don't grab the taser." You want me to take you seriously, right?
Well, Tesla's saying he's higher than me. I'm like, fuck no, guy. We're gonna go triple play.
Okay, you've taken the Tesla challenge, huh?
That's pretty good. All right, continue.
I mean, he's basically has the upper hand, and he says something about the guy having a taser. I don't deny that that's true, but I don't really see it. And he puts the gun, his revolver or his automatic in the back of the guy's head, and pulls the trigger, and turns his lights out. I mean,
so here's
was it
the
his back?
context.
I don't think it was the back of his head.
It was the back of his head. What you're not seeing is
point blank in the back of his head.
What you're not seeing is
it was a messy cleanup.
So the whole video, the guy. Hey, firstly, a little context. He has a very thick African accent, and that he does not understand really what's happening. So
no, he doesn't.
The cop tases. Now, my opinion has changed since I saw the whole video a few times. The cop tases him once, and it doesn't work. It doesn't stick. And then the guy keeps saying, "What did I do? What is wrong? What did I do?"
Right.
And the cop's like, "I pulled you over. You're being pulled over." And it's like, then things don't work. The guy starts moving back towards the car. He's confused. The taser comes out because the cop thinks the guy's trying to flee. He tries to tase him. The taser doesn't work. So at that point, the African guy grabs the taser, and he has a solid grip on the damn taser. And the cop has the taser. The guy has the taser. They're fighting. One hand is on taser for both men. Yeah. Then when they go to the ground, the cop gets the upper position. The cop then releases. He keeps saying, "Let go of the taser, let go of the taser," because he's also holding the taser. At some point, the cop starts to lose his grip, and the guy starts to get the taser out of his hand. And at that moment, the cop releases it and gains control of the guy's back for a second when the dude has the taser completely. And that's when the cop shoots him in the back of the head without giving him a chance in the cop's mind to use the taser. So that's essentially what happened.
Yeah, and I could, I always try to put myself in the position of the police officer. And, I mean, I could see he might have thought this was his last chance once he felt that he was losing the struggle with the taser to avoid getting tased, which, means you're incapacitated. Here's what I think that the right thing to do would have been. He should have backed off at some point.
Yeah.
Backed off. Let him go. Yeah. I don't care, that he has been uncooperative.
That brings up a greater question, like the question of whether or not he responded. The question here is, in the moment, the situation may not have been the right one, and the cop may have gotten there by the wrong logic, but was there any other way for him to respond? Yeah, maybe he did fuck up.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Once you're there, once you're on him, once you have your hand on the taser, you're in a different context than you were 5 minutes ago, and you have to protect yourself.
Not unless your weapon can actually be fired by the other person.
Well, I mean,
we are way past the technology level to be able to make weapons for our officers that cannot be shot by anybody else.
That is possible.
Yeah, that's true.
that
That
technology's
is
been
very
around
possible.
for many years.
No more excuses.
Well, I used to say I don't want police to have any issues when they want to use their gun. I would hate to see that the thumbprint thing doesn't work or whatever it is they do to authenticate the user. I mean, you want that to work 999 out of 1,000
That's true.
times.
I get you.
The,
And,
And
the
I know,
safety of the people comes first.
well, I'm beginning to think that's
The-
the
the
better way
odds
to
of
think
that-
about it.
Yeah,
Well,
the odds of
I
that
know-
actually stopping the gun. I mean,
Yeah, no, you're right.
anything can happen. I mean, the gun can backfire by itself.
Well,
So,
Yeah,
cops
I
usually
would say
take care of
guns?
their weapons.
I don't
Like-
agree. The way cop guns are now, 99% of them in the whole country, no safety,
No safety is right.
nothing. They pull it out. That fucking thing is going off if you touch the trigger. So, and that's
Loaded, locked and
Tesla.
loaded.
Bullshit.
yeah, that's how it is. There's no safety on cop guns. You can't buy a cop gun. You have to, the police
Steal it. You can
department's
And
steal
you
it
can
though.
make worse guns.
Yeah,
Well, if you know what you're doing, a couple screws
I
and
think,
a file job here and
times
there.
times are changing though, Smokesteve. I think we
See
are.
what I've written here, but you're able to copy and paste that into YouTube. There's nothing gory, by the way, just pure skill. I mean, it's
You
just
can copy it into the
unbelievable
private
video.
chat.
It's only about 2 minutes long. Can you copy and paste it and play it?
You'd have to
into-
put it in
into
the
YouTube.
private chat. Is that where it is?
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah. It says driver of armored vehicle. Yeah.
One more thing about that
It's
that
not
case.
a link.
But it's not a link.
No, you'll have to copy and paste it and put it into YouTube.
Oh, copy and paste it and put it into YouTube. Okay.
Yeah,
That-
honestly.
one more
if
thing
you
about
watch
that-
it, you
that-
guys you'll be amazed by it. It's incredible. It's really good. Really good.
I don't
That
know.
case that
But if
after
you
watching
play it, because there's nothing gory, Steve. I promise.
Okay. Go ahead, Aphid.
he's excited.
Oh, hey,
Um,
Grant.
It's good.
The,
It's good.
I was
After I
looking
watched
at
that
some
full
other things.
video of the dude and how he couldn't, he seemed confused and couldn't speak English. But the whole he comes from a foreign country thing only goes so far, because if I go to his country, I can't speak his language, but I'm gonna know that a cop from a regular citizen, and I'm gonna know what power they have and what I should or shouldn't do when they interact with me. So that part of that argument I can only take so far. You know
I
what I'm
agree.
saying?
No, it's not that I'm trying to defend the guy. I do.
No,
think
no,
that-
I know. I'm just
I think
saying.
he was naive, and I do. If you really listen closely, when he grabs the taser first and he gets his hand on it, he says, "How about I do it to you?" He blurts that out.
I haven't seen that clip. I haven't cleaned that.
Yeah, you have to really listen, but
Mm.
you can hear him say that. Like it's
Oh.
almost like he
Yeah.
doesn't get how fucking heavy it is getting right here. He's
Right,
like,
right.
You know,
He thinks
that
it's slowly escalating.
you guys would all understand to be like, don't do anything. I'll go on the ground. We all know how to behave, and so you don't
Right.
end up fucking dead. But apparently, this guy had no idea. It seemingly that the cop was gonna incapacitate him because he felt threatened for his life, which is essentially what that comes down to. It's nuts.
That's why when I first shared that video, which I hadn't seen, and I haven't seen. Every time I see it now, it's cut. So you don't even get the full gist. of it.
Social ignorance.
The first thing I said was, I want to see what happened leading up to this, because
Right.
my opinion has changed and fluctuated with each more information I've seen about this topic. Since
Yeah. Mine hasn't. The cop was still justified.
I think he was justified, but like I said, I just wish there was some better way to have a better outcome. you
Yeah,
know?
that I agree with, especially when Last Dance was saying this isn't a guy who's seemingly going off to kill or harm other innocent civilians,
Right.
No.
Which is totally fine if he was, and you do lay his ass out, that's fine. But that's the problem. Maybe hands-on combat.
I don't think he was
was the level.
justified.
Oh,
Oh yeah. No. I mean,
Oh,
most-
not
most-
justified.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right.
He's
While
talking
the
about
glasses are on, he's like Homer Simpson. He's getting smart. Glasses are
He's
on.
not even talking about the
he's
shooting
reacting to
we're
what we
talking
said
about.
5 minutes ago.
Yeah, right. It was
Right.
some other.
I wonder what-
Grande, say what's
Oh,
up?
it's he. Yeah.
Uh oh. Lag.
Here we
I
go.
can play some lag music.
Hi, McGranny. Sorry.
He has no idea what we're laughing at because we're 10 minutes in the future.
Can you play the Jeopardy song?
That's
He
good.
didn't.
I'll
He
have to
didn't even
learn
know
that.
we're talking about him.
Maybe he
has
does.
no
He's
idea.
totally trolling us.
He could be.
He is.
He's got that in him
Gotta
too.
keep a straight face if that was the case.
He's
What's
doing
up?
the guru thing.
Hey, what's up?
Oh,
What's up?
God.
All is well in the valley.
I
Lag.
should put my timer. That's gotta be like a minute. A minute of lag.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Like, he's eventually going
Oh.
to see all
Look,
this.
see now he's laughing
Yeah.
at what we were saying he did.
No, I laugh.
All in good
Yeah,
nature.
he laughed.
Yeah, good natured teasing.
I found the link for you.
There you go.
Found the link. Give it a go.
There you go.
I had already put the link in the
Oh.
chat. It's right above yours.
Smokes. Did you let him go,
Oh.
Smokesteve?
Oh, right. Sorry.
I have a question. I have Kaspersky, which is Russian based, for my antivirus. For
Is everything good?
it is. The network suite is good.
All is good for you.
And the VPN. Is the Kaspersky VPN being rejected by sites and domains because it's Russian based? Because I'm getting rejections.
I believe it is.
I just tried to log into the site that LDG told me about the Snap camera. They refused the connection, and I bet you $100 if I disabled the VPN and just went straight out of my internet providers what's the right word, domain,
Yeah.
and it showed who I was on my little node, they would probably take me and let me go get those laser eyes, but I can't get those laser eyes when I'm using the Kaspersky VPN.
Is there a reason you're using a VPN, or just
Any VPN sucks.
Because
They're-
he's creeping on people all the time. He told you that like 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm spiritually centering myself by looking at people. This is different.
Okay.
Yeah,
You are in the
it's-
center of the
it's
screen
okay.
today.
You guys are very skeptical. Very skeptical.
It's okay
of this
because he gets a
process.
boner when he's doing it. So it makes
No,
it
this is
listen.
untrue. This is untrue. You go fuck yourself. Let us make this clear.
LDG,
any site that wants to
Look,
block
Steve,
a
you're
VPN,
muted.
they're going to block all of them.
Oh,
Netflix.
that wants to block it.
It's not
right.
just those VPNs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
VPNs are it's literally the biggest scam on the internet
Do you
right now.
think? Do you think? That's a
Absolutely.
curious.
VPN is.
I'm
Okay,
always
so
curious.
let me break this down simple.
I like it.
The P in VPN stands for private, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so think about it this way. If you start giving away private seats to everybody, or I'm sorry, private rooms to everyone, it's no longer private. VPNs were not meant to be handed out with online tickets with everybody. They're supposed to be private between you and the place you're going to,
Right.
not as some kind of interference to give you fake. A VPN doesn't stop me from getting your IP. It just takes an extra minute.
So you
That's
think
all.
that only basically Tor and other equivalent.
Tor is different. Tor is
yeah.
different. Exception.
Sure. Yeah, of course they.
Oh,
That's
wow.
actually
Cypher
based on
coming
their
out
own.
with Tor.
That's right.
Yeah, but be careful with that and don't search
I
for
don't
it. Logged into Google because the FBI will get you. That's 100%.
Too late.
fact.
Already
I
tried.
think when I was watching your show, you were talking about how there was an issue and that there was some other better way to have private, truly private interaction with other users. Do you
All right.
recall that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like a Napster of the social media. Absolutely.
I mean, Cypher,
what
it
we need.
depends who you're trying to be private from.
I'm just
Exactly.
curious.
There's
I
no
don't care.
privacy.
I actually
I
have.
was thinking of getting. I was thinking of getting a VPN because I was thinking, just in case I allegedly downloaded movies and music, allegedly, of course, not for real. But so I thought a VPN would be beneficial to do that if I want to. Not that I would, of course.
Napster.
So, is it worth getting
What's
for
that
that?
link that you put up there, Lee?
What you need is
on
a
the
time
private
machine for
chat?
that, Steve.
I know, I'm kidding.
It's to
I'm
do
ready
with
to
the
fire
heist
up
of
the link.
the armored van. It's just
I'm
an
linking it up
amazing
here.
video of.
Tee it up, baby.
All right, here
That's
we go.
in UK or is that US?
No, South Africa. This was amazing.
Oh, South Africa.
Okay, here we go. Share screen. Are we good? You guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it.
Yep.
It's on.
Oh yeah, I see this.
It's got that weird vibe with
That's
dash
actually
cams.
old. I saw that a long time ago.
Not that long ago.
Was it
Oh, yeah.
September 5th?
Oh, I've seen this.
Yeah.
I remember
recall.
this.
What is this from the 80s?
No, it's from last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
That guy looks like a
Starsky and
character
Hutch.
actor. The guy on the left.
Oh, there we go.
Character actor.
They are.
There we go. Never mind
I
that
think
handgun.
this is from a movie. Come on.
Dude, it's like, take the gun, do something. Fuck.
These guys are based. I mean, they're not backing off of anything.
Dude, it's like focused who's driving.
Look at the windows. They've already been shot at
Oh,
like
Yeah, they're clearly bulletproof.
dozens
They're-
of times.
They're using rifles, so
They were bulletproof.
they're getting to be unbulletproof, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Non-bulletproof, yeah.
Yeah, you know who that guy on the left looks like is the Bullet, the driver of the car in the famous car chase. You know, when Steve McQueen's chasing him. That's who that guy looks like.
Kind of.
I knew he looked like someone.
Boy, that's a long video.
Those guys haven't fired a shot
You'd
yet.
have to watch it all.
I don't think they do shoot, if I remember correctly.
They just outrun them,
It's a
huh?
lot of driving.
Yeah, get out at the end of this. Start returning front.
Look at that. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, he's a focused, like you said.
Oh, now he's calling the police. I'd like to call in an airstrike.
That's right.
Ah, solid.
You know what? I found that a little unsatisfying. I was thinking they were
Give me
going to
that
shoot
gun.
back and do some
They
damage
did.
with that.
There's a longer
firepower.
video of a gunfight. They have a proper gunfight. He takes him out, and he's like, he wins he gets a medal and everything. So from the government, yeah, he actually takes a few of them out, and the other get back in the car and drive off. Yeah,
After
but he
there's
was ex. I think he was ex-military, so his shot was pretty good. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, they picked on the wrong guy that day. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's good. Very good stuff. And clearly, when they're shooting at you like that, they're not worried about you living. They want to just get whatever. You're gonna die. The dude knew that. He's like, they get us, we're dead. So fucking. And he just rolled.
How much damage can bulletproof glass take? I mean,
Depends.
is it?
It's
Eventually, would you break through if you just keep firing at it?
Yes.
I
Yes.
think so, right.
Yeah.
That was
Right.
probably Full Metal Jacket, like AK-47 rounds they were shooting at that thing with. 39 by 7.62, I think. But I don't think you're going to get more than two in one in the same spot. It's going to start busting through.
Right.
It's all about hitting the same
Right.
exact spot. you
Right.
know?
Spot. Right.
Every time you hit it, every
Yeah,
time
okay.
a bullet breaks the glass a little, it also weakens it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would say
LDG,
Clearly.
what was the name of that? That you have on there? I'm on the site now. Laser
Glowing eyes.
glowing
It is-
eyes.
Oh, mine?
Thank you,
All right.
thank
Yeah, 1 second. I'll tell you the exact name.
Okay.
Yeah, glowing eyes.
All right.
Yes.
I'm on.
It's
So
a picture of a guy with the same eyes.
Okay, thanks.
Better looking than me. Yep.
All right then.
Now, the reason I was asking is because in the if you see the latest Bond movie, when he's in like a little square whizzing around in his car, they're just laying into it with like automatics, and you see the glass bending eventually, but they never actually put through. But then again, maybe that's because it's James Bond. So, but I was amazed by the amount of damage. I thought if that's realistic, but
Real good
glass can
movie.
take a
I
lot.
haven't seen the movie yet. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was a good Bond movie.
Cool.
Yeah. Indeed. It's England's equivalent of kind of Jack Ryan to a degree, isn't it? I guess. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack Ryan from the McClancy novels.
Yeah. Too right.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, Clancy was just a guru on military, fiction. He was just wonderful.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I've read a lot of his books. Yeah, I do like him. I like him a lot.
That was one of the things that my father and I had in common was we would share those books. Liked them a lot.
Yeah, they're good. Really good. And the movies are pretty as well. So.
They what as well?
The movies are good as well.
Oh
as
yeah,
I think
Hunt for Red
job.
October was fantastic. Everybody, I think they call it the pink moon. It's come up. That huge full moon's come up. There was there was a little bit of media buzz on it, but anyway, I'm just interjecting that real quickly.
So, what do you think about the other shooting, the one that Topple had?
Now, there was about 3 shots I thought that were justified.
I agree.
And the remaining clip was totally
cold-blooded murder after that.
Over the top, yeah. No matter what he says, you can't just go hog wild and go blasting out. You're supposed to have some restraint as a firearm. As a firearm owner, you use it to defend yourself.
Right.
But you don't use it to absolutely destroy somebody even after they've given up, So that's
do all you guys own firearms? Do you all own a gun?
Oh yeah.
I do not.
Concealed carry permit, own multiple firearms.
Wow. I find that mind-boggling that you can walk down the street and quite a few people have got guns. Wow.
Right. Well, it keeps it keeps society polite when everybody's armed. Sometimes.
Yeah, it's just a couple of pieces of metal with a spring and a few clips. That it's nothing really that technologically. They could make them hundreds of years ago. So it's not. How can you make something that could essentially be created with a lathe by anybody? If you know what you're doing, illegal.
The history of it is just incredible. The whole, I guess the military profession is called the profession of arms, and of course the profession of arms has been ongoing for the last, multiple thousands of years, and it's just become more and more refined until it's become what it is now, military industrial complex, I think they call it.
Right.
It's my God-given right.
Now
it's in your constitution, but it's quite a process. If you want one here, you have to jump through hoops. So
you don't have to tell nobody over here. You just go get a gun.
Is like knife crime a big deal where you are, Lee? Knife crime?
Yeah,
you just go get any gun you want here.
It can be, yeah, it can be. The more I think about it.
But I mean, when you're walking around in the evening or like after dark where you are, would you be afraid you were going to get stabbed? No. Is that a legitimate thought in your head?
No, so I wouldn't be afraid at all. No,
you're not worried about the McStabbers out there.
No, it's
is your front door locked right now?
So,
what?
Yeah, but it is because it's 10 to 2 in the morning. But it's funny because you tend to find that, and maybe it's similar there. If knife crime, someone gets stabbed and killed, it tends to be it's a bit of a gang thing, or they kind of know the person. There's been an argument. So like me walking down the road at this time of night where I live.
That's how it is here 99% of the time.
If that happened.
That means 1 out of every 100 days you're getting attacked, Last Dance, by your statement.
No, I'm saying 99 out of 100 shootings, not 99 out of 100 days.
Okay, that makes more sense. It's like, okay, so 3.5 times a year.
As long as you know which days it's going to happen, you could stay indoors on those days.
Where do you live? Fucking. I have no good reference. Ukraine, I guess. Right?
I'll laugh anyways.
Right. The old thing you'd say is, where do you live? Beirut, but that doesn't stand anymore. So you have to think of like a new country like that has.
Right. Well, Ukraine would work.
You could use Aleppo unless you're talking to Gary Johnson.
What is Aleppo?
Sorry. That's a rare Gary Johnson.
Are we talking one Aleppo or multiple Aleppos?
That's what he said. What is Aleppo? And I texted that to a buddy of mine who's kind of in politics. He texted me back, "It's a city." And I was like, I was quoting Gary Johnson, dude. He was
Okay,
like,
well,
I didn't know that.
What's a shumway?
It's an escutcheon for
About
that.
2 pounds.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a fair question.
Yeah, it wasn't. It really wasn't a gotcha question. When
it's
it was
way over there on the other side of Europe.
Syria was relevant at the time
guys.
it was asked.
I mean, that's in
That's
some
the
ways,
thing.
it's the right answer in some ways.
Yeah.
It's some strange godforsaken place that we don't really
Why
need
should
to
we
know
care
about.
I know. Somewhere in bumfuck Middle East.
It's in the shithole part of the
mean,
world.
you would want the leader of the the most
So,
important
so
place
you,
in the
when
world.
you go when you go out,
I voted for him.
I know you did.
Do
You
you take,
admitted that last
do
week.
you take your gun with you every time you go out? Do you take your gun with you?
No, not every time.
No.
I used to every time, and I've
I was going to
actually
say, you
mellowed out.
used to carry with you everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I try to, make sure the bad guys know that I'm unpredictable,
Yeah,
So
we know that.
it goes out there in the pocket, sometimes with a sheath, sometimes without. It's a little 380.
Wow.
I don't know if you know the
Amazing.
380, but I mean, it's concealed. I mean, but sometimes it's concealed where all I have to do is reach in and grab it. It's within a holster, within a pocket. And it's sort of stupid. It's not tactically correct, but I use a pocket holster instead of a holster that tucks in behind the belt. And
I put mine in my ass crack.
That's right. Well, yeah, I mean, when you're only out of prison on parole, so I mean those ass crack. You got it.
Well, that's how you get the lethal bacteria. That really doesn't work.
Yeah, that E. coli.
Yeah, he coats the bullets with it, so they really do damage.
That's right.
Lee, to answer your question, my arm is a little sore because I only take baths because I can lay down and keep my one arm up with my firearm. But I'm not really too bad about it,
That's great. You gotta keep that trigger finger, ready.
Mine's always sideways too.
That's funny.
I'm still looking for those laser eyes, LDG. I'm on the site and I'm doing multiple things and very much under the influence. So it's like I'm very inefficient.
See, look, Tesla Rocks posts that. Why would the police hunt for them? Why don't they just thank them for taking care of business?
A lot of
And then, but I mean, with all the drinking Tesla's doing, that's actually really well written. He's got all kinds of punctuation everywhere.
Even when I'm sober, I can't type all
I
that.
came an inch away from grabbing a fifth of, oh shit, what was it?
Hennessy.
Royal Crown instead of
Crown Royal.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Boy, those two are so different.
Type it out in the sidebar.
Instead of a pint of cheap vodka, I went for the cheap vodka. But yeah, it was a close call. Good bourbon and good whiskey. Geez, top shelf stuff. It's a good bit better than the lower shelf stuff.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
See, vodka doesn't make much of a stretch because it's alcohol distilled mixed with spring water to cut down the percentage. Now, whiskey, you have a whole nother variation in there with the way they store it, the way it's made, the grains, the purity.
Yeah.
Vodka, granted, there are differences between high high grade and low grade.
I think I bought a fifth of Grey Goose, way back, about, a decade ago. It's like, this is bullshit. This isn't any better than the really cheap stuff. So I don't know how to.
Wow, I think Grey Goose is much smoother.
You do?
I do too. That's the difference.
Yeah.
It's not flavor; it's smoothness. Like whiskey, you could say it's flavor. Vodka, it's just smoothness.
Well, I'm pretty much a Neanderthal with all the bad habits, anyways. I concede that I'm probably wrong.
No, your honesty is refreshing, my friend.
Oh yeah. Pinch a penny, earn a pound.
Hey, Cypher.
Right.
Private
I
chat.
hear you.
What private chat?
That reminds me, Steve. I've got a bottle of because you mentioned it. I thought I've got to try this. I've got a bottle of peanut butter whiskey on its way.
Oh, that's top.
I've ordered it. I ordered it. So it should be
that's top more than
Wednesday.
me. But I did a little of it. I'll tell you this much, Lee. I'm off of it already.
Right.
Because I loved that peanut butter stuff, but it's a little on the sweet side. You'll notice it.
It did say in the reviews it was sweet. So I think it even described it more like a liqueur, really, rather than
it can be, yeah.
But,
you'll start off strong.
But I'm keen to try it. I'm keen to try it because you guys were all talking about it. I thought I've got to try this. So yeah, I've got a bottle coming. It's winging its way to me. I can't wait to try it. So.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah,
it's definitely good. Like you said, it's a little bit of a dessert, like a digestif. It's a sweet side to it, but you have it in place of a cookie or a cake after a meal. I think it's nice. Or here I would have 2 or 3 with my numerous beers, sort of side by side, and it works.
I'm getting the feeling it's a bit like maybe the equivalent of like a limoncello. Sort of like,
yeah. And I've made some awesome limoncello back in the day with grain alcohol and lemons and sugar and spring water. Oh, I love that. Limoncello, when you do it just right, it's really sharp and lemony and acidic with only a slight sweetness. You want it to be tart, and the cheaper is the sweeter, But I got this Italian recipe and, man, good shit. Fucking awesome. I have 2 bottles of grain alcohol in the fridge here. I need to make some. That would be definitely a good video. So I came up with an idea for a possible YouTube channel, a new YouTube channel.
Oh yeah,
should be good. What you got?
But if I release the idea, then you guys all have it. I could get screwed.
Yeah, don't give you away your intellectual property.
That's why I'm public domain. I don't have to worry about things like copyright. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. It's a variation of a food reviews thing. I don't know. Those seem to be super hot all the time.
What's different, man?
Well, it would be
you say food?
Yeah, but it's more like what I would call a 3-way battle. So you pick 3 of the same exact thing. So it will be 3. What were
chicken sandwich?
No, even more basic than that. 3 brands of
banana.
Ketchup.
Oh, ketchup. Okay.
Or 3 grades of ground beef,
fruits.
and make 3 burgers exactly the same in the same pan, cooked, and then taste test each one. So people always say 75, the higher fat percentage makes a better burger or whatever. So
right.
I could literally make them all exactly the same and test the 3 things together simultaneously and give them a grade, whether it was that or a particular sauce, I don't know, or a chip, just straight potato chip brand, or I don't know. Just thought that might be kind of a cool, I don't know. What do you think? Any ideas?
Dude, DM me the link to your first video, bro. I'll like it.
I
can't cook, so don't look at me.
I think it could work. I just see these guys the thing is this guy LA Beast, also known as Skippy Abel.
I'm a fan. He's on my sub list. What you got about LA Beast?
He started 15 years ago, and that's the thing with these YouTuber guys. the ones who started in the mid to early 2000s, and this other
Yeah,
guy,
they got an
like
early. Mhm.
that they get something. They get love from YouTube. That's for damn
Mhm.
sure, because they get crazy views. There's
Yep.
another guy I like called Feature Man. He's an actor. He was in the show Dear John, frankly, which was kind of a pathetic show, but he's got a YouTube food review thing now, and he's got like a lot of views. I know and then of course, like I just mentioned, LA Beast is,
Have a good day.
right. There's a guy who Steve 1989. He does MREs. He reviews MREs. He gets
I like MREs.
He gets like hundreds of thousands of
You're
views
ready
every
to eat
week, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
His recent one, he reviewed the Israeli army, like Krav Maga MRE, and I've got it. I'm waiting for the pub to end so I can see the second half of the MRE.
Have you ever had an MRE?
I have.
Have you had the ones with the heat where you do the package thing and it somehow makes heat because of a chemical reaction or something?
I have. Those are
man,
awesome.
I know, man. We had some good times, like because my buddy was in the military, so he would get us MREs, and
you have the line. You have the line, and you fill it with the water. Then you fold the top down.
I was never in charge of it because usually I was incapacitated to complete a task like that. but man, good times were always had. I wish I was with some buddies right now. There was this railroad that they turned into a bike trail, for like hundreds of miles across Missouri. Mm-hmm. And they would keep the railroad ties. And I know they're filled with creosote, so like this isn't like probably good for my health, but we would make big bonfires with those and sit back and enjoy each other's company with some MREs, and oh man, good times.
They are, because when you're drunk, those MREs are fabulous.
Yeah, they are.
If you're sober and expecting something good, not so much. But when you're drinking and someone gives you a hot, and they have what's called, when you set the bag down, a good MRE, it has a gusset on the bottom, and the bag stands up, and you can just shovel the food into.
That's right. Oh man,
great, love this.
I hate to get into story time.
Do they taste good?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it seems like it when you're wasted. It seems
that's true. Everything tastes good when you're wasted. Yeah,
that's right. It's hot food. It's salty.
Those railroad ties, they would have these rebars, holding them together and stuff.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And they would get glowing hot, and this was right by the side of the Missouri River, and they get glowing hot, and we'd take them down to the river and throw them and listen to them sizzle and everything, Cool. And I set mine down, and my other two buddies went first, and they swung theirs and put them in, and I went to pick it back up, and it wasn't glowing red at the time, but it was still hot as hell, and I grabbed it, and I was so wasted. It took me like 3 or 4 steps before I realized it, and my hand, I opened it up, and have you ever seen Indiana Jones when he has the gold medallion or whatever, and my hand looked like that. It was like a waffle pattern.
3rd degree burns.
And I had to just stick it in that dirty Missouri River, because if it would stop getting wet, it would just burn like almost to the point where it would make me cry. So I just sat down there with my hand in the dirty Missouri River.
Hey, one thing I know about the Missouri, she's loaded with big catfish. Do you get down there with the cat?
Yeah, like
the chicken livers or whatever?
No, I've never hunted for them, but or fish for him.
But he lives along the Mississippi River.
I live alongside. I live close to both of them, within like
really
10 miles.
They're both really good fishing for cats, dude.
Yep. They converge not too far from here.
Okay.
Oh, you've never done it? God, I'd be all over that.
No, I mean I fished. I've never wanted to eat anything I got out of the Missouri and I've done a lot of wakeboarding on the.
Oh yeah.
On the Missouri. Yeah, the Missouri, and then
can you do a 360 with the pass behind the back?
Oh, no, my friends can though. My friends will jump over. Like they'll be like stuff like a. It looks like almost like a log and like a bunch of logs, and they'll do flips over the logs, and I'm just like, dude, you mess up that, and your life's over. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
And there's like no, those same buddies I grew up with that were like do crazy tricks on vert ramps and stuff. So that fear of them is not there.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
And I have that fear, so I don't do the crazy stuff that they always
And
do.
you're still here.
I'm always taking the pictures and taking the video of it. Yeah, I'm still here. Well, they're still here too, fortunately. Knock on wood.
Good.
Although my one buddy, he's my age, and he married a younger wife, and after they got married, they went with some other friends, and he dove off of a cliff, and he didn't check the depth of it,
Ow.
and he hit his
And
head.
he went head first.
He went head first,
Yeah.
and he was drunk, and he got pretty messed up, and
Yeah.
and he told me, he's like, dude, he's like, that really kind of woke me up. I'm gonna be more careful. I got more to live for now.
Yeah.
He could have.
He's lucky he's alive, so I
Could
would
have been
say,
asleep forever.
That's not the
from that
only
one.
time. That's not the only time he's lucky to be alive. Seriously.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's calculated risks. That's what you have to go with. You have to have somewhat of a calculation, I think. But
yeah,
like
I
you
always
say-
that calculation for me was always like, if it was more than 1% of a chance I was gonna get hurt, I ain't doing it. You know what I'm saying?
But yet you don't. I've seen a lot of your old vids skating. I don't remember ever seeing a helmet.
Oh yeah, I skate without a helmet.
Right, without a helmet. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but like the whole like we did a lot of rappelling and like they would be the first ones to climb up there so they could hook up the rope. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, of course.
I would never be the first one to go up, or they were always the first one to jump off the cliffs. I'd never be the first one to jump off the cliff or the bridges. Lots of bridges.
Oh yeah.
We've got a river. I think I might be wrong. I think it's the longest river in England, the UK, called the River Severn. But about once a month, because it's like a tidal river, and it opens out into the ocean. Once a month, the tide goes. The river goes right out. Yeah, and then when it comes back in, it's like a tidal wave. It's unreal. Even tourists go and see it. I mean, people will surf it. Sort of
Tidal surge. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but that's pretty impressive. I've been to see it a couple of times, but yeah, best to stay away from the edge because it's caught some people out before now, and people
Does it
died,
create
but,
like standing waves in spots when it's running like that?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, there's one of those in Brazil that's like 20 miles long. Guys can literally surf the thing down a river if it's fucking goes on forever. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
But don't they? What's that with the sail? When you have the surfboard with the sail on it, what's that called?
Windsurfing.
Windsurfing. Yeah,
Windsurfing.
They do that like the Columbia River up in Washington State, where the wind goes one way and the current goes the other, and so you can just like you can kind of have your cake and eat it too, go both ways, and
Interesting. That's cool.
take down the sail and scoot back.
Not ever been a fan of. That's one thing I didn't ever want to try was windsurfing, but
Oh, I'd do it.
it looks
I'd
kind of
absolutely.
arduous hanging on to that thing with your arms while you're getting pulled around.
Have you done
Yeah.
Have you done wakeboarding?
A lot of it, yeah.
Yeah, that's a brutal one to learn.
But it's more like controlled, I guess, with the windsurfing. Although there's some beaches down off of here where I live that the windsurfers do it and they catch like 30, 40 foot of air. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I'm
Fucking
sure it's just
sick.
like anything else. You could do
Vigorous
a tamer,
stuff.
you could do
Very
a tamer
intense.
version of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Once you
Yeah.
figure out what's propelling you, you just slack off that a little bit. Where those guys just
I've
send it.
tried it, but only on a lake. Only on a lake, I've tried it.
Yeah.
You do have to practice quite a bit, but once it clicks, then you're in. But I wish I maybe kept it up for a bit longer, but yeah, over a period of a few weekends. But the problem I had was just it was so difficult to turn around. But once again, I think practice would have probably
Right.
sorted
yeah,
that
so-
out. But so I was
it
just
would
going
be.
in one direction. Going further and further out into the lake, which gets a bit
Right.
scary.
Because that's the only thing that makes sense is whatever, how you gonna do what doesn't move you to get back,
Right.
Yeah. It's too,
Yeah, essentially it's easier when there's wind, it's easier to go, but then that conversely
Exactly.
it's harder to turn around. So you
Right.
because you want to be able to lean back and put some weight into the sail. You don't want to be trying to balance on the top of the thing, but obviously when you have to what's called tacking and sailing, going like left to right, I imagine on one of these boards, it's probably really freaking hard to tack one way and then tack the other, because that's when you're going into the wind, you know.
Yeah.
But certainly looks fun.
All that stuff is too scary for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, wakeboarding is one of the most brutal things to learn, I think. So if you can do that, you could do just about anything else.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
got a
your
water
body
park
gets just beat to
with-
shit
Yeah.
when you try to learn how to wakeboard.
I'm so impressed with the X Games, people's, skill sets. It's just incredible, and that, I mean, it sort of, you know, riffs off of the aquatic, different aquatic, you know, activities that you can do that are very, very athletic. I had basically all I had the ability to do was aim myself in a pool and do it. And because of the kind of things that were going on with me, I couldn't have any fun. I didn't have the dexterity and the agility to get on a surfboard. That didn't happen. I never was a surfer. I was never any of these other aquatic activities, but I loved everything. I love the ocean. I love the river. I love everything about, hydrodynamics and, maximizing propulsion in water. Ships, everything about, the oceans and the rivers and the bodies of water of the world. I just love it all. Yeah, I
Reminds me, I don't know if you guys.
on a Sunday, I take the dog for a walk to the local water park, and just of late seems to be a lot of people. The jet skis, but it's connected to the jet ski where the water comes out of like the bottom of their feet. They're on almost like a skiboard, and it sends them up into the air with loads of they're pretty impressive. There's like quite a few of those people with those there. They obviously all meet up on a Sunday, but they look like a lot of fun.
I do that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind trying it too, right?
The thing when you're on water, it's you got more balls, I think, because if you're on land, they're like, you fall, it's gonna suck. But if you're on water, if you fall,
depends on the water. It depends on the water. If you're in a quiet, controlled lake or river that's like inland,
ripping tidal,
ocean,
ocean, not so much.
Ocean sucks, man.
Ocean's amazing.
It's amazing, but it'll mess you, and it goes on forever.
What scares me about rough water is the prospect of property damage and the prospect of other people having mortality events. I'm even like I am non-athletic. I'm still very skilled in aquatics, and I mean I don't think I would drown unless I was in really cold water and miles away from land. Almost any other scenario, I would do just fine. I would do really well. So, but I don't like the idea. I'm fascinated by it. It's almost like watching horror unfold, but enormous ships and really large yachts being swamped and then, sunk by water, activity, oceanic activity. It's like, damn, look at that. That's horrible.
So on that line, what do you guys think about that Russian ship being sunk?
It's crazy, man.
Isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's a rough world. That one guy that was what the ship.
I think you guys are involved. I really do. I don't think that's the Ukraine's getting lucky. I think that's a secret mission.
I thought it crossed my mind, Lee. It crossed my mind.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, it's not that hard. The ship is basically stationary where it was. It's just a sitting dock.
They were talking about how it was running a loop of activity that made it vulnerable to simple countermeasures.
Ships are very vulnerable.
All right.
I don't think I think so much that we went out there and some CIA dudes were underwater and shot some magic missile and shoot it. But we supplied the Ukrainians with something and aided them and how to do it, and basically
I mean,
walked
did
their
everything but
hands
pull the
through.
trigger.
That's what I
Exactly.
mean by it. That's what I mean by it. Yeah, I'm not saying
I'll admit-
Americans actually did it. You're
I'll
absolutely
admit
right.
that's possible, but I actually, and I hope it's not true, but I also doubt it. But I can't be sure. You're right. I mean,
Plausible.
it's the assumption that only we could pull that off. That's what I disagree with.
Yeah,
Right.
I hear what
Yeah.
you're saying. Don't give too much credit to us.
Yeah, they had to have gotten the technology from somewhere. It's not like they held a few RPGs up and blasted those out there. These things were advanced ship-killing missiles, right? Anti-ship missiles.
I don't know what they were. That they just claim Ukraine claims they hit them with missiles. They didn't really say more than that. Now,
They'll have to ask us first. What do we
Ask
hit them
who?
with? They'll have to ask us first. What do we hit them with?
Isn't it fun? I mean, on our news tonight, it's been reported that Putin has now said, because he's obviously getting a bit pissed off, he's turned around and said that the US have got to stop supplying Ukraine with ammunition, otherwise there's going to be consequences. So that confirms to me that this there was an excuse that there was an ammunitions went off, didn't they, on the ship, and that's why it sunk. But I think that kind of tells us between the lines that
I mean, what's worse,
he's pretty gutted about this.
What's worse, having a completely incompetent navy that would sink their own ship, or having the enemy sink their ship? I'm not sure what's worse.
I thought the same thing too. Why not just admit that you were hit by their missiles? You might be able to do what Lee suggests and say it was the U.S. actually that did every.
Let me do a real quick aside with LDG again. Sorry, LDG. I'm looking at that filter on the glowing eyes, and I'm see how I can add it to my filters. It's just sort of sitting there with the glowing eye, and by Tyler, and then that's I can't do anything with it.
Okay. So did you read below that though? That was just to show you the icon, and then. It says I just copy and paste the glowing eyes I put in there into the search. It should be the fourth one.
Fourth one. Okay, thanks.
Should be.
Okay.
Let me know.
I mean,
thank you. Okay,
I mean,
go ahead.
To answer your question, Last Dance, I think maybe they have said it's the USA because then that gets us into even more dangerous waters, excuse the pun. And secondly, maybe propaganda for home. Is that no, nobody's taken the ship. It was an accident on the ship. Don't worry, we're doing well and everything else. So maybe it's a bit of propaganda on there.
It could be. But I mean, would you rather? What would be the better propaganda? That your own incompetence.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, if you can't, but if you start getting the US involved. Then maybe that starts to escalate things.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
So we need to be
careful. Essentially, I want the whole thing to
save face, I think. So
I just want it all to sort of come to an end. So what do you have to do to make it end quickly for Russia? Like, what has to happen? Do you have to give them part of the Ukraine? Is that what it's going to come to? Or is it going to go on for fucking ever?
That's a good question. I mean, it's not.
Well, yeah, go ahead. Excuse me, Les Dance.
I mean, people think that the U.S. is like pulling the strings behind the scenes. That might be true to a certain extent, but ultimately it's up to the Ukrainians to decide what they're willing to give into. And I'm not sure what's even on the table. Like, can we trade?
He's destroying their fucking country.
Exactly.
Like, brick by brick, just taking it down. It's unbelievable for a person you would think is trying to take something on as an asset. He is literally laying it to waste. So,
well, he doesn't care about Kiev.
He cares about Donetsk and Lugansk.
Exactly. He cares about that.
So he wants those two, and then he'll stop fucking up the rest of them.
Well, I don't even know what he wants anymore. I mean, everything he says he wants, he's made worse by the invasion. It looks like, it looks like Finland and Sweden are almost ready to join NATO.
That could trigger a nuclear war.
I can remember a time not too long ago where you guys thought I was crazy for even suggesting that was a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't expect it. None of us expected it.
I'm not sure. I hope. I'm not sure that NATO should accept them necessarily. I mean,
They're gonna speed them on through. They're gonna put them like in the express lane.
I mean, then that should be part of a larger settlement agreement somehow. That before that happens, some sort of big peace offering should be made.
Any of you
where
that
with
got
Russia, where that's taken off the table.
any of you get a chance, you got to look at that full moon out there, man. It's worldwide, I think.
Was that last night or is it tonight?
I think
Because last night it looked pretty full to me.
Yeah, it could be.
It's been amazing here tonight, Cypher. It's been a big full moon here tonight.
Yeah, Aphid might be right though. It might have been.
No, I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm not.
It's pretty. It's like something. God dang, man. Every now and then here where I live, the celestial objects out there do some incredible things, and it's like wow. So anyway, it looks good out there.
I don't think Putin's too worried about Putin. I don't think he's too worried. I don't think he's too worried about other countries joining NATO. I think it's absolutely the Ukraine, and I think that's the way to peace. Is that they're going to have to give him a guarantee that Ukraine's not going to become a NATO member. I really do.
Oh, I don't. Nobody wants Ukraine in NATO. No, NATO doesn't want Ukraine in NATO.
Exactly.
Man, I don't know. This Zelensky's looking like the second coming. He's like the Winston Churchill of 22.
Well, he looks that
he's
way
more
now.
like the Alfred Hitchcock.
That's right.
I can't stand him. I can't stand the guy. I really can't.
You like Putin better?
It's just
it's not.
It's
not that. It's not that. It's just it's more a case of what he keeps demanding, and what he doesn't seem to get.
What do you expect?
It's if you want a no-flow zone, you're going to create a world war. So just shut up about it because it's not going to happen. If it was
he's finally went to the last straw of using the threat of nuclear proliferation to the world. That's trying to get people to help him.
That's a step beyond.
But if I mean that's good for his people. Like he's supposed to represent his people.
Exactly.
He's doing the best he can, whether we agree with it or like him.
If he makes ridiculous demands, it's up to us not to accede to them. And
right.
It doesn't bother me that he asks for a no-fly zone.
Right.
It does bother me if we'd ever consider doing
it. Right. That's kind of the way I look at it.
Yeah, me too. Big time. Yeah.
I mean, he asked for no-fly zone. He's asked for fighter planes. He's asked for everything, and we'll decide. It does, though. Lee does make a good point, though. It does sort of put pressure on governments because they're stupid people hear this and say, "Oh yeah, Mr. Elected Leader, we need a no-fly zone for the Ukraine," and that doesn't ramp up the pressure. Now, I suspect Zelensky thinks that he'll get more conventional weapons than he would have otherwise, rather than a no-fly zone. But
those drones that they're using, they carry in the backpacks. Those seem to be very effective. And
have they been? I know they use those Turkish ones, but have they been using the ones that the U.S. gave them yet?
I don't know. Good question.
Yeah, they call them.
The geopolitical.
I'm still trying to get those damn laser eyes. Sorry, Smokesteve.
Smokesteve. You got the floor. It's your show.
Go ahead.
It's fine. I'm
I
enjoying
apologize.
the conversation. The geopolitical aspect of the whole thing that you can't ignore is we're all saying like, oh, you could never have this no-fly zone because it would be World War III or whatever. But we all think that Russia should not be attacking the Ukraine and that it's total fucking bullshit. But yet, because they have nuclear weapons, it's almost a shield that allows them to do all these things because they know they can get away with it.
Right.
Because of our fear that they're going to launch a nuke, So
that's like Kim Jong-il. That's why he can see Kim Jong-un. That's why he can see the power it makes. There's a shithole country.
So I guess
he got nukes, and we take him more serious.
That's what we're dealing with.
That's the one thing I found really surprising. I've got to take it at face value the way the war's been reported here, but I always had this impression that USA, Soviet Union were kind of cool. That's what kept everything in balance. And I see this whole operation and just think, my God, if this was a land war with Europe and the US, I mean, just the US on its own, they just look absolutely disorganized. It's just like they could be whipped at any point. But because they've got nuclear missiles, it kind of protects them. But that's just a personal feeling. They just haven't come across well. I thought maybe they would get into Kiev and take it over in a couple of weeks, but it's just like unbelievable. They're just not as strong as I thought they would be.
I think you've hit on this. I think everybody has been surprised by that. That really, the threat of nuclear weapons is the only thing they have going for them.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, they got no money. I mean, they can't just. What are they going to do? They already have spread themselves so thin with Syria and Crimea.
They have a lot of money.
Huh?
They've got a lot of money.
Who does? A lot of gold. Russia.
They're a huge oil exporter. They've been building up their military. They
not on the overall list. I mean, they're down there like Brazil is.
Oh, you mean yeah? Right. They're not big. You're right. They're not that big of an economy.
But what I'm saying is they can't, be the most aggressive force in the world. They got no means for that.
Well, so when I think people were expecting something comparable to the Western conventional weapons.
Yeah,
overwhelming, unstoppable juggernaut, and it's pretty much a draw against Ukraine.
Like Gulf War, like
exactly
all the shit that we saw. Yeah, it ain't like that.
So I've been pretty shocked by that. Yeah.
Damn right.
Yeah, but that was America doing that.
What that guy said.
Yeah, right.
Something really odd in Great Britain. There were some old regions called Mercia, I think.
Mercia, yeah. Mercia.
Yeah. I was like, hey, it looks like Murica. No, it's Mercia. It's like, okay, maybe that's how we riffed off of that. We became Murica off Mercia.
Mercia, yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, that's very old names for regions. That is, yeah, that's good.
I mean, times. Being retired, I mean, I impress upon you guys enough how much entertainment I consume between Netflix and YouTube and Amazon predominantly, with some cable stuff thrown in. I mean, it's just hours.
Check out that HBO Max. I'm telling you, there's some content on there.
Some good stuff, huh?
Yeah, I started watching a new show at my sister's here. Ted Lasso. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, I haven't watched it.
Ted Lasso?
I watched like the 10 minutes.
Which service?
It's on Apple Plus.
I don't do Apple.
Exactly. That's what everybody says. I'm not paying for
Apple Plus has little content, but their content is very good.
There he is!
Murica Goon.
Hey, guy.
Jazz hands.
Hey, man. How you doing, Goon?
Cheers, Goon.
I'm all right. How are you guys?
All right. Great show the other night. Sorry I didn't get to catch all of it.
Good, awesome show.
That's so good.
Man, it's always a good show. I wish I could catch it every week.
That's your date night.
It's the most hectic, crazy time of my week is when he does his show. Trying to get the last bit of stuff done before the weekend.
Yep. Some people have to work. I understand. And I don't. And I'll work.
God bless you.
Cool view there, Goon, with all the guitars. We never get to see them all together like that.
They're all on display now.
How's the doggy doing?
That rack looks cool, man. I like that.
Yeah, I needed to get a better one because the other one actually scratched one of my guitars. I was like, nah, okay, doing away with that.
Yeah, I see 6 guitars right there.
6, yeah. There's 2 more coming.
Yeah.
So,
2 more coming. All right.
Yeah.
Awesome, bro.
I have a pretty good story, Goon, for you. You remember Molly Hatchet? You know the Molly Hatchet band?
Yeah.
Here in the town that I live in, one of my insurance clients that I made pretty good friends with was, I'll go ahead and tell you his full name if you want to look him up on, whatever venue you look at him. Is Marco Marko Pocta, Pocto, Pocta. Pacta. I think it's an A at the end. Pacta. And
Is he the guy with the silver hair that's always like chilled back?
I don't think so. It's Marco Man and the Lionheart Band. Marco Man and the Lionheart Band, and he had. I actually had him walk into my office after being rear-ended, and he had a halo of iron. Putting his head and his neck and his shoulders into a rigid, conformed configuration where he couldn't move for about 2 months, because his vertebrae had been damaged so badly. And so his guitar playing isn't wonderfully like a virtuoso, but he played in the Molly Hatchet band before they went to full iron and dark side stuff. And he's a good guy. And
Did he
Marco
play
Man,
on their most famous song, "Flirting with Disaster"?
I don't know. I don't know the history that well, but
It'd be pretty cool if he did, though.
That's their song, right? Right.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
traveling down the road.
That's the
and
one
I'm
I know.
flirting with
That's the only
disaster.
trick I know.
He probably was out of there by then. Who knows? I mean, he was never part of what became that enormous, Molly Hatchet, phenomenon. But he was there at one point, and he's a good guy, and just again, a good guy. I follow him on Facebook, such.
I kind of consider their sound to be like a Leonard Skinner, but like kicked up a notch. Like heavier.
They had the friggin' guy with the axe. That was the whole big deal. Ready to cut off heads.
Hatchet.
The hatchet part of the whole name. Yeah, he was probably the most. I mean, I had a couple of thousand clients, back in around 2010 or so. There were a few people that were quite talented. An ex, pro football player. Some other people of some note. Collegiate professors who were vaunted, locally in the district. It was cool, But anyway, Marco Man and the Lionheart Band.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, Goon, how about you? You a big Easter guy? You have church tomorrow. You probably going to the 10 o'clock mass? 11 maybe?
Yeah, of course. No. I'll be there at 6 in the morning.
Have a wafer and some wine.
Yeah.
I'll go for wafers and wine. Yes,
6, huh?
yeah, 6 a.m., bro. You gotta praise like God early.
Right.
You ain't getting into that big cloudy sky.
At a body of water? Are you going to a coastal area, or is it somewhere in the city?
I'm in the city.
He's not going anywhere.
I come from a small town, and you're like,
that's right.
The city.
That's right. So
you're
you're traveling to the city to have your Easter mass. I understand.
Oh,
that's right.
Yeah,
you're a good man.
Yeah, I'm gonna find them eggs. Nah, I've had too many of them Easter eggs. I need to.
Yes.
I'm definitely going to eat some chocolate tomorrow. I've been holding off for like a long time. I'm going to get some chocolate, like
Good
half a pound of
You
chocolate.
scored big at the Easter egg hunt. All right.
There better be chocolate at the
And I
party.
remember, I still remember Easter egg hunts. They were fun. You got the ones with the silver foil and the golden foil. They were like the magic eggs.
We're going to my sister-in-law's, and she puts like $25 gift cards in the eggs. So she'll get 5 or 6 of them, and it's a full out like gang war when
You're supposed to
when it's
put
time
cash
to go.
in there.
Well,
How does she get
$25
it?
gift cards are kind of cool though.
How does she get the gift card in the
Because
little...
it's numbers. She tears a piece of paper with a little number on it, and then and most of them are filled with candy.
It's a raffle a raffle.
Well,
number.
kind of. It's got a number on it, and then there's a sheet.
Wow.
And the number, like if it's number 2, it could be like the local gas station or Taco Bell or whatever.
Right.
Right.
imagine opening like the egg and then you're like, oh shit, a sausage roll from a gas station.
Right.
Cup of Joe at a 7-Eleven.
I'm a fan of
25.
it. I'll take a gift card anywhere, man.
Oh yeah.
Free stuff. You just go there, and then usually I can't. My hardest thing is spending a gift card because I go in there and I'm like, I don't know. I think next time I can pick out something just a little bit better, and I keep
Everything looks like shit. I guess I can buy socks from
it.
here.
The problem is, like, you can never get the amount right, so you'll always have like $1 left,
Right,
which
right,
they
right.
end up getting that back because nobody goes back and says, I'll use my $1 gift card
Right.
and pay for the rest on a credit card or cash or blah, blah, blah. But it's like they understand that you're never going to hit $50 on the nut, so they're going to get a little bonus on that, dude.
Well, a lot of them, even the like clothing stores, they'll have a little rack right by the cash register. They'll have like a fancy caramel chocolate bar, that's like $3 and you'd never pay for it. But when you got $3 left on a gift card, you're like, I'm gonna go for that salted caramel
That's
bar
right.
today.
That's right. The old tempt you at the counter, at the checkout counter
right.
method.
Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like those Visa gift cards anyways, too. Like when people give those as gifts, they're $50 gift card, but it's a pain in the ass to use them at point of sale. So when you get them down to, like I'm just saying, 45, no one's going to like continue to use them.
Do you get triggered, Steve?
Just send them to me next time you get one of those.
With the gift
Yeah,
card, it's like $50, and then you get to the checkout and you see them candy chocolate bars looking back at you, going,
Oh,
"You're gonna-
it's more
when
like
you get
just
to $3, you're gonna buy me, bitch."
no. It's more just like give me the
own
cash,
you.
baby. Give me the cash. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You and your
I know.
chocolate addiction.
cash is king, dude.
Amazon gift cards. I'll sit there for like a
Always
year looking.
I'm sorry. The biggest problem with gift cards is when people start giving the same ones back to each other.
Right.
What?
Oh,
Right.
my niece, my wife always gets my niece and nephew, a present for Christmas, and 2 Christmases ago, it was like I don't know what it is. Let's say it's a candle set or something, and she put it up on sale on Facebook Marketplace like a few months later, and my wife's like, "That's it. I am not putting any more effort into her gifts from here."
What
on
are you
out."
monitoring? What happens?
No, but it came up. She's like, look at this. She's like, can you believe this? And it was like brand new, never even opened. Like she rubbed it in. Like
know.
I never wanted this in the first place.
You guys,
It's yours if you want it.
When I got married,
Just the indentation on the box saying "Merry Christmas."
No,
That's the giveaway.
I think Lee might get this, but me and my auntie have a running joke. Every year we send back and forth the same Woolworths gift card to each other.
Oh my god! Let's go back.
Re-gifting,
But
the old
by the way,
re-gifting, yes.
to our American people, Woolworths doesn't exist anymore. It hasn't existed for what,
I know that
7 years or something.
Woolworths.
Easy,
Yeah.
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 Woolworths,
They
yeah.
had the
They used-
lunch counter with the worst
It was
food
called
ever.
Wags.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
called
you
Wags.
just grab candy as well, from Woolworths. You just
there
walk
was-
in and go, "Oh, I'll have that."
There was a Woolworths in my neighborhood where I grew up in Chicago.
Oh, I
I like
remember Woolworths very well.
They had
They're
good French fries, but the burgers were horrendous.
Wait, what? Nah, we're on about 2 different Woolworths right now.
It was,
No, it's the
a,
same
it was a
Woolworths.
department store with a lunch counter.
Not all of them
With
had
a
the
little
lunch
stool.
counter, but some of them did.
All
Here
of
in the
them
States,
were-
they did.
We have
You Americans
right.
are too privileged. No wonder you're so
Yes,
fat like me.
some of us are.
They had a
Oh,
good
that's
patty
awesome.
melt though, which they used that same burger on.
I didn't like the. I thought their ground beef had a bit of an off-putting sour taste as a child. I
Oh,
was
that's
like,
probably because it was spoiled and unhealthy
right.
and unfit for consumption.
Or it was still mooing at you.
Or, no, I'd be like, Mom, it
at you
tastes sour.
slant-eyed, like, oh, moo.
That might have heard a bad joke before it died.
No, there were definitely some questionable.
Oh.
bits.
Hey, just a quick one. I don't know if any of this ever happened to you, but when we got married, We invited, I don't know, 30, 40 people. It really wasn't that big of a crowd, but one of them,
No, it wasn't.
one of our gifts.
But it was still beautiful.
Thank you. One of the gifts we opened had.
Mazel tov.
It wasn't just regifted. They had never opened it. And inside the gift was a happy, congratulations wedding to them from somebody who had given it to them. So we were actually offended. So I don't know, maybe we were.
I would be.
The thing is, though, if you get a gift like that and you actually enjoy it, you kind of have to go,
it was shit. It was
this
complete
is awesome. Oh, right. It's a crap gift.
Was it like Jam of the Month Club, or what?
It was like ladles and spoons, large cooking utensils, but it was extremely cheap. One of them had already broken inside the box.
They put it back in.
Yeah.
But they had never opened it. It was obvious they hadn't opened it. It was like someone got them the cheapest gift they could imagine, and without even realizing how bad that gift was, they re-gave it to us.
Well,
thank you.
Last dance. Wouldn't you do the same roles reversed if you got a really shit gift and you never used it?
I would have. It would never have occurred to me.
I should give this to me.
It would never have. Well, maybe we should have. I think we got married ahead of them, so maybe when they invited us, we could have given them back their gift.
But anybody, you just give a gift away, not thinking about it, because it's
ahead.
been sat in the garage for like 5 years.
Regifting is lame.
It got put in the garbage in 20 seconds.
Yeah, I always feel like if it's a decent wedding, you give them 100 per person, or 50 if it's a swaggy wedding. But at least you give them some fucking cash. We're talking 50s or 100s.
Well, it wouldn't have been 100 back in 1984 because that was real
then,
money.
No, but and nowadays, like if somebody's having some rinky-dink ass wedding, you give them 100 for 2 people. If somebody's having a kick-ass wedding,
Steve, you'd love the weddings where there's a dowry and the people are pinning money to you.
No, we just give them some cash. Especially if there's an open bar, because you motherfuckers know one thing: I'm getting my money's worth on that bad boy.
Right.
So I don't mind, and especially you always tip on an open bar. I don't know. There you go.
We had a cash bar, but it was really cheap.
We had an awesome wedding. Our wedding was epic.
I did too, man.
We had ours at like a beautiful barn in remote Vermont. The sunset was beautiful. We hired everybody. We bought the booze. We told them, don't question anything anyone wants. It's all free. So we paid the staff. They served the people. There was no intermediary, We rented the place. It was killer.
I think that's pretty much how mine was set up. But I don't remember who paid. I think my parents might have paid. I don't know. I didn't pay. But my friends thought it was funny that they all got toasters for me and gave me like gift receipts so I could take them back. But like I got like a dozen toasters that I had to return.
That's pretty funny. Did you keep any of them?
I mean, maybe the one I still have. I don't remember buying a toaster. So
toaster should last forever, right?
Oh no, they don't. Those coils.
But my wife and Smokesteve, I'm guessing you kind of maybe were similar. My wife, grew up with the same crowd, so it was like just everybody knew each other. So that was awesome.
It was pretty good. Exactly the same way, essentially.
My wife and I were from different parts of the country.
Okay.
Different parts of the country?
Yes.
Oh.
We did have a good caterer.
We got a golf course, and all my friends were absent from the festivities half the time because they were out getting wasted on the golf course.
Yeah, they were out like chipping and putting.
What else are you going to do on a golf course apart from get one?
Like at 10 p.m. on a Saturday or whatever it was. I also got married. I got married in my backyard that I grew up in, so that was kind of cool too.
Well, that is cool. Very nice. Seems like you have a.
So, did you or your family have to travel there last dance? Did you all have to travel to your?
Both of our families. We both. She was from her parents were divorced, and so their families were in the upstate New York area.
She was from.
Oh,
Her parents were divorced, and so
Damn,
Who is that
Biscuit.
sexy sounding guy I just heard?
I know. I was
BV.
thinking that deja vu. I was annoyed by that once already.
Yeah, so basically we got married in DC area, Baltimore DC area, and our families were from the East Coast in her case, and from Chicago in my case. So it was really difficult to get people there. It really was a pain, including some of my friends.
Yeah.
But it worked. Eventually, it worked out. It was a nightmare at times. I had to pick people up from the metro in DC, and
Mm.
I mean, I was
Oh God. Right.
basically picking people up all night long. It was terrible.
On the wedding day?
The night before.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's
Oh,
it's old school though. This was a long time ago, and it's
Yeah.
probably a memory now for
A
you.
century,
it is.
century ago, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah,
That's
it was a
cool,
century ago,
man.
right? There were it was the horses picking people up on those horses. Those horses.
It was still in black and white in those days,
Well,
wasn't
that
it?
was the plus side. Is the film was cheaper because it was black and white.
Okay, no problem, Biscuit Vapes. Thank you for trying, buddy. It was good to briefly see you, anyways.
Well, it was good to see you.
We got a
Good.
good
I mean, it is good to see
good
you.
Oh.
Good.
10 seconds of him.
I mean, he looks okay. He looks,
He was breathing. I'm
Whoa.
I hope
Whoa.
Biscuit's doing well, though.
Whoa.
boom.
Wow, that's
Boom.
cool.
that might be a record, Smokesteve.
Very generous.
I would say so. Yeah. Wow.
Jazz hands, jazz.
Thank you.
I mean, Hayden
Yeah,
will
man.
be psyched. That's
I mean,
killer.
Yeah.
I'm into a meme stock that's starting to do what the meme stocks do. There's only about 6 or 7 of them that are Reddit related, and right now things are looking good. And I fucked up about September, and
Have you got stocks in Dogecoin?
No.
And now Elon Musk is buying Twitter.
I have-
so-
I have
Yeah.
XLM. I forget what XLM cryptocurrency is. It's got its own name, but it's XLM on the exchanges. I have that, and I have a few other things. But right now, things are looking real good. I just have to make sure and not friggin'. I won't curse, as is my custom. Friggin'. I gotta not leave it on the table when it does its squeeze. It's ready for a short squeeze, and if it short squeezes properly, it'll be wonderful. Right now, it's
I love it when
already.
my shorts get squeezed.
It's what I say to my penis every night before bed. Just
Right.
Well,
this is-
in the
just a
world of
short
adult
squeeze.
stock trading, a short squeeze means something different.
I have.
Short squeeze.
Not bad.
Yeah, there's a stupid old joke about when you want to really get a woman under control and just handle it properly and make it so that you control her. You give her. I mean, this is a dirty joke, but it's not really bad. You give her 12 inches and make it hurt. And the way you do that is you pump her 3 times and slap her real hard.
I'm not even going to smile.
It's 4 times 3 plus a good slap, and it makes it hurt.
Wow.
There's your sexist, misogynist,
Man.
It
shitty joke.
is. That's what was missing.
Well, I mean, it makes more fun of the man than it does the woman, so it's more misandrist than it is misogynist.
Don't start getting defensive now.
No, I'm just explaining the logic of the joke to you. You seem lacking in your comprehension.
That's always true. I mean, that's going to be true no matter what you say.
No, it's not. I lack in comprehension far more than you. You know that.
I really should have a hat that just has a question mark on it, coming off the top.
Yeah, riddle me this.
What?
I just saw The Batman, and I had a horrible experience. It's a 3-hour movie.
I want
It's
to watch that.
I did not realize. I went to the movie
3
theater
hours. That's brutal.
for the first time in almost 3 years, 2.5 years, and I forgot basic methods of when you go out in public and you're in a captive sort of situation, and
Your etiquette. Yeah.
well, I took quintuple the dose of diuretics that that is there. I don't take my water pills, every day. So I'll save up. I say, okay, like I'm about 5 pounds heavier than I'd like to be. So I'll take 5 pills and lose 3-4 pounds. Well, I got into that damn movie after drinking a couple of cups of coffee and had not used the restroom. And I kid you not, I'll go ahead and self-own myself. I went to the restroom 5 or 6 times. And I mean, it was real close to the theater, entry door. I mean, so I didn't lose a lot, but I mean, it was like, oh shit, I'm fucking up here really bad. So I gotta put on my public appearance hat, for future public appearances.
Right.
Are you Are you saying you had like the diarrhea shits when you went and saw
Diuretics.
What's that?
Bladder shit,
Oh, no, that's why I'm questioning.
Isn't that a book by L. Ron Hubbard?
No,
I told you more than 2 syllables, and I get confused.
Yeah, I mean, if it's one, it's just a phenomena that
It's when you have too much sugar in your blood.
I heard diarrhea, and I thought, damn.
There was another. What was it? There's something called. It's a. Yeah. In along the spinal column, there's something called the THECAL sac, and it's the
you put your weed in
it. Cerebral spinal fluid is in that.
If you didn't have a Mega Drive as a kid, we could stick it in the flap. Then you hide it in there.
Yeah, so I'm at a Kiwanis meeting around 2003 or 4, talking about the fecal sac, and some stupid woman who's eavesdropping go, don't talk about a fecal sac. When we're at the table, I said it wasn't fecal, it was fecal. It's neurology, bitch. No, I didn't say that.
I have the fecal sac in the car. You want to see it?
Yeah. Look over here on my side. I can't poop out of my ass anymore. I got a sac.
Awkward.
Yeah, awkward, but not true. I mean, I'm just making a joke.
Hey,
this show needs some more diarrhea and fecal sac talk.
Oh my god. Fecal, you eavesdropper. By God.
Hey, Tesla. Cranking away.
He seems to be having the best time of all. We let's all go to Tesla.
Where are you from, Mr. Goon? Whereabouts do you live?
I know I'm pretty. I know
not
I'm
your exact address.
Attractive guy, but I like you, Lee. I like you.
Pretty
but
and pretty and yay.
You do that well, Cypher.
Yeah, lots of old memories of weird people. Hey.
How do I put him down gently, guys? Lee.
You're telling him that you're mine.
I deserve it.
You're already mine.
You can own me. I don't mind.
No. Lee, I mean East Midlands.
Oh, right.
There you
go.
Hey.
I would have sworn somewhere in Taiwan.
Just outside of Manchester, Sale, just outside of Manchester.
So are you a Manc?
The opposite side of the country.
No, not originally. Originally from Gloucestershire. So.
And you,
Yeah,
Goon, are you a Manc? Because you're close to Manc.
No.
Not a Manc.
The opposite side of the country to Manchester.
I saw that you picked up on the Mercia Goon. So did you? Is that something historically that you're really aware from the Mercia?
The Mercia? What?
It's the name that you logged into. Mercia Goon, or how do you say that? Merca?
Oh no, because you were talking about something at the time.
Right,
Mercia, America. Yeah.
Right. And you logged in. Yeah, I mean, you created the name, so I was wondering if you.
It was just a bullshit name at the time.
Well, of course, sort of like my name,
Right.
But no, we are famed. This exact town is famed for John Franklin, who did the whole kind of what was it, the White Walk or something they called it at the time. It's basically climbing a high mountain.
The White Walker.
And I can't remember exactly. But anyway, he was such a dickhead that instead of getting new tinned food, he used his reserves, which was all lined lead tins.
Lead.
And
Oh
yeah,
no.
yeah,
Oh no.
and yeah,
Bad ending.
they ate out of that, and they basically got insane and started taking up furniture up a mountain. Needless to say, they died, and for some reason, there's a fucking statue of the dude in my town. So,
Was it because of cold or because of lead poisoning?
well, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Yeah,
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's what your town's famous for?
yeah. Some
That's
idiot that
fascinating.
did
I'll give you
that
right.
was second place in yeah.
It,
Some sort of mountain walk.
Didn't he fight against America as well?
Well,
Right.
he might have done.
Which
He might have shouted
he
that at
did.
the top of the mountain at the time.
He fought if I remember right, he fought the Portuguese and he fought the Americans as well.
Well, he had two hands, so why not?
Lots of fighters back then.
Yeah, we're talking about the Franklin from like kind of not Middle Ages, but a bit, sort of Napoleonic times.
I'll be back.
Is that the Franklin you're talking? Yeah. I'm sure he fought against America. Yeah.
Might have done.
That's starting to make me angry.
Yeah, I think he did. But
Well, they all did.
Man.
Bastards.
They wanted us to be a colony.
Pay our taxes.
Right.
You are meant to be a colony. We sent you over there to colonize, and you were just like, "No, this is ours now." Like,
right.
what
Well,
the fuck? Basically, that was the Queen's reaction of, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, that was that happened near Boston at Dorchester Heights. General Washington decided to take them on and to stand up to them, and the British general decided that it would be the best move for the crown to retreat to Nova Scotia at the time. That was one of the pivotal wins for the Continental Army. And that was one of the things that projected George Washington to true fame. And of course, he then went on to become our first president. But he was a great general, and he was a solid battle man.
Didn't he have slaves though? I'm pretty sure he had slaves.
Oh, for fuck's
There we go.
That's why we honor that by tearing down his statue everywhere we see it.
Yeah, he's holy moly, who is this guy?
Oh, what you got? What you got?
Hey, can you wave D High?
Oh, just bring him in. D High. There was a guy that used to come on here. What?
D Hive, yeah, we've had it.
Yeah.
There he is.
There he is.
D High.
He was the guy with the pure grain alcohol. What's that stuff? Everclear.
What are you drinking tonight? Water?
I bet he's got Everclear.
No.
White spirits?
Soda pop.
No, you got Everclear. You got Everclear.
Oh no, it's paint strimmer with a splash of vodka.
Look at him. He's got a look on his face. What do you got, D High? What you drinking, old boy?
It's good.
Same as always.
Everclear it is. I got it.
He's being East
Canadian
Coast.
dry.
He ain't gonna tell us.
He's gonna show it.
Hey, D-Light.
Oh, it looks like just fun.
Ooh,
oh, it's a handle of it.
It's great to see you again, by the way. Hi.
What's up, D High?
I was here last time you were here.
How you doing, D High?
Thanks for coming back, man.
Yeah.
Good to see you, bro.
Didn't know I'd been here before.
You have.
Yeah.
You have.
I remember you.
You're unforgettable, D High.
I remember you,
first for
but I was
me.
only in chat, so nice
So you're
to
talking
meet
about
you,
me.
D-High.
I didn't know is what you said.
I think I had about the same amount of vodka last time as this time when you came on, so I'm quite buzzed on the
I sure
I'm
could
about to
never
kick it up
forget
a notch
D-High.
here myself too. In about
Welcome
2
back.
minutes.
Welcome back, D High. I apologize. I didn't recognize you initially, but I always think I'm getting trolled by somebody who's going to show
You
porn.
remembered me by my liquor.
Yeah,
Like,
All of our liquor. Yeah. All of our liquor. Yes.
true that, homeboy. True that. Very good. Welcome back.
you remember somebody buy their liquor.
Well, it's a pub. It's a pub, dude.
You get
By their preference.
mine was
I am-
easy to remember. For loco.
I
The
am
question,
the
D High, is: do you remember being on this show before?
Four Loko.
No,
Did you get some of the
I have no idea who.
vintage
Or-
Four Loko that
That's
has
what I
the,
thought.
Weird when I
caffeine
join
in it and
somewhere.
That's what I thought.
I
that
haven't
was
been
Murder.
in any place in a long time too, so I was surprised that y'all remember me.
It might have been my show
I've
actually.
been
Yeah,
doing
because
my own
yeah,
show.
it was my
so
show because
say.
I kept kicking you off, and Smokesteve was getting mad at me because I would kick you off and bring you back.
Not only
I'm like, I'm
Smokesteve,
sorry,
we're all
Smokesteve.
getting mad at you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we had to talk about it.
I don't care
we
if anybody kicks
apologize.
me.
We apologize.
No, I
Not a
think you
problem.
were.
D high is the D hype.
But I was innocent, but I'm still apologizing, you know.
He's the man.
It's not a problem. I'll find another room if which I haven't been joining anything.
We're serious. We
Don't you dare go anywhere, boy.
promise.
We need it. Well, let's
We
Well,
are
I'm
focus
saying
this
in the past, I would find another room, but I haven't been joining anybody
Matter of fact-
lately.
It was about a month
I've been
ago.
doing my own
Sm-
show.
It was about a month ago, D High.
No, it's great to have you back.
Because I remember I even looked at your profile and you have pictures. You
I
have
think
like,
it was much longer than a month ago because
No,
I have
it was
not
about-
been
I
joining
got
anybody
proof
for a
of
long
it.
time.
I got proof.
Hey,
of it,
D-High, do
I-
you see
I
the
won't
amount of
forget.
screen set behind that guy's fucking head
Yeah,
up there?
I got your all your videos playing
He's got
24/7
you
right here.
fucking tracked, guy.
They're
He's
they're like 11. They're like 8 to 11 years ago, and they're all like you when you were younger playing like Call of Duty and different that
This-
type of shooting games.
I
Sounds
never played Call of Duty.
weird.
What
Well,
are you
I'm not
talking
saying it was
about?
Call of Duty. I'm saying it was like first person shoot. Your profile, like your channel, you have videos of you playing like first person shooter games.
like Doom,
years
the
ago.
original.
What
Go
are
to
you
his
talking
channel right
about?
now. Go
I
to
can
his
tell you-
channel right now. You'll see what I'm
I-
talking about.
I can tell you exactly when he was on. It was
Yeah,
February 19th.
there you go. Okay, so it's more than 1 month ago.
If you're seeing like gaming shit, that's not what I stream on.
No, I'm saying your videos on your channel, the ones you uploaded like a
I
long
have
time
I have
ago.
a channel just for like StreamYards.
There you go.
I have two different channels, so you're seeing like
but-
a different
but-
channel.
No, I'm
What's
seeing
your OnlyFans?
your
D
channel?
high.
OnlyFans.
Yeah, you're
Let me
seeing
get
my
you out.
OnlyFans.
And that, yeah, please, come on. You can message at me privately if
I
you
don't
want.
know. This got awkward really quickly. So
No.
My
What do
D-High's
you
great.
mean?
I don't know.
I
They
just
seem like
asked him
they
to
need
go
like,
but
no, my like StreamYards channel doesn't have any videos.
okay.
Come on, plug yourself,
I don't
dude.
save videos on it.
Well, welcome anyways, buddy. How's it going? How's life? How are you? You good?
No.
Okay, all right. What's going on? What's the word?
Finally, someone who tells the truth.
Right, exactly.
God, finally.
Things
What
will
do
be
you
all
think?
right.
How's everybody
Let's just say
here?
Things will be all right. Let's
Great.
just say that.
Things are
Give it
okay,
time.
but it depends on where you are, who you are, and your life. Like we definitely notice here, like things are getting more expensive. Like I wonder how
I
that's
was-
hitting everybody else. You know?
I was like actually like done drinking. Like I was just gonna take like shots of Everclear, and like I wasn't gonna grab another beer. So I was just like kind of finding like somewhere to like just take shots. Yeah,
We're
Yeah,
good.
I mean,
Yeah,
shots.
I was done drinking.
But how does
I'm
that
about to
goes-
take
are you-
shots.
When you say that, are you talking about AA style done with drinking, where you're trying to be sober? Because I've been in and out.
I'm
of
saying
AA.
done drinking. Like I'm not gonna be drinking. What am I? 211. I'm gonna be just like joining something and
Back in the
maybe
set.
taking shots, depending
So
on.
what
the
you're
Okay,
person.
saying here,
something
if I-
different
if
than
I
what
can
I'm
just
talking about.
clarify, you're going to be done drinking, but you'll just be doing shots.
I'll just be doing shots of Everclear.
But
Yeah,
you'll be
right
done.
through
drinking.
it.
That makes
It's a
sense.
combination of
Okay.
historical drinking and future drinking.
I want to see
Present.
3 shots of Everclear.
I think most people would
No,
say if
be
you're going to.
careful. Come on, don't poison yourself.
Most people
with
would say doing shots of Everclear is
Yeah.
starting drinking.
Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Don't
3.
poison yourself.
Or yeah, if
We
anything
like you
with
enough
that,
that
with
we
that,
don't want to
you don't
poison
want to pour
yourself.
that into a glass. Just take it,
Look,
touch it to your lips.
3.
when I work,
Yeah.
I do my job.
Yeah,
You're damn right.
yeah. Just
And if
I
I'm
guess-
gonna work, I'm gonna have at least a bottle of fucking 211.
What's 211?
What the hell is that?
Or a can of 211.
What is 211?
Google
It's a
search.
reserve.
211. Is it strong?
Yes. 211.
Does it have THC in it?
Everclear is just something that like I can easily fucking,
Uh-oh.
I pick up, this little bottle that has some OJ in, and then
Oh, Steel Reserve. I used to drink
Is
that
that?
shit. Steel
like-
Reserve.
Echinacea or something?
It's fucking
Is that- are you on a
garbage,
health-
guys.
That's one down. That's one down. 2 to go. 2 to
No,
go,
don't
buddy.
challenge him. No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
I mean,
on.
What we have had in the past
I
was
took a
we
good
challenged
swig.
somebody
Good.
with a shaver,
Stay on the Allen
shave their
stay.
eyebrows and their head, and we got them to do it.
I have this game
don't
that I
wanna-
play,
we
and
don't
I
want
have
you
an
to
alt account
play
that I'm
this
just
shit.
trying to like complete some shit on. So, like, that's the only reason why I'm still awake right now.
Yeah. Well,
I have
Yeah.
some
I finally
good
quit
little
taking
like
caffeine
shit that I have to complete.
I used for
You
this show. I
should
used,
complete 2 more
I used-
shots.
I used to take
Which I
caffeine
think I've
pills
completed
every-
it.
before
So
every show, and I
Ah.
finally quit doing that. So I mean,
yeah.
because, you wouldn't
So I mean,
wanna-
I can go.
drink
I can
a
go
lot
to
of
bed at any time. Like I've
yeah,
completed all the bullshit that I have to do before I go to sleep.
you haven't taken any upper stuff. It's all just drinking and something else that might be relaxing.
You smoking any weed, dude?
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm asking.
I wish.
Is it illegal where you are?
Yeah, all I can get is CBD here.
Oh man, here in
That Delta
Massachusetts,
bullshit.
fully
Oh,
legal.
yeah,
dude.
CBD is bullshit. That's bullshit.
Oh, my mum gets me my
You gotta-
weed.
You gotta have THC.
Your mom?
CBD.
Your mum gets at you. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
No. What? Doesn't yours?
Is your mom cool with it? Your mom
She'd be
must be the
mortified.
shit.
Yeah, no, she's fine. Yeah, no.
So if I come to the UK, stop at your mom's house first.
Oh, my mum will give you the best skunk you've ever had in your life.
I'd literally give her 400 pounds for an ounce.
Yeah. 400 pounds.
Too high, too low?
Higher, bro.
Come on.
This is the good shit. My mum is
Damn.
getting out.
Damn.
Where did you
You're
say
talking
you live?
500?
Maybe it's worth the trip.
Dude's trying to make
Yeah.
a cut. Look at him. He's making a fucking cut. I can see it, Goon. Goon's getting 20%.
I am not.
Now we got this. the truth.
Now
I
I see
wish.
where all the guitars come from,
I wish I
homeboy.
was getting 20%.
That guy I told you about, Goon Pacto, he's got a collection. Any Fenders and Gibsons and all sorts of wonderful guitars. So
Pretty
cool. You do too, obviously. Oh, I don't know, but it's obvious you have some wonderful guitars. You do. Good for you, man. A better Joe than me. That comes from the old what's the Blade Runner 2049? You remember when they kill the
Blade Runner?
right at the very end, the huge iteration of this woman comes into the building and tells the Blade Runner, "You're a good Joe." You know, it's like, oh man, give me the shivers. You know, oh shit.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're
Steve-
talking
Steve-
about. There's
Uh,
only, there's only one Blade Runner, maybe.
Yeah, there is only one Blade Runner, but I heard it was a
Thank
good
you.
movie.
Blade Runner 2049 is acceptable. I'm sorry.
It's a
I liked
piece of
it. It was
shit.
good.
Third
I thought it was
party.
good.
It's an
No,
acceptable
it's
third
good.
party.
It's not as good as the
No.
original, but it was okay.
Well,
It
no,
was
it's not
okay.
as good. The original was more than
Well,
cutting
the
edge.
first one, I should say. The
I
first
it
wouldn't
defined
even
an
come on
era.
it for $100.
But
What?
Fuck that movie.
Steve, you know, you said you were talking about gaming.
I mean, it's better than anything that's coming out today.
Doom.
Well,
You mentioned
No.
Doom. Do you guys know the name Wild Bill Steely? Does that ring any
Mhm.
bells?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
Uh-huh.
you know, do you ever play games by Microprose? Do you remember
games
those?
by what?
By what?
Microprose. Microprose games.
No.
Oh, no, but I've heard of it.
yeah, I know a lot of you guys are
F-15
gamers.
Strike Eagle. Well, there's loads.
Nice.
Yeah, but I used to work for an American company. I used to work for them in the UK.
Oh, right.
Cool. Very good.
It was my first job, which was working for a warehouse. Yeah, but Microprose were massive, absolutely massive. We were the best. There was a lot of strategic military games, and it must be famous for flight
Wasn't like
simulators.
Total War and that sort of stuff that they
Oh, I
started
love
on?
Total War. Those are good.
Yeah, they're good.
I'm pretty sure they did stuff like that. I could be
I
wrong.
quit
but-
playing any game.
No, Microprose didn't do Total
early
War. No.
2000s. I just stopped. I played a lot of
Yeah,
online
this was
shit
like
right
late
at the very end of my
80s, early 90s.
online gaming.
But
What
Microprose
years,
was massive.
Lee? What years?
Late 80s, early 90s.
Oh
Microprose.
wow! Yeah.
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 You're one of the early gurus. It sounds like, you know, almost.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah. I was playing games on the Spectrum. I think it was called the Timex in the US. So
Hey,
yeah.
so does anybody like games? Is that what I'm hearing?
A little bit.
Games?
Yeah, yeah, there's
No,
some gamers.
no, get
There's
out
some
of there, you
gamers here.
Super Mario plumbers,
Time
bro.
gamers here. Yes, there are. Man, you don't mess with these gamers. They be
Well, this is mobile game. Like,
Oh, mobile game, get the fuck out now.
No, I'm kidding. I'm not
Yeah.
even kidding, dude. I'm not even kidding. I
Fucking
know.
Flappy
No,
Bird.
I don't want to hear about a mobile
Solitaire
game.
over that. You
No,
know.
no, really.
Yeah.
No, really. Listen. Check out this
I really-
fucking game, Kingdom Maker, man.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
I'm
Fuck
not even
off.
joking,
Are
dude.
you doing? Are you
Yeah.
doing an ad mid-stream of somebody
Exactly.
else's stream?
Yo, listen, like I
Yeah,
play
we preserve.
fucking stupid
Like
ass.
the game,
Hey,
man.
Shadow Legends.
Have you guys ever heard of
so many
Doom?
fucking stupid goddamn games, and this game is actually fucking good.
Oh, I want to kill myself.
Well, I bet
Hold
you're
on.
right, you know.
Hey, you want to fucking not play it? That's fine.
He's out of there.
What's it called?
You gotta be careful with that.
Anybody wants to
man.
check it out? It's Kingdom Maker.
What's it called? Kingdom Maker. All right, give me about 3 seconds to tear this apart.
Is that a
You
PC
can go
game?
in,
or
you can play it, or
Give me
whatever
3.
you want, dude.
Hold up. Kingdom Maker.
All right.
I threw it out
Yeah,
there.
the master on this issue. Here we go.
I love this game, dude. I love it. I'm not even fucking
Okay,
joking,
I'm looking
dude.
at the. Oh
Like,
my
I
god,
really
dude!
love
I've
this
seen
game.
better graphics from
It
my
looked dope.
2-year-old drawing
There ain't
blind.
nothing about graphics for it or
Uh-oh, a
anything like
negative
that,
review
dude.
of Kingdom Maker.
Dude,
And this game is fucking really like badass.
You like it? You do like it? Okay.
There ain't
Seize the
nothing,
day.
there ain't nothing graphics or any stupid shit that you want to say about it like that. Like you're just gonna have
Yeah,
to fucking
yeah.
play it.
yeah, you definitely don't play this game for the graphics. I'll agree. But,
Shut the fuck up, dude.
but
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, if you like those kind of games, that's fine. But you gotta understand, man. A lot of
Got an STM
a lot of cell phone games are just expensive
listen.
surveys.
Like the way I found this
That's
game.
true. Yeah.
The way I found this game, I was just like downloading just anything. I bought this new phone. I had 100. I have 100 and fucking like over 125 gigabytes. I don't know how much I have on this phone. So I was just downloading everything. I was just like, fuck it. I'm gonna fucking look at all these stupid fucking games I was getting advertisements for, like, I was playing another game, and I was getting advertisements for games. Oh my god, dude! I even downloaded that dumbass fucking like, what's it called? Mafia game, whatever the fucking Mafia shit.
Yeah.
I downloaded that, dude.
I mean, it's
Did
easy
you
to
also download that game that you had to
game.
spread a virus across the entire world? What's
I
that called?
downloaded this game, dude, and oh my fucking god, dude! I am so lucky that I did. Hey, you want to fucking like not trust me? You don't want to fucking test it out?
No.
Try the game out, dude.
Anything
Trust
that
me.
can occupy your time and give you some pleasure and
No, it's really like
Steal your information and sell it for millions of dollars. I mean, dude, that's the point, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sitting here playing friggin' solitaire. I don't want to play online games that involve.
What do you think these people are doing? Do you think they're making games for you to entertain and for you to be happy? No, they want your information so they can sell it.
I can see what they're doing. Yeah, they're siphoning info all the time. It's like
they're sucking you dry.
Well, there's not anything they can get from me.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the perfect crime scenario because they make you think that.
One of you motherfuckers, goddamn, try this game out and then fucking like see that it's awesome, and then you're gonna be able to spread the fucking word because this game is like so fucking backstage. Like nobody knows about this fucking game.
What game were you talking about?
Well, I mean, it was sort of. Is that who is that?
Someone sleeping?
I think it's Base Welshman.
Someone pass out? Are we not? Does someone need to like dance on the table or something?
I think you're right. I think
Base Welshman's sleeping.
Yeah.
It was that stimulating gamer talk, I think.
Oh, man. This is why games are so much better in the 90s because
any goddamn game but this. Like, all right, there are games that I wish I could just fucking like quit playing, but I've invested too much time in them.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm still playing these other stupid fucking games that I do not even want to play anymore. But I want to play this game.
Okay, I love you. With all due respect, the word invest is maybe an overstatement.
I've invested money into like some other games and too much time.
But when you say invest, that implies that you're going to actually get that money back, and you're not. You wasted all of that.
Okay.
Spent money.
Well, yeah.
No, if they got smart.
Money in other
you
games.
could be, DHS, you could be smart enough to play the market.
Listen, there's other games that I've wasted money on and I've quit playing.
No, the stock market. Play the stock market.
Well, see, they should tie video games into some kind of stock market, exactly, where you actually do invest, where you can make your money back.
There are two other games that are really good, but I do not want to play anymore. But I want to keep playing them because I've spent money on them, and they are good games, but they're nothing compared to this game.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like, you got that kind of potential. You could play a video game.
If you spent money on the game and it's giving you entertainment and you're enjoying it, it's not the money, is it? So.
Okay, well,
but it's not an investment,
especially if you bought that sex suit.
I could fucking abandon, but I spent some money on or spent too much time on.
Yeah, time and money investment. That's a fair statement.
Okay, and then there's this game that I wish I could have taken everything that I played into those games into this game because this game is, I swear to God, man, this game is actually good.
I just looked at
it's cool that you like the game. That's awesome that you like the game.
Reviewed.
It is good.
Rage Shadow Legends.
Well, you've talked about earning capacity and a good job, and
I would definitely fucking represent this game. Like, I wish I could be like a fucking like big YouTuber that could fucking promote this game because I would love to promote this game.
Well, why don't you
being a jerk about it?
Why don't you stream it?
Consider playing the stock market.
I have a YouTube video. You can look at my last video that I made. I had to fucking make a video of like my base on it.
What's your YouTube name, if you don't mind, or do you not want to tell us?
The guy that I think he looked at my wrong YouTube channel.
Oh yeah.
That's A Philip because
And
you're on the
he
A
looked up
Philip
the one
show.
that is just for gaming.
Yeah, just for gaming.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe some other folk will.
February 19th.
visit it.
How did Last Dance? I'm curious. How did you whip that out?
How did I look? I remembered I had said something
That's a
about him.
that's a
Whipped
loaded
it out,
question.
you bastard.
We just said something about my YouTube channel that was the wrong one.
And I checked and found where I made that comment, and I looked at the date.
It's the YouTube channel that has less subscribers than my one that does.
You have
stream
89.
yards.
You have 89 subscribers.
That's decent.
No, the other one.
What's the other one?
The one that you watch videos on.
I know, but what is it?
Oh yeah, it's you. Yeah, you.
Yeah, the one talking.
Yeah. You looked up videos on it.
I did. Because you were so interesting, and you got so offended when we were just joking with you, and
Yeah,
it was
we're
so
not
fun.
joking.
You were less.
Respect.
I will
Never
say
take
that
it
you had. I
personal.
think you had more. You had more. I'm just guessing. This is just a assessment, in my opinion. I think you had more Everclear that night than you did this night. You seem a little more coherent tonight.
Anyway, the video that you said you were playing all my videos. That's the channel.
I know.
It has 86 viewers.
You said I was lying, but
it has
Or your
86 86
subscribers.
Subscribers, yeah.
There you go.
No office pops in there or anything like that, right? that's from the movie.
Yeah, my
the other guys, you know.
My new
office
channel
pops.
has
favorite
just
scene.
surpassed the fucking subscriber count tonight,
Oh no, that's not.
or the time before. I can't remember.
you have
but
89 subscribers. The channel you're
That's
on right now.
that's the new channel. The new channel. Yeah. The old one
Congratulations.
it has like 86.
Well, that's cool.
Speaking
Better
of
than my
new
channel.
things,
I think I had
what
maybe 20.
what
I
platform
don't
is
do
everybody
anything
gonna
for my
want to
new
go
channel,
to after?
I don't care about it.
All right.
My old channel is like my original channel. Like it's just
You're keeping
Yeah.
it fresh with the new D-High.
I had to make like I'm not gonna lose my original channel like if I do anything wrong with StreamYards.
Right.
Yeah. So I made a new channel just so I can do StreamYards and not have to worry about porn bombing or anything bullshit.
Porn bombing. That's a good stuff.
Porn
Yeah.
bombing?
Yeah.
Did I
Porn
hear that right?
bombing.
We have to prevent
The latest
that here.
craze,
Every now
LDG.
and then it pops up.
I've
here.
not
Well,
heard
it's
of
been
this.
going on for a few years. honestly.
What is it?
No,
Not
it's
too
the
bad.
layest craze.
Oh, it's just people
Well, it's they
pretending to be.
people
Explain.
join the stream
And
and then they just immediately put
Right.
on
Like
Oh,
mostly
Oh.
gay porn, like
black
man.
man on black man.
okay.
With a lot of screaming.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
there's no screaming, but there's
There was
lots
screaming. I had screaming.
I don't know.
Screaming.
Okay, screaming. Yeah, I guess.
I
It's
had
just
penetration.
motherfuckers like putting on porn randomly.
Yeah, it sucks.
There's nothing wrong with
Okay,
evil.
so you're talking about the thing that's been happening like ever since before
No.
time.
The
Okay.
Latest
dawn
I mean-
of
Yeah.
The
YouTube.
latest
Porn was the
craze.
source of the Big Bang.
Alright.
You know that, right? I mean-
sounds about right.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
This is a new thing.
The first time I dealt with it, I was like, "Hey, look, a new guy." Boom.
yeah.
porn.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Okay, now I have to be on."
I,
Oh, by the
I've
way,
stopped adding
Smoke
like
Steve.
anybody
Yes.
that I don't know.
Smoke
Yes.
Steve. I don't know if you were watching the show earlier this week, but I cracked the co-host ability, and this is for anybody who does StreamYards. I cracked the, how they give you co-host finally. They finally gave us the damn ability to have somebody else that can bring people in and out and control like everything in StreamYard without like deleting your channel and shit. But they only give you one for free, and then you have to pay. They actually have the audacity to think that we want to pay for extra co-host. Well, this week on my live streams, I showed people how to create a dummy throwaway email address. And you just use that email address to make your co-host, and then you give all your co-hosts that username and password.
Huh.
brilliant.
That way you can have, well, technically, because I think you can hold, 10 avatars saved. Now, I don't know if that's 10 as a whole or 10 on the computer. I actually think it's just 10 on the browser that you can have everybody have their, up to 10 people have an avatar.
Huh. That's
And they'll all
really
sign in with the
interesting.
same username and password. They'll have full co-host abilities. So they can click on chat, highlight chat, bring people in, do whatever the hell they want, play clips, change backgrounds, etc. Without
Well, then
having to pay the extra.
Smokesteve.
I'd have to decide who was worthy or not. And then
I think Last Dance is the only one that has the street cred to take on that.
Did it look like to me that you were like downloading that game?
me, no, I wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
He couldn't wait. He couldn't wait. His fingers have been like a junkie.
I thought it looked like he was looking at his phone and like downloading the game.
No, I looked at my phone.
I think the
briefly,
last
and
cell phone game.
I think I forgot what I was looking at, and then I just came back here, and now I'm talking shit again. So here we are. How you doing?
Okay.
Right. You know.
I think the last cell phone game I played, like with any kind of passion, was Battle Royale.
Candy Crush.
Anybody know that one? No,
Yeah,
fuck
no,
Candy
no,
Crush.
yeah.
Oh my god, fucking Candy Crush. No,
Sudoku?
not Candy Crush. No, Battle Royale. It was like a PvP army versus army, but kind of like arcade style animated. You send up some knights, or you send up some, and then the more you played, the more cards you unlocked, and cards were different enemies with battle points and levels, and you can level up cards and the
And
whole
none of
9
y'all
yards.
have ever played that. What do you call it?
Minesweeper?
Might sweep.
What is it called? Forged
Chess.
Empire? God damn it. What is it called?
Cadet Pinball. I missed
Empire.
that one. Oh,
Yeah,
I
remember
missed
that
Cadet
Empire
Pinball.
one. Something Empire.
Forge of Empires. Y'all never played that?
We
I
played
saw
Age of
commercials.
Empires.
Yeah.
Age
the
of
cheat-
Empires
the
was
cheat
awesome.
code with the old 80s Camaro that could nuke everything. Awesome.
Fuck, Age of Empires. God damn it. I'm old.
Actually rings a bell.
I
Yeah,
wish,
something like that.
you know, I
Stand
wish
back
they would actually have that type of shit.
Who was the actress
Fuck.
that promoted that? I think it was a really buxom, young actor.
Buxom.
Buxom.
There's
yeah.
something I haven't heard since
Fancy word
the
for you there.
20s.
Yep.
May West.
Yep.
Look, how about all of
You're
you? Like, what?
May
Look,
West.
how good of a phone does everybody here have?
Well,
Half decent, but
I
not
got
enough to play a video
iPhone
game on
7.
anymore.
I mean, how good is that?
I don't know what mine is.
Paperweight.
Anybody has, like, a
Paperweight 7.
decent phone,
I love it.
actually fucking download this game, fucking Kingdom Maker. Like, try it out, man.
Just remember, Max spelled
Just
backward
do
is
it for
scam.
me. I swear, man, it's gonna be worth it, man. You actually enjoy this shit. You don't have to spend any money on it. You'll enjoy it.
What?
Whoop.
Game
What
you're
happened?
talking
Hey,
about.
so real quick though, guys on the panel,
Having a reboot
How many-
here. I'm sorry.
how many of you guys use Twitter?
I do.
Most of us.
I
I got
so
an iPhone.
where-
I got an iPhone.
Where are you
11.
guys? Where are you guys gonna go after it implodes? Thanks to Elon Musk.
I don't use Twitter. I don't use Instagram. I don't use.
You don't like Elon Musk,
I don't
LDG?
use.
I love
what do you
Elon
call it?
Musk.
Snapchat.
Crossed the line with
But I think
Smokesteve.
he's doing a stupid move right now
Boy.
because do you really think Twitter is going to let themselves get bought out?
They
No.
got the poison pill in place.
I think they will. I think
No,
they
no,
will
fuck
get
the
bought
poison
out, but I
pill.
don't
I'm
think it'll be
talking
by
about-
Elon Musk.
The
They
only
can
thing that I
dissolve.
use is Facebook, and I use it as a phone book.
They got too
That's the
many
only thing I
secrets
use.
to hide.
What-
They're
you
not
don't
going
like
to let
Elon Musk,
their
Jason?
analytics go public.
No, I think he's a
Very
bright
possible.
guy.
That's very possibly correct. LD.
It's very
How many-
possibly
how many
correct.
shares-
That's exactly
how-
what's going to happen.
How many shares does he have in Twitter, Elon Musk?
It's like
Is it about
10% or
10%?
something, like
Yeah.
9.5
Yeah.
to 11%. I don't know if he's
actually.
buying more or not. I think there's some kind of
So
regulation
he
where if he's going
announces
to make
that
a
he
move,
wants-
he has to
so-
wait.
So he announces he wants to buy it, and then everybody else jumps in. Do you not think this is? As soon as I heard this, I thought this isn't going to happen. But I bet the price goes rocketing up.
Of course not.
10% becomes worth a lot more money.
Okay.
Newsflash,
okay? Real quick, guys. Real quick. Why is he buying? What's the number one story of reason why he's getting Twitter?
Sasquatch.
Freedom of speech, right?
Freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you. Okay, rule number one. Twitter isn't fucking freedom of speech. Twitter is not even freedom of speech. So what the hell is he buying? That's what I'm talking about. Twitter can never be a true public platform the way it stands right now. Yeah, and then Twitter's going to sit there and say, okay, you know what? We have somebody who's going to buy out all the stocks and own us. And then he's talking about making the algorithm go open source, which is like the stupidest thing I've ever heard anybody think of just immediately doing. There's going to be a number of secret analytical information that people are going to be able to say, okay, they were doing this, they were doing this, they were doing that. Do you really think they're going to let that information go?
No,
they will dissolve Twitter
makes a Twitter
immediately.
About the Dogecoin. I made money off Dogecoin because Elon Musk makes a Twitter about something to do with the Dogecoin, and I made a bit of money off of it. I mean, it wasn't a huge amount, but the price just rocketed. I mean, this guy makes a comment and makes loads of money.
There's been too many people here. I'll probably be back. But thank you all for your time.
Hey, D-High, always an epic experience.
It's good having you. You take care, D-High.
Right, be careful out there.
The appreciation is all on this side, I can guarantee you.
Later, bro.
Cheers.
See you, man.
All right.
Don't be shy. Come back.
Biscuit, can you hear us?
D-High, man. He's gold.
He is good.
No, but yeah, he's going to pull out. He's going to end up.
Good look.
He's either pulling out or he's going to make a move in which causes Twitter to shut down.
That's been my goal since I first hit puberty.
Twitter will
never
shut down.
pull out.
Yes, of course it will.
Why?
They've already crossed the line. They're not going to allow somebody who wants to buy them out and release all their secrets.
Who's they?
So why would they shut down? They just refuse the offer and carry on going.
Them.
You know who they is.
Them.
It's the same one. Yeah, it is them.
Well, the shareholders.
I'm sorry.
No,
if Elon Musk is seriously.
You're correct. There's some mischief going on.
No, of course there is. I mean, come on now. Do we really have to sit here and argue that? No way.
I mean, they're making jokes. But you're right. There's real mischief.
Advertising, targeting, political swaying. Do you seriously think they're going to allow that information to go public?
You know what can overcome mischief?
No,
Buying more shares.
I mean, it depends on how it's all legally approached.
No.
When I
But
heard
like I said, the main point is Twitter.
I laughed. I just thought it's ridiculous. This isn't going to happen.
I think it's Biscuit.
Twitter is not free speech, guys. You can't just buy freedom of speech. You just can't buy a platform and say, I'm going to release all the rules. Do you know? Okay, let me tell you something right now. If tomorrow Twitter says,
feedback,
we're getting feedback.
It's Biscuit. I knew it. It's a Sasquatch.
Testing.
It's
Testing.
that Yeti.
All right.
You can't start talking once you mute Biscuit.
No, it wasn't him. We were
Blue Yetis are not the best, but
you gotta unmute Biscuit.
I muted him because we were all feedbacking because
we were looping.
But you can Biscuit. You can unmute when you want to talk.
When you want to talk, yeah. But okay, so real quick, if Twitter tomorrow released all the rules and said there are no rules, and that's basically what Elon Musk is talking about, right? Just having a true freedom of speech platform as he's saying it, right? If Twitter actually did that, it would be anarchy on Twitter as Twitter is right now. Twitter cannot. Twitter would explode if they actually allowed freedom of speech. It wouldn't be able to handle it.
I don't know.
It's not made to handle it.
2 years ago, they allowed it. It didn't explode then.
What do you mean by they allowed it? Because I'm pretty sure they didn't.
I mean, the number of restrictions that Twitter has been imposing, changing the rules, has gone
Yes.
way up in the last 2-3 years.
Yes.
So I mean, all we would be talking about is returning to the way it was a few years ago. So
No.
I don't know.
No, absolutely not.
Why do you
That's
say it
not
would
what I'm
explode?
talking about
Where's
at
your
all.
evidence for
Because
that?
your information is on their server. That's not a public platform. That is a private publisher.
I don't know
I'm
what you're
talking about the deep level of true freedom of speech where when you post something online that you own that data, you control that data. And as a viewer, you control what comes into your feed. We have not had that. We don't have that right now. Any server-based social platform cannot be a true public platform by design, because your information, that every single platform says, once you post something, we own it. You don't own it. Read the terms and conditions. This is what I was talking about earlier today in Discord. If you go to Discord terms and conditions, it literally says you own the copyright for your creations.
You're talking about something entirely different. That is not freedom of speech you're talking about. You're talking about copyright and ownership of the content. Those are two different things.
Not today, because you're using freedom of speech and well, it depends on how you look at it, I guess. But there are.
Well, I think there's a huge difference. One is if you say something, it gets deleted. That's censorship.
Yes, or
the other
altered,
is if you say
or
something,
shadow banned.
The other thing is if you say
exactly.
something, it's owned by the platform, and they can monetize it any way they feel like it. That's not necessarily.
Yes, that's freedom of speech.
No, it's not.
The second your speech goes through a filter that says we are going to decide who sees your speech, that is immediately no longer freedom of speech.
No, I don't agree.
I have to agree. If I am saying, okay, 1 second. You have something to say, right? You have something to say that is related to a particular topic, right? Okay, then you would automatically assume that anybody who searches for that particular topic, you or at least have a fair 50-50 fair chance of being seen or brought up to that person. That's not the way it is right now, because it is under $signs, it's under other criteria on how that content is delivered and who actually gets seen. What's the fucking point of having an opinion if no one's gonna fucking see it? Especially the ones who are asking for it, the ones who are searching for this.
This is not Google we're talking about. We're talking about Twitter.
They all do the same thing. Google does the same thing. Twitter does the same thing. I've been there, done that. It's not exactly the same.
If Biden posts something and I post a reply, then it appears there in the replies. I mean, I don't know what you mean by. I'm not sure what you're getting at. But if it's censored because someone deletes it, then it's not there.
Or someone blocks you, right? Doesn't Twitter blocking actually stop people from seeing certain blocks, from seeing certain posts?
If I don't want to see somebody else's posts, that's not a freedom of speech issue.
No, that's mute.
That's my choice.
That's the freedom to listen, and that's the beautifulest thing, because we don't have the freedom to listen in program form. I'm talking about when you block somebody and other people can't see that person's tweet because you've basically kicked them off that thread, and it's a public thread where that person should have a voice. No,
I'm not. Yeah, if I block somebody, then
only you should not be able to see them, not the other people in the thread.
Well, that's how it works now. You block somebody. Only
that's not the way it should work. It's a public thread. It's not a private thread. So you're basically you're silencing somebody.
If I block somebody so that I don't have to, so I don't have to deal with them, that's me blocking somebody else's freedom of speech. They can say what they want. I don't know what you're talking about.
Excuse me. Isn't it on Twitter, if you block somebody,
that's correct.
Then if someone else wants to, let's say you say something, right? You say A, and then I say B in counter with your A. You block me, right? Yeah. So if anybody who sees your A doesn't see my B counterpoint, because you blocked me.
Well, if you have editorializing of threads inappropriately by the mods and admins, then it gets really dicey and shady.
I thought it gets blocked.
No, it just means that
I'm talking about editorializing of threads by mods and admins. That's what gets me, and I've had that happen to me numbers of times.
Okay, my apology. I'm just
Very
trying to.
irritating.
All right,
There are
so
no
you're
mods
saying
or
that does
admins
not
on Twitter.
happen?
No, it just means
I'm just working at a different level than what you're working at. You're sort of at a different angle of the,
If you block me,
the inequities.
I should still,
Yeah.
I should still be able to see your post. That is a disruption of freedom of speech. I'm sorry.
You block
I don't
me.
care. Okay,
No.
you block me.
why?
You don't want to see my messages. Fine. But that doesn't mean I don't get to see your messages. What you're saying, whether it's about
okay, I
me
see
or
what you're
about
saying.
somebody else, about whatever. That is
minor, very minor in the scheme of things.
minor. What do you mean minor? That is huge.
I think
If
that
you're
is-
having an argument with somebody and you're trying to prove your point in front of the general public, being cut off like that is a huge deal.
Smokesteve, I'd like to block
That's not a
everything.
minor deal.
You think what?
That's a huge deal.
It's
like to buy
minor
a
in
vowel?
the scheme of things we're talking about in terms of censorship.
Sell him
in
a
terms of
vowel. Sell him a
deleting accounts by people who, post things that are disagreed with by fact checkers and the government and.
Well, I don't care about
One party or
misinformation
another.
because once you can label something as misinformation, you know what? Without misinformation, you can't identify misinformation. I have no problem with people saying that you can breathe underwater because if I'm stupid enough to believe it, it's my fault. It should be labeled as misinformation or labeled as what a lot of content today is: satire, entertainment. This is why I have a joke about YouTube because 90% of YouTubers have their streams labeled as entertainment, yet they're taken as news articles. They're taken as fact. Like anything should be given. It's labeled as entertainment. That means do not listen to. This is for fun. This is satire, and people are getting struck, shut down, channels deleted, over this bullshit. Which is another form of oppression of freedom of speech. And yes, YouTube has gone down the drain ever since they sold out to Google.
Of course. Makes sense.
But we're not going to have a true public platform. That's why the last hope I had was Napster. The guy who invented Napster had everyone by the balls. Checkmate. He had everyone by the balls. You cannot sue me for creating Napster. The way I did it was the right way to do it. I'm not hosting the music. I'm completely off. They had him by the balls. You can't block me. You can't stop me. Napster exists, period. And they have to buy him out with billions of dollars just to stop it.
Unbelievable.
And the bitch sold out. And I give it to you. The guy fucking sold out. He's on my list with, Bill Gates and a few others. Just sold the fuck out. But a
lot of money though.
We need a social media platform that's based on Napster, where you own your posts. Your posts are yours. They don't exist on other servers. There's no user to hack because you're the user. Your posts are yours. You control how it's used, where it's used, and for how much it's used, not including all of the data that you give out in a day. Okay, the metadata exists. The meta universe exists. All of you feed the meta universe every single day. Every single time you check your email, every single time you scroll over porn, every time you do whatever the fuck you do online, you are feeding the meta universe, and these companies are making billions of dollars, and they're only doing that because you clicked I fucking agree.
Yeah, I don't know who clicks that. Crazy.
And I make fun. I make a joke about YouTubers. I'm like, let me ask you a serious question real quick. How many YouTubers clicked I agree on YouTube terms and conditions and you actually don't? You don't agree with them.
All of them.
Hey, not to change the subject before it gets too late. I hate
No,
to
that's
jump
cool.
in here. Did you guys mention old Sloop at all?
Yeah, a little bit, yes.
Yeah, earlier.
Old Sloop.
Ooh.
Most of us came from well, not most of us, but this
Live Leak.
I think it's fair to say that this pub originated from the old website Live Leak, and one of the most prolific live leakers that I would have to say was universally liked by every single person,
Yeah.
pretty much.
He was
Was-
he was wonderfully
Right.
diplomatic and
Was old
not,
Sloop.
not political.
And
Yeah.
Sloop Wanton left us unfortunately in this past week, and
Passed away.
I think
You
it's
there- really?
only fair to mention his name before the show's over tonight.
Yeah.
Lift our beer. Sloop was a big fan of beer.
To Sloop,
to beer and sleep.
who was wise.
Wise,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
wise.
Cheers.
Sloop
You there,
was a,
Biscuit
guy.
Vapes? I left a message for you on Discord. Private message if you want to log into Discord.
He was
give
wise and widely
give you a
respected.
general,
by
Just,
almost
just,
everybody.
just to get back a second,
boost in
LGG, what's
you
your,
know,
what's your ultimate worry then? What's
in,
your
in
ultimate concern
feeling state.
about with what are
That's
you
right.
absolutely? I mean, what are you worried about?
I tried.
I
What am
wrote
I
that
worried
message
about
on
related to what?
I'm sorry.
Well,
let me
everything you've just been-
briefly
Sorry, go ahead.
Just
Let him
saying.
finish up. I'm sorry.
I apologize. Biscuit Vapes.
Go ahead.
I had written that to another person about 2 weeks ago, and that's been my attitude for the last 5 weeks, 6 weeks or so. So you can take a look at that. You hear me? Nod? Yeah? No?
Who you
Okay.
talking?
Yes.
Oh, Biscuit. Oh,
Biscuit Vapes.
I want to
Having
make sure.
a private conversation on this public.
I'm
forum.
sorry. I just want to make sure you weren't talking to me because I was totally not listening to a word you were
Yeah,
saying.
let me
I apologize.
message you. I'm going to message you right now and give you, wonderful words of wisdom.
Well,
and
Cypher, since I'm between you two, I'll pass the message along to him if you.
That's
you
a
give it
great
to me.
idea. Last
Okay. Okay. Well, reach
Just
into my
tap
left,
on just
my
tap
left
on
pocket
Biscuit's
here,
frock.
down here, and
Just tap on his frock, and I
you
think
know.
that will get his attention.
That's right. Give me my robe, and I'll judge
Come
everybody.
on, boys. Come on.
There you go. I'm either a
Sure.
judge or a priest, and either way, I'm just no good. That's all there is to it. I've always wondered, I have absolute respect for civil authority, but I always get weirded out with this black robe shit, that the judges do. Come on, guy. That's almost like a gothic. I'm putting on the black robe now. I'm going in and I'm going to fuck everybody up with prison sentences and paroles and probations. And
It's a
like,
symbolic.
God,
It's a symbolic reference of their power.
yeah,
That's right.
well, yeah. And I mean, it's when one is not bent that way towards criminality, and then one looks at these black robed, goth looking, priest like, people sitting down, and everybody will rise for you.
They also look like a little bit like wizards. They don't.
I know.
Like if you don't do the right thing, they'll,
I mean, I
they'll
respect the
unleash
whole
some
process,
magic on
but,
you.
almost in Great Britain, of course. Do they still put on the white wigs?
Yeah, the wigs. Yeah, absolutely.
The white wig. The white wigs.
Now, if you get a speeding ticket, you don't have to go talk to one of those white wigs, do you?
No, not for a speeding ticket. No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
'Cause I'd be
worry
like,
when they
I'd be
put
like,
on
I ain't
rainbow
taking,
wigs.
I ain't
We'll
taking
know where
advice
it's
from you. Put that wig off.
Yeah, you do well over there, David.
I know. I think I would. I'd fit right in.
Well,
White wiggers.
Yeah, 'cause,
And I'm sorry, was someone asking me a question?
I don't think it's fair white wig civil auction. It's only for like the what's the word?
what biscuit babes? I'm sorry.
Biscuit, like we can barely hear you.
Yeah,
Like,
you gotta get your volume up.
I just don't know what to do about it. It took me all this to get it on.
I know,
Wait,
man.
hey, wait,
That's just the
hey,
way the ball
okay,
bounces
real quick. Hey,
sometimes.
Smoke
It's like
Steve.
Keep fighting and
Smoke
it's
Steve.
don't go
Yeah,
nowhere.
buddy.
Smoke Steve, click on his three dots. And make sure his settings, his audio, it says, what is it? Manage audio settings, I believe it says.
echo
And then make
cancellation.
sure his echo cancellation is on.
Yep.
It
It's on.
Echo cancel.
It's all on. Yep.
On.
Was it on or was it not on?
It's on. Automatically adjust mic volume also on.
Is it all the way
That's
up?
fine. Okay. No, if it's automatic, it
Yeah, we
won't
need to
be.
hear that echo even louder.
Today,
Yeah,
If
exactly.
you could crank his volume up by like 100, that would be great.
Now,
It's a great-
stupid question.
How about
You don't have the
cowbell? We
browser
need
open
more
with the stream by
cowbell
chance, do you?
Yeah, I'm using Firefox. I normally use Chrome. It's not working. It's not anymore.
Man,
It's not
just
working
really,
anymore.
really.
I'm on mobile.
Did you
Shane,
did you clear the cache
back,
on a
Shane.
cell phone? It's horrible.
Uninstall Chrome, reinsert. But when the microphone works, audio doesn't. So when I'm in, the audio
Oh man,
works.
it's just.
It's like talking to Max Headroom
I
audio.
can't even understand a word you're saying, Biscuit. It's so weird.
It's very
it's
odd.
kind of funky.
It's
Do you know
crazy.
sign language? I can read that.
Very odd.
That would be echoed too.
That would be echoed too.
That's crazy, Biscuit. Do you know sign language, Biscuit?
Biscuit, do you have a
Oh,
marker and a piece of
man.
paper?
Because we
Are
all
you a
know it.
hostage right now, Biscuit Bates?
What happened to Smokesteve? We lost Smokesteve now.
Oh, Steve, he's out of focus.
I think we're looking really close into his belly button right now.
Well,
That's
you know,
just
we've been
my
going.
guess.
God, this
I
might
could
be
be
the
wrong.
longest show of all the long shows.
Hey man, good
Got it.
times, man. What's the problem, right? Good times.
There he is. There's
Oh,
Smokesteve.
well, I mean,
Smokesteve,
One
what's
thing I
that
don't have
glowing
enough of, I'll
coming
tell
from
you that
your
much.
immediate left?
he has a
Do you have
light.
any?
That's a good
Do
There
you
you
know what
go.
that is?
And here we are.
Nothing. Just a light, a lamp.
It's like you're an angel from heaven. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
But can I ask
Heaven's-
can I ask a
heaven's to his
question
left.
real quick to everybody? I need to ask a question to everybody.
Yeah.
How many people actually watch the shows I do by chance?
I've checked them out, definitely.
Yeah, I've seen him
Okay.
a couple times.
These conversations you guys have here, I would fucking love them over on my channel. But
We're
you
the cream
know,
of the crop, though.
the channel is what the users, what the viewers make it, right? But yeah, I would always welcome these conversations over here,
thank you.
guys.
have a great
I love what
forum
you
of
do,
people, though.
Steve. Like every Saturday, like you are every Saturday. You're dependent. I love what you do, man. Even if I can just watch, even when I'm not on, because I haven't been on a few weeks. I enjoy just listening.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, man.
He's the best.
Thanks, buddy.
This is community. This is the shit that I'm trying to promote, that I'm trying to stand for. And somebody asked me earlier, and I think it was something like, "What am I scared about?" And like as far as the future of online, and this is what I see.
Yeah, it was me. It was me. Yeah.
Raise your hand. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was
So
me.
was it Alpha?
What
Oh, hey man.
I said,
oh, sorry. No.
I said what
okay.
you ultimately worried about. What you ultimately worried about?
What I'm worried about right now is we need Abraham Lincoln back because we're just giving up our rights. We're letting these companies, these corporations think they know what a website is and what the internet's supposed to be, the free exchange of ideas and connectivity and networks, and everything's getting sold out. We're giving up our freedoms. We're working. We are literally slaving for these companies that make billions, if not more, money off our information. We have no privacy online. We have no. I'm just afraid, and I'm a Star Trek fan, so I'll put it this simple: if you're a Star Trek fan, the way I see online right now, we're not even close to being Star Trek. We're more like, I can see companies taking over more, corruption taking over more. I can't even trust our voting system right now. It's
LDG,
that bad.
There's a question on the comment side, on
Yes,
the
sir.
chat side. Yeah, there it is. That's somebody's asking about that. For you can take care of that.
It's youtube.com/nerdrotica. It's not porn. But if geeking out is a turn on, it's Nerdrotica. YouTube.com
Put a link.
/Nerdrotica.
Put a link in the
I
chat.
can't. I'm not. I'm not a mod. I can't put a link.
Okay.
Can you put it in the private chat?
Sure.
Private chat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. All right. Yeah.
That'll work.
I think he already did.
Alrighty.
That was my backstage. So nerdrotica.com /backstage. That's my office, my virtual office. If you have, so I give, okay, so some of you don't know me. I give free tech support online. That's my first channel was free tech support. If you have any computer problems, I can make your computer faster than you first got it remotely, help you out with any questions, video editing, YouTube streaming, anything like that. And nerdrotica.com is my domain. I created it to be the first social media platform where you can join and not have any worries about posting anything you want to post and being shadow banned. You have the 100% equal opportunity to be seen by new people coming to the website. Excuse me.
Are you still running 24/7 on the live?
No, I've had to pull back. A lot of things have happened ever since my father passed away last November.
So
it's been
you
a
want me to put
humongous
that
game changer.
You want me to put that Nerdrotica backstage in the chat here?
Sure, absolutely. If you want, nerdrotica.com /backstage. Basically, what that is a StreamYard that I host 24/7. You're welcome to come and meet other YouTubers like me or Berto Prey or Vet, Tim, Darren, a whole bunch of others. It is 24/7. You pop in, see who's there. Sometimes it's just me working by myself, being boring as hell. Sometimes there's 9 of us in there watching a movie or another YouTuber or just talking and doing whatever. But it's an offline place to hang out. Whatever happens backstage stays backstage. And but for the most part, for new people, it's basically if you ever have a computer issue, come and find me.
That's good to know. But LDG, just going back to what you said, right? And the times that we live in, with the technology that we've got now, nothing's really changed. And we're all still alive. We're all still in our lives. I mean, you could go back 1,000 years and there'd be people, there were slaves revolting saying, oh, we're going to revolt because things aren't good and there's control from the, this is where I get confused with it all. Yeah, so nothing really changed. Technology's changed, of course. Maybe it can be more efficient, but we still live our lives. We still get on with things. So I just don't.
Well, we're still trying to break the cycle. I don't know why. To be honest.
Yeah, but that's never going to happen. It's never going to happen.
Yes, it will, because we're breaking cycles every day. Every day, some cycle gets broken.
Will be the end of the day it happens will be the end of civilization as we know it. Believe you.
Well, you have to explain that because I must be understanding something differently.
Because there has to be some control. There has to be some. Whether you think it's to be done in the right way. Yes, you're absolutely right. Of course, there has to be some control. Because
so let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this then. In a true public forum, where is the form of control? What is the form of control supposed to be? Where is it supposed to lie?
You're saying with corporate.
I have the answer. I'm asking you if what do you think? I know the answer, and it's not the answer that most platforms are right now. Because right now, where's the form of control on Twitter? The owners of Twitter. How the fuck can a public platform cannot be commercialized? It cannot be a business. A true public platform cannot be a business. It will never succeed.
Well,
it can't go public.
What's the options?
The option is you actually build it from the ground up to be user end based. You're in control. See, ultimate power corrupts, right? Unless it's shared.
Right, almost like a crypto. You're talking crypto basically.
Ultimate power corrupts. Right now, who has ultimate power on Twitter? The board. So whatever the board wants, the board gets. But if you're on a Napster type program where you are the user and you actually have, because this is one of the things I say, right? I say it's not my channel. I just live here. This is, and no offense, Smokesteve, this is not your channel. No. Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
of course not.
You just live here. You just live here. You have no control over this fucking channel.
Well,
You
it
cannot
isn't
call
because-
this your channel because YouTube can kick you the fuck off anytime they want for any reason they want.
We're talking layers here, you know.
Yeah, you're talking layers. This
Yeah,
is
but then
Hayden
you
Hewitt's
create
channel.
something. You create something where ultimately they just
I'm gonna
becomes
take
a
off,
new
guys.
force, so they end up doing
Later,
something
Oh,
dude.
last
Later,
dance.
guys.
Okay.
Seriously?
Enjoy your.
Take it easy.
Hey, Last Dance. Word to your sister.
That's right.
Thank you.
Later, buddy.
Take care,
My
man.
last dance. Enjoy your Easter.
Take care, bud.
All right, you too.
Happy Passover. I hope he heard that. I hope the time allowed for him to hear those words leave my mouth.
Those Passover words.
Passover.
Well, I think I'll
I just
consider go ahead and cutting this thing down.
Yeah, you did. Thank you for staying.
we had a
on.
great night tonight, man. Thank you so much, man.
Wonderful
You definitely lightened up my day,
You
and
at least,
let me
you
tell
can
you,
at least
after
go, what, 2 more minutes?
Smoke Steve,
Smile.
I have-
5-hour mark, dude.
No, I can
Listen,
leave
I
it
have-
going. I'm just saying. I'm
Well, you
planning.
got 2
I'm
minutes
gonna
till
go.
5
I've been
hours.
sitting here way too long.
You got to get a minute and a half
Smoke
now.
after
I might
almost
have to
having my
break out
water
the
cut
donut,
off
you know, the
yesterday.
sitting donut seat here in a minute.
It's good to see you still pushing strong, man. I really do, and I see a lot of YouTubers struggling out there, and they can't even keep their own shows, and I struggle, and I feel their pain. You've done just like what I try to do for 3 months when I was streaming for 18 hours a day for 3 months straight. So I do appreciate you doing this, brother. If you ever question what you do, please don't. Yeah, man.
Bless you, man.
Well, I don't, but thank you.
Yeah,
I have
yeah, take
have a
care.
good
I
crew
mean,
of
seriously.
guys.
I
Have
think
a good crew of guys that always show up, and that's what's important.
I
Without
think, it's
my
fair, I think
guy,
it's fair to say that if you're a dude and you love Smokesteve, it's not gay. I mean,
no.
I'm just throwing it out
Well,
there.
That's right.
without my dudes, the show would be nothing. So I thank you all.
This is a no contact bromance zone, you know.
Amen.
Hey, Steve, in the private chat, nothing came through for you. You know the Discord link. Nothing came
Yes.
through.
What? You did?
No, I didn't see it.
I got the
No, I don't
Nerdrotica
think
right
it's
here.
It came through.
I think I can put it in the private chat, can I?
It says
It
alt
come through.
feed.
I just can't see.
Nerdrotica.com/backstage. I see it in the public chat. And after this show, guys, if you want to hang out later,
see,
I'll be in
it's
the
not in the
backstage with a few friends.
Yeah,
I just
have
don't think
been
it's
sitting
okay.
here too long. I got to get up. I got to get it going.
All right, I'm going to leave it open here on the back end if you
All right,
guys
guys.
want to hang around. But
Thanks again, Steve.
all right,
Uh,
see
Thank
everybody.
you.
guys and everybody else.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Happy
Yeah,
Easter.
take care.
Good night.
Take care.
Cheers.
Happy Easter, everyone. Yeah.
Oh, it looks like we
Easter.
got somebody.